within your eyes a year ago. And I say I won't leave, just a smile and I am down below. And I try to breathe, call you 7:22 a.m. Not the tone of your voice in the morning. I'm falling in love with you. Send me a light to reach for love. When I think of you, I know the feeling. Dim the lights and let's hide for the weekend. I'm the only one you want. I'm the only one you want.
After 2 days of competitive Paladins, we were left with just one more. And Fox, we've seen some incredible plays, some of the players here who have enthused us, excited us, and of course, a couple that we've grown to envy. But before we get to the semis and the finals, we have a special treat. Collegiate Paladins, a momentous day in Paladins history where we get a chance to see some undergrads give a go at what could be a nice little start to a professional career, $10,000 on the line. Of course, I'm Alan. I hold shift on a Frio, and with me, Hugh Fox Judson.
Wow, my full name? Really? Are
Yeah.
we that formal to start things off today? My goodness.
That much.
Oh, my.
Much.
I'm not prepared for this. No,
and of course, I'm representing the IU today. I got my cream and crimson on. Oh.
I feel wholly underdressed now.
So we will be seeing Rowan University versus Davenport. This is a best-of-5 series, and if you have missed any of the competition that both of these teams have been through, or if you're just unfamiliar with who's on these rosters, a couple of these players here today, Vox, have worn different jerseys for some of the teams we've seen so far.
Some familiar faces that I'm sure you all will, well, maybe recognize, especially if you're familiar with some of the streaming channels for Paladins around on twitch.tv, but you can see definitely some familiar faces right there and some familiar jerseys as well.
Without a doubt, the brown and gold for the profs from Rowan University out of New Jersey, a smaller school, but most notably noted for their education scene. And this is a team that has been absolutely dominant, and really both of these teams have been, both of them perfect as far as their record goes, not just only in sets, but also maps. And of course, Davenport University with a couple of other familiar faces, the Panthers coming out of Grand Rapids, Michigan.
It always surprises me how many of these players actually, well, they go to the same college, they go to the same university. It's been remarkable how we've had players from all across the country, and especially in Europe, where we have teams made up of players from all of the different countries around the region when they have never met each other in person before a LAN, and then all of a sudden you've got teams like this which just pop up out of nowhere and go, oh, hey, you live next door? Oh, cool.
Yeah, exactly. And just for those of you who are not familiar, who have not been following the AVGL, these teams are all regional based and are affiliated with the university that has incorporated with at least one of the players. So we're going to be seeing some really interesting matchups. I know both of these teams going into it have that little bit of hype going on between the two of them representing some of their schools. And of course, the pretty hair, giving the warm-up, you may give him some last-minute tactics to Evil Eye here, just giving himself a warm-up before he gets to play later today.
What do you think he's saying?
That looks like a Go Davenport right there, without a doubt.
Go Davenport? Oh, I wish it was Play Grover.
We're going to see in talking with a couple of the players early on. I mean, they're both guaranteed at least some share of the $10,000 prize pool, $6,000 for first, $4,000 for second. So a nice chunk of change going back towards either, living or expenses or just tuition or books and, maybe other items that college
I've heard
students.
horror stories about the college textbooks in U.S. universities, but still, no, it's a pretty penny for all these players who are joining up. And while some of them are in the, while some of them have been in the Masters LAN, we're seeing a lot of familiar faces turn up from maybe teams which haven't quite made it here, but also some from some of the Gauntlet qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yeah, we're looking at Grapple here from AGG, who had a chance to represent the third place North American team in the play-in game. So again, this is just really good experience, I think, for a lot lot of these players, especially from both teams. We have a couple of players from Spook Esports that are also here. There were a Gauntlet team from North America, and a couple as well from Panda Global, the 4th place team from North America. So this is just good experience, I think, mostly for a lot of these players. And again, having a nice little pretty penny to come home with in some fashion is always good. Of course, everyone knows Zedwan Unknown, the
How
man.
do you not? How do you not? The guy who pioneered Androx's play at the highest level way back when in the beginning, known also for their EV play as well. I wonder what they'll be pulling out today. Any pocket strategies which you might be aware of?
Oh man, it's just so fun because even you have Wi-Fi as well, who is primarily the frontliner for Eager, but has been playing pretty much predominantly damaged healers for his squad of Davenport. But of course, Z1, a very talented player, and as they get into this game, it will be a best of 5. So let's take a look to see where we decide to go as far as maps, and we're going to be starting off with a very traditional pick in Jaguar Falls.
Oh, Jaguar Falls. Let me know again in Twitch chat how you think that is spelled, but it's a close-knit map right at the top of the Temple Isle aesthetic, on the top of the cliff tops with plenty of water rushing down. We are ready for our champion select, and we will see what will be coming out on this map. It's usually a lot of barrack, a lot of ruckus, definitely Makoa in there, and the meta so far, we can't avoid talking about it, has been dictated by Bomb King, but will Rowan elect to select that for their squad, or will they give this one up?
It's going to be interesting, I think, just simply because all of these players are very familiar with each other, and a couple of them now on the same team that they've competed against, or vice versa, playing up against some of their other teammates. But it looks like to start things off, Rowan will go with one of the strongest characters in the game in that Bomb King.
And Davenport will have the opportunity to respond here. So far in comp, we've usually seen Drogos and Makoa responded with here, taking those two very strong picks off the table, not allowing Rowan to stack up 2 AoE damage dealers. A wise move, but nothing unusual here, not showing their hand just yet.
Not quite, and it's going to be interesting to see, I think, mostly for a lot of us, is who's going to be playing what. Of course, we have Powtek, who was, you just saw him previously, was a player for Astral Authority pre the merger with Matchpoint, and has kind of taken on more of a coach role. And on the same side, Alternate, who was the coach for Matchpoint and had played competitively for a long time, is also getting his taste of some collegiate play, and it looks to be a Lex and a Barrack to set up the damage, extra damage really, and the front line for Rowan.
So the Barrack relatively standard here. A Lex quite so early into the draft is a little bit unusual, but on a close quarters map like Jaguar Falls, where the fall off is less predominant, they're very valuable, and a great anti-air champion as well. They don't have the same mobility in the air as an Androxus would, and the same kill potential on Drogos, but they can certainly help keep them pinned down. And speaking of pinned down, Davenport going into a Shaolin hover and a Shaolin lock here, as well as a Ying, making sure that the double deployables don't go over to Rowan, even though they have the Drogos area counter.
Yeah, it's good to get that just really set up, just in case there is a double frontline situation. Again, that Wrecker pickup on Shaolin and, of course, Drogos is really good at countering out those shields, and then picking up the Ying for that sustain heal on Jaguar Falls, where you can put those illusions around different corners and still find lines of sight to your team. Very important. It looks like it's a little decision-making here between Victor and Cassie. It will be Cassie, and again, a lot of players from Rowan have these specialty roles where they're really good at playing certain characters, and when you're dealing with the collegiate scene where you're not having as much rehearsal with these players in a certain composition, a lot of these comfort picks do come out.
And Cassia pick with their recent buffs also to the dodge roll cooldown being reduced by a second allows players to prevent them from picking up Chronos, instead going directly into morale boost. 100% uptime on Scout means that Shaolin, well, their ultimate just won't be that necessary, but so far we do see the teams on the left-hand side shift. Who have we got?
Mr. Hayes will be playing Meldamba with the Ripened Gourd. X-Action coming out for Shady Shades Cassie. Ethereal will be playing Barrack with Fortify, Z1 Unknown with the Bomb King, and Fire with the Death Hastens.
And we do see on the other side Alternate on Ruckus with Flux Generator there. It will be Evil Eye on Recurve Shaolin, Powtek on Focusing Lens Ying, Wi-Fi on Drogos with Worm Jets, and Grapple on Half Shell Makoa.
Grapple, one of those premier frontliners for AGG, has played a lot of that, even with El Zulu being on that squad. And right off the bat, the Fortify does come out looking for a chance to get onto point and really kind of poke at one another, trying to get a feel for each other early on today here on Sunday. And again, to see who can win this battle out. You see the Grumpy Bomb coming out to help zone, and that's actually going to put down the Makoa on his back, kicking his legs back and forth. And now Shady Shade's looking for extra damage, finds himself a double. Can he get the triple? Ethereal will take that one, but 4 kills for Rowan off the start.
And that was great target reprioritization right in the middle of the fight there from Rowan, recognizing that actually the Grumpy Bomb stun setting up the kill onto Makoa would be finished off by their teammates. Shady Shades instead prioritizes Ruckus across the way, allowing them to pick up that double, allowing the 4 kills to come through. And Z1 Unknown also uses Poppy Bomb there to avoid the salvo damage coming through, and is now just locking off avenues of entry. 90% and climbing on this first objective. Alternate's going to try and make their way in, Rowan, but gets stunned up by Maldamba, but everybody's off the objective.
Ploink, ploink, boom, as he gets the double stick, and some more. There's another nice, oh my goodness, Z1 getting himself 3, looking for 4 straight, gets himself a confirmed triple after getting 4 straight, and all of those chants that were started earlier this weekend of Go Davenport are starting to flop on their head as Rowan takes a 1-0 lead.
Rowan are taking Davenport to school right here. Z1 throws out Grumpy Bomb, looking for damage up through the archways. That was a Dredge Anchor coming through onto an ally, but they do manage to escape as well. And all the while, this area damage from Bomb King is doing so much work. Pulled in though, Z1 must use Poppy to escape, does get back out to safety, and all the while, the payload is advancing.
Yeah, still with 2 minutes on the clock until we even get to overtime. Wi-Fi is looking for shots on this Drogoz, but has not been able to find many connections as far as the Sitfires nor the salvos as of yet. Shady Shade's impaled into the wall, and with a planted right after that from Evil Eye, he will go down to the defense, finding some traction as they are up now in numbers 4 on 5 and looking for possibly more kills.
Maybe a little bit of a greedy play there coming through from Rowan. Davenport are withstanding their pressure for the time being. They need to be careful. They need to be aggressive here in order to set up the kills, and that's exactly what will happen as Planted sets up a perfect kill onto Barrack now, looking for more around the corner. Evil Eye takes down 2 in a row, but is quickly answered back by Fire, but still 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Rowan have been stalled out entirely.
And this is really going to come down to what kind of routes can you get here on Jaguar Falls, especially as the defense gets more aggressive. It's very easy to move from left to right in this particular portion of the map, and if the defense can scope out where they're coming from, they can really find a nice focus, and you can see they've sniffed out this left side flank prospectively for them and looking for the kills and the pulls onto the Barrack. Again, that solo tank just not able to stand up as much against the double Makoa Druckus.
Although feared is Alternate Dread Serpent coming through. Alternate must retreat here, gets around the corner, trying to get to safety with advance. Wi-Fi has Salvo charged and ready, looking for damage on the Lex, gets out of danger very quickly, all the while being judged by that Grumpy Bomb, wouldn't you say? They look rather condescending there.
Without a doubt, that Grumpy Bomb is so absolutely dangerous. A nice pull here from Makoa to try to get Lex off the table, and it will happen with the confirmed damage from Wi-Fi, who continues to move around with these Worm Jets, looking for Barrack, who is trying desperately to escape, but is just running into everybody. So Wi-Fi finding 2 straight kills, looking for possibly 3, but has to be careful of that Grumpy Bomb as it was centralized right in the middle of the payload. But with just getting down to 15 seconds left on the clock before overtime gets into play, Rowan has really kind of fallen back from this offensive start that they've had.
One last opportunity to close the gap. Rowan, at this point, it would be wiser for them to disengage. They have no immediate gap closers. There is a Shaolin here setting up the impale kills. Barrack won't close the distance. Davenport will defend successfully.
Yeah, a little bit of extra damage coming on Shady Shade's actually finding himself a pickup of a kill there at the very end. And as we look at itemization as it comes out, of course, the priority has mostly gone to, since the last couple of patches, the offensive items of Cauterize and Wrecker. But we're seeing a couple interesting things. A double Chronos coming out from Mr. Hayes as Maldava trying to get those heals out as fast as possible. And Cassie going with the Master Riding.
And it's not just that. Z1 Unknown, actually, as well, with Cassie having Wrecker too, is enabling them to just go into a single Wrecker, only dealing with the shields coming from Alternate and Grapple on Ruckus and Makoa respectively, allows them to really combo into more items, going for Chronos, for more Grumpy Bombs, for more Poppy Bombs, and Life Rip to help keep this Bomb King being played as a flanker alive. They are going to become a monster here, but if Powtech can apply that anti-heal, then it might be a good look to shut them down.
And that's going to be really key as far as how you can spread that damage around. You see the Planted coming out just to take down the Fortified Shield. Illusionary Rift is triggered as Ying punches right through the mirror, and Powtech looking to keep his team alive as this flank is coming in right nicely. Fire able to help out with Shady Shades from the backside. A little bit of a pincer move there from both of those flankers, and able to get 2. And now Z1 Unknown with some room to move, looking to get into this backline. And once again, Rowan establishing control very early on in these neutral capture points.
Shady Shades needs to be careful here. The barricade will protect from the Makoa Dredge Anchor, but Rowan upwards of 75%. Again, no contest coming through from Davenport. Can anybody close the gap? It's going to be Grapple around the outside, but they're being zoned out entirely. It's just a little bit too much. Alternate has closed through, but again, the Grumpy Bomb preemptively from Z1 prevents the capture stall. Overtime is ticking. How long can Davenport hold on for? Shady Shades whiffs a couple of shots in a row, but finds a rampage there, looking for a double kill, and that will be the capture rolling through for the team in the blue. 2-1 on the scoreboard at 6 minutes in.
And a full team wipe once again for Rowan. These double front lines from Davenport have just not been able to get into the face of this Bomb King, who has been being very patient, letting his damage dealers on the side. The flank Cassie that's coming out, of course, with the Lex, have been opening up these opportunities for Z1 just to push right on through. And of course, these clutch anticipatory Grumpy Bombs to stun out these re-engages have been absolutely clutch in getting him these free sticks and of course that extra damage. So look again, Shady Shades popping the ultimate, looking to get around this flank. It's going to scope all of it out, but has to be careful as the Dredgecker very well could have been coming in, but still finding a really good poke thus far is Shades.
Getting poked out significantly themselves. The cooldown reset on Dodgerel allowing them to keep up that exaction damage. Watch out, that's a Hexafire coming through from ultimate. No, Z1 wipes them out, but Wi-Fi finds a double kill in trade. That's exactly the kind of multi-kill that Davenport at this point need to take the wind out of Rowan's sails. A great Dredge Anchor comes through on a fire as well, but they haven't found the kill confirmation. Fire is just boxing out here. 1 versus 2, but the Dredge Anchor again from Grapple with that Chronos cooldown reduction comes up and does secure the kill.
What a long life for Fire, almost actually confirming a kill in the face of what looked like to be a 3-on-1.
So if I'm not mistaken as well, it was a lot of lifesteal coming through on that Lexus, which is going to be so important at boxing out against these tanky targets. The Retribution target, when marked, will be able to be lifesteal from if you have the right loadout, but that just doesn't matter in the face of all of the damage coming through from Dread Serpent combos here. Dragon Punch is channeled.
Yeah, and with the Shady Shades on a 13 streak, Wi-Fi's looking to get some momentum back onto his team. Oh, but the execution coming out midair against Wi-Fi will shut him down, and the payload continues to move as we get below 45 seconds. A successful push for Rowan. They go up 3-1, and Shady Shades making it hurt just after on a 16 streak.
Lex calling value on that one, and Fire with now 776 credits in their pocket can't itemize into a third tier of either Cauterize or Life Rip, but it's that early itemization into Life Rip which allowed them to box out for quite so long. Currently though on a 16 streak. Look at Shady Shades here. Scout is up and available. They've picked up a Wrecker 2, Master Riding 1, Haven 2 for the 1v1 duels, and now a kill to heal to just continue the snowball versus Davenport, who need to look to shut them down.
He's finding a lot of shots post dodge roll, which gives him that natural lifesteal. So going for kill to heal here will allow him to again find another instance of heal once he secures a kill, which he's obviously been able to do very successfully thus far. And looking to possibly close out map number 1 is Rowan. But with that scout active, they're going to see exactly where this flank is coming. You can see the traps being laid out just in case from Z1. Nobody's really committed a point yet, but it is at 9% in favor of the Barrack for Rowan, able to get onto point, and a nice pull right there to get off the Shady Shades kill streak, and coming back through is an Illusionary Rift to recommit for Davenport as they look to get back onto point.
Heat Hate's already used Dragon Punch's channel once again as Shades went down. That kill streak immediately refilled the meter. This time it's Davenport who are coming out strong, looking for kill potential onto somebody, anybody. Z1 is being sniffed out by the Fire Spit around the corner, finds damage, does Evil Eye, sends them straight back to base. This time around is Davenport established, and now with their double front line, Rowan are going to have to try and break their defenses down.
Yeah, the Panthers from Davenport looking like they're coming to life here late in this game, and they desperately need to just to find some traction. They do catch themselves their first capture point, now going just 3-2 on the scoreboard, and with momentum, looking to continue to find ways to push this payload towards a potential successful capture.
So crucial in that last engagement, though, was allowing Wi-Fi to get the shutdown kill onto Shady Shades, having Dragon Punch immediately available and fully charged again. It's a reason that we often see competitive players actually go for the edge kills on themselves, the suicides off the map to prevent all of that ultimate charge from being given to your enemies. But now Grapple leading the front line for Davenport looks to find an entryway into this fight. Dredge Anchor could set up an entire play, but Z1 to the backline. King Bomb is here. Nice reactive emitter coming through from alternate there, keeps the Ruckus alive, and Z1 takes the fall.
Yeah, missed opportunity for sure, but Fire able to find himself 2 kills in the back end of an execution, looking for his third. He's not able to find the final kill. The pursuit will lock him down, and now with some extra help from Eldamba, Rowan establishes themselves this defensive front, very much needed, as that Z1 unknown missed ult could have been really detrimental to their cause.
And just from those few kills, Lex is now sitting on 1,400 credits. That's another 700 of what they had in base. If they get sent back for a mid-round buy, they could very well itemize into a Cauterize 3 here. Going to take a lot of the healing away from Power Tech on Ying for Davenport, which is certainly a keystone to the success of this team so far. But we're now seeing if they're all dragged in No kills quite yet acquired, but a lot of poke coming out of that salvo.
Yeah, that's going to be the big target, I think, for Grapples, trying to find Barrack and get him out of here. Those turrets are so absolutely devastating if left alone, and of course the Fortify is a big shield, but Shady Shades pulled into danger, will fall thanks to the focusing lens from Powtek's Ying, and looking to convert this opportunity. Another nice pull as well from Grapple, who's absolutely locking on to these big targets, whether they be supports, damage, or frontliners alike. Doesn't seem to matter. No discrimination here as they're able to get just kill after kill, and this push looking really good as we near the 30-second mark.
Davenport had the opportunity to equalize here. They can use their ultimates to try and snowball this through, and it will be Hexafire and Dragon Punch used in tandem. Hexafire meets the barricade, but the Dragon Punch goes straight through that. Barrack will fall. Double kill for Wi-Fi, looking for the triple kill. Nice fire spit, full team wipe. Davenport pushed through to tie things up.
Nearly a quadra kill as well, as Fire was super low on HP. It was just Powtek who confirmed the kill just before that fire spit could go all the way through. And looking at this is going to be a very interesting situation, as there are two big ultimates off the table for Davenport in the Dragon Punch, as well as, of course, the Hexafire that we saw thrown immediately into that Fortify. And looking on the other side for Rowan, there's no King Bomb, but just about everything else should be up in the middle of this fight.
And Scout is going to be so important yet again, coming through from Shady Shades to reveal where the enemies are coming from. I am confused by their Master Riding pickup here, though. At this point, more Scout uptime, or even that little bit of cooldown reduction if you miss your dodge roll, may be more valuable than just getting to the objective first, because Scout will be still activated before these teams see each other, and therefore Shady Shades will be on the ground. They'll have their mount speed taken away, but straight to the objective is going to be the team in blue. Rowan trying to establish that front line.
And a nice ceremonious salvo to start things up right on the central point of this neutral capture, getting a lot of poke done very early, but Shady Shades not seeming to care too much as he goes straight into this point, and again looking to possibly find a flank with his buddy Lex, as they've been able to do so very successfully so far. Ethereal able to get down the Dreadster, but also discouraging anybody from Davenport to get here, but the Illusionary Rift comes out just past that, able to keep most of the team at least relatively healthy
90.
and in this, but 93%, 96, and Davenport, I don't think they're not going to be able to get there. So the first game, as unexpected as it seemed to be from a lot of people who were talking about this matchup, goes the way of the profs from Rowan University.
They just had such commanding control of the game almost the entire way through, until one little slip up allowed Davenport the way in, and that's really the secret to Davenport's strategy there. They were playing a composition, they were playing a lineup which relied on getting onto the objective to have that flux generator, a repulsor field from Ruckus, really take effect, and all the way through, Rowan would have none of it. They just stopped them in their tracks, didn't allow them to get that extra damage mitigation, and a lot of that setup coming from Z1's Grumpy Bombs.
No, without a doubt, and that's just the strength that we've seen all weekend from Bomb King. And this is just kind of interesting to see. Again, all 5 players from Davenport have been here the entire weekend, and they've been talking a pretty big game about how their team is just going to absolutely run through Rowan, and a lot more seriousness coming out of the profs, able to find themselves their first game. As we transition over to the scoreboard, you're going to see Shady Shades finding an impressive 102,000 damage, is actually on top of the damage charts, and behind that is surprisingly Lex, even though the fact of the matter was Z1 started off a lot of those engagements.
Z1's Bomb King had so much of the setup without chain reaction there. They didn't have the bonus damage coming through, and Shady Shades on Cassie had the consistent damage of the exaction, just rolling and shooting the bonus 700 damage shots again and again and again, and just able to take down anybody in their path.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how this this set kind of moves on. I was talking with Powtek earlier this morning. He's like, Shift, who do you want me to play today? What character do you want me to play? And now that things are looking a little less in their favor, we might start to see this matchup go the distance and get really hot. And speaking of really hot, again, Shady Shades has been absolutely on fire just about the entire weekend, playing damage dealers for Eager. Oh, right. My bad.
Look, I got a slip one in there.
But again, 102,000 damage for Shady Shades, again, representing Team Eager in this collegiate showdown. Really showing the power that Cassie is still able to get the numbers up there.
Cassie just still excels in all these games. We've seen the niche picks come out. We've seen the, how should we phrase this? The picks which work with the composition come out. The ones which have such synergy with the compositions which a lot of the professional players have been using so far this week. That doesn't mean that Cassie has really fallen out of anywhere. There might be a better choice for this situation, sure, but she still does what Cassie does, which is bring off long distance damage, a lack of fall off. But on the other side of things, a lack of fall off, a champion which usually usually performs very, very well. Shaolin, maybe not having the impact we expected that last game.
And Evil Eye has been an incredible player on a lot of the splash damage for Astral Authority this entire weekend, and kind of switching up roles, just to kind of help his team out a little bit. He does go 21-10, but still the 69,000 damage is not what you'd normally anticipate. And really this comes down to the fact that both Shades and as well Fire playing Lex did a really good job of disrupting the Shaolin, never let him get set up.
And the Scout ultimate coming through from Cassie has a multiple counter to this champion as well. Shaolin, of course, you have your Scout for when Heat Haze is activated to make sure that they're revealed through stealth, but also Scout makes you CC immune. If Cassie dodge rolls up to you, all of a sudden that Impale and Planted combo is just not going to work, and we did see Evil Eye take the fall.
Yep, and now finally getting a loss for one of these teams on the scoreboard, first time this series. And again, this comes after 4 weeks of group play and a full weekend of playoffs matches with the top 8 teams out of what was a lot of teams really to start things off. 4 divisions of about 8 to 10, depending on where they fell regionally. And these were the 2 kings as we anticipated coming in. And now a little bit of a clash, a little battle royale happening between some of these pros as they kind of affiliate with one another on the university level.
And they've all played with each other on different teams in different circumstances before. They're all familiar with each other's playstyles and tactics, and they're seeing if they can pull out something a little bit new here as well. So far, we've seen Jag Falls, relatively standard, one of the most popular competitive maps right now, and I don't doubt that we're going to be heading through to something similar very shortly as well. But as you see the players communicating, getting ready for each other, we've got Powtek on screen right now playing the Ying last game, just not able to have the impact due to the Cauterize which came online. And we've seen this item specifically cause such an impact in the games all through this last weekend.
Well, especially late in the game. I mean, he still pulled out a really nice number for healing, especially for a Ying that was in the face of a lot of damage coming from every different angle. But that being said, it's just really good to see these players, and again, Alternate and Powtek, of course, being here kind of as a consultant role for both Eager and Astral, respectively. And on top of that, of course, we saw Z1 just previously. It's just really good to see these guys sitting at the computer and giving themselves a chance to play in a competitive environment.
Able to get a hands-on, and then maybe switching things up a little bit. We've talked compositions. One of the things which I want to bring up, which came up yesterday, was the fact that we saw this healing Pip come through from Cuskudi in the final set of the day. Powtek has a bit of a reputation for Pip. You think we'll be seeing some of that later?
It very well could be. I mean, he's played a lot, and speaking of someone who can play a lot, Mr. Hayes, representing again the brown and gold of Rowan University today, sitting right up in here looking for a chance to really kind of make a name. And this is kind of the big thing for a lot of these players, is for some of the community, they might not know who they are. And these are, again, on mid to high tier teams from North America and giving themselves a chance to be getting some LAN experience, as we've talked, but also to kind of maybe stand out and make a name for themselves.
And this is certainly the opportunity to, here on the big stage, to kick things off in day number 3 of the Paladins Masters LAN with the collegiate finals here. And it's been such a phenomenal experience so far, but the maps are ready. We're ready for round number 2. The rematch is here, and it's gonna be on Stone Keep.
Yes, interesting pick. It brings a lot of dynamics as far as the verticality goes in this map, and of course a lot more close quarters, not as much of a distance from spawn to point and then point to conversion. So it's really very difficult to get super aggressive on this map simply because the respawns are so close. But as we jump over, we'll take a look at what the draft will look like, as this time Davenport will have the first pick, and I would anticipate very ceremoniously, as it has been so far, the torchbearer of this entire weekend so far has been Bomb King.
It's going to be the Bomb King. Rowan respond in tandem with Makoa. Likely Drogo's on this map as well, although Shaolin has been the all-popular second pick in tandem with them. It's gonna be Shaolin as well. This gives Davenport the opportunity to draft double blaster here.
Yeah, and that's been a really questionable decision, at the first look, was do you really want to take that much area damage? But the fact of the matter is, Blast Shields is not prioritized over getting a Wrecker or Cauterize, so you still get a lot of full value very early on. It will be the Barrack to set things up with those turrets, and as you called, it looks like Drogos should be locked in and will be.
Rowan need to think carefully about their draft coming through here. They can't afford to give Ying and Ruckus away to Davenport. That's the win condition, and has been for a lot of teams so far this weekend. It's the impossible to break point stack combination with Repulsor Field's effects working on all the deployables. They're gonna go with Maldamba though, happy to give the Ying up to the enemy team, but they're lacking significantly in area damage. No, last minute switch up to the Ying may have a bit of an impact here, but still waiting for the final final pick, it's going to be Lex.
Yeah, and that's really a smart choice considering how well Lex was played in the previous game, especially in those close quarters on those flanking routes, which of course is going to be the big focus for Rowan to again try to get themselves some damage outside of just the damage that will be coming into point. And they're going to need to find a way to counter these highly mobile targets, especially in the verticality when it comes to Bomb King Drogoz. And Knessa currently hovered over, and this is interesting simply because it would provide a lot of distance damage, and it would obviously take away the opportunity for Rowan to use that against the Dragon in the Skies, but instead going for a safer pick with Victor, and the Maldamba will be the dedicated support.
More consistent damage, point break potential coming from Barrage, and Maldamba as well, able to keep Drogoz alive in the air very consistently with Mending Spirits. Last pick coming through, gonna be an Eevee here, and I actually enjoy this. Whilst they are countered pretty heavily by Bomb King, their ability to assassinate Victor is supreme.
And there's a lot of really talented players on Rowan who can play Eevee. We've seen Shady Shades play him this weekend. Z1, a very good Eevee player as well. And as we jump into game, we'll have to take a look to see who plays what. Again, Davenport down in the set 0-1, and looking to get back into it with Grapple playing Barrack of the Fortify card. It will be Firefight for Wi-Fi's Victor, alternate on the Drogoz, the Fusillade. It will be Powtek again, supporting with Maldamba's Ripe and Gordon. Evil Eye will have Accelerant Bomb King.
And on the other side of things, Shady Shades on Shaolin with Recurve here. Mr. Hayes on Ying with Resonance there. Itherall on Makoa with Half Shell. It will be Fire on Lex with Death Hastens, and Z1 Unknown with Reprieve, Eevee, and Cronus pick up to start.
Yeah, just trying to get that Blink and Soar off the cooldowns as we come down through this. And with Evil Eye playing Bomb King, he will be looking to get all that damage down. We haven't really yet to see him play it this weekend because Dosubs has been the one for his team playing it, and now looking to get himself online with the King himself as he gets a stick after stick, looking for another damage, and he will get the kill on Fire, trading out for his teammate Wi-Fi who fell just previously.
Now turns our attention to the objective. The Dome Shield is down, the Shell Shield is there, dredged in. Is Evil Eye likely going down there to Mr. Hayes? And it will be Rowan holding the objective still. Powtek takes a lot of focus fire. Shaolin missing a couple of shots in a row. Shady Shades a little bit frustrated with that, but still Z1 Unknown able to pick up the slack.
Yeah, shaking that one off a little bit as we have yet to really see Shades play the Shaolin, but Rowan once again controlling the point and the outside perimeter. They find themselves up again 1-0.
And so far, Davenport just haven't been able to stop this play coming through. You thought that maybe with the Barrack and the Maldamba and the pressure coming from Bomb King, Davenport may be able to establish themselves on the objective, but too many 1v1 trades going around the outside of the map allows Rowan just to sit pretty on the objective and stack up capture time.
Yeah, and Z1 is kind of using this Ice Staff as more of an artillery tool, sitting up in the high ground and just kind of spamming them down towards underneath that little archway, that causeway down there. Looking for more damage, though, is Fire, who again has that Retribution online, and it's on a good target with the Bomb King, so you'll have a little bit extra vision. A nice Ice Storm, though, right in this bell tower, and looking for kills is the rest of Rowan's team as Z1 finds one, Shades another, and Fire in pursuit. You could see him looking with those dual magnums for a kill on the outside near the well, and with a nice pull on the left side, they're able to continue to disrupt Davenport's defense.
Shady Shades, so missing a few crucial shots there on Shaolin, whilst the team is still snowballing ahead, and Z1 is setting up all the kills. We aren't seeing the same consistency out of this Shaolin that we saw from Cassie, and that may be an opportunity for Davenport to exploit, but no, straight through rolls the push. No contest coming through there at the end. Rowan, they're up 2-0 already.
3 minutes has just expired on the game clock, so a very quick pace for that first 2-0, and of course that has allowed double really itemization coming out for Rowan, while Davenport is still stuck on their first cards, with the exception of Wi-Fi, who opts to go into another level 1 card. Everything else is pretty much doubled up for the side of Rowan at the moment.
And Rowan are going to be sitting pretty on all those credits. On the other side, Davenport are looking to just get something online, but they can't. They're sitting on enough credits for a mid-round buy, and that might be enough to turn the tables, but Dragon Punch and King Bomb are available. Powtek almost sitting on Dread Serpent. Maybe it's these Keystone Ultimates which will be enough to turn the tide.
They're going to need something. I mean, there just hasn't been much focus coming out of Davenport. They've only had the one capture point thus far in this matchup. None on this map, obviously, thus far. And again, with how well this Makoa's been playing this game, Ethereal finds himself a long-distance hook and gets converted the kill. The Illusionary Rift gets spawned out for Rowan to keep the team alive and looking for more damage. But no, it will be the combination of Wi-Fi and Evil Eye to get there. And now the King Bomb coming into the point. Will it find a big stun? It opting to go just with the Makoa, but can he find the kill?
Oh, Dread's up and used to follow up. Down very low is gonna be Makoa finally falling, and if Evil Eye might have just turned the tables around for their team. Looking for damage on a Ying now as well is Evil Eye, but no! Alternate comes back strong and to answer back, but still Fire finding an execute, and then a follow-up kill onto the Dragon in the skies is enough to keep Rowan in this fight.
Fire has been doing a very good job of zapping people to another dimension with the law coming out, seeing them absolutely just get particleized as they go through, and that's just really good to get the kill secure, but a nice grenade there from the Victor, able to find a lot of splash damage, and again now Davenport sitting at 97%, looking for just that last 3 to get it up and give themselves their first point, but overtime is in effect. Z1 and Shades are still doing a good job. The former teammates coming in, Dome Shield on the point, but Z1 jumps right in to take out Grapple. Evil Eye, one of the last chances left to keep that point in their favor, but it does not go their way, and the retake successful for Rowan.
No fear coming through there from Z1 Unknown. So familiar with this EV champion, understanding the healing nature of Reprieve allows them to dive into danger and set up all of these overtime stalls while staying alive through an onslaught of damage. Killing spree comes through for Z1. 99 to 93%. Nobody from Davenport can get even anywhere close. Rowan gain capture number 2, but will they be able to push it through with quite so much ease as they had last time?
Well, things are going their way when the Dragon Punch connects with an illusion. That's the last target you want to see being connected on, unless you're Rowan, in which case, good news for them. Illusionary Rift once again coming out to sustain this aggression. It's so hard to get yourself set up in your opponent's base just due to the proximity to their respawn, but still, the payload moving for free, and Ethereal looking for another pull. Again, the half shell goes up, the barrage comes straight down, and just able to survive and catch some of that illusion heal is the Makoa player. Reprieve out, keeping Eevee alive, and again, with that Chronos, Fox, able to, again, keep Soar and Blink off cooldown as much as possible, but Fire again finds himself a execution on Grapple, so no more frontline for Davenport, and with this extra advantage coming out, Rowan looks to go 4-0.
Despite the King Bomb picking up well, or helping pick up one there, Fire and Z1 on the flank duo go big here. Double coming through, looking for Grapple, who is out from behind that barricade, impaled into a wall, about to fall here. Mr. Hayes cleans him up. Other respawn's gonna be in time. It will be alternate contesting. Are they too high in the air? The headshot damage is huge. White Fire will try and contest, but alas, not long enough, and Rowan claim victory in game number 2.
4-0, and Rowan looking absolutely unstoppable, and you have to sit and question, did Davenport just not take this game as seriously as they should have? Of course, we have seen Shade's been playing here all weekend, but a lot of his team has yet to be on LAN, and they've had the time to sit at home, practice, watch the games from the last couple of days, come into this very fresh, very excited, and they're amped up. They're getting the adrenaline going, and they find themselves up now 2-0 in this best of 5, and Davenport stunned.
Stunned in more than one way, actually. We saw the Charlene Impaler arrow come out there at the end to Grapple, really helping set up those kills. Shady Shades finally finding their mark after a bit of a lackluster game on Charlene compared to their Cassie performance earlier, but it was really Fire which set the pace of the game for me. You can see them on Lex at the bottom, their highest credits in game, 22 and 3 with 43,000 damage.
And just absolutely nothing going the way for Davenport, a mere 421 credits for Powtech. You cannot do anything as a healer if you don't have any of that itemization getting online, but again, 43,500 damage for Fire has absolutely showed up to play, and again, one of those players that I have been kind of keeping my eye on through the Gauntlet, because he has made a lot of noise, not just in the Gauntlet, but also throughout all of the series he's played for Rowan, and again, match that up with Shady Shades and Z1, who are 2 of the better damage dealers from North America, and of course, Ethereal, who's had an incredible run playing front lines, one of the better ones as we've seen outside of these top 3 teams, has found himself a lot of shielding, a 9-3 scoreline, and this combination for Rowan has been absolutely devastating thus far.
So much setup coming out of that Dredge Anchor, but equally as much setup coming from Z1 Unknown's Ice Storms in that previous game, able to really lock down these backline champions, set up with a lot of cripple, running 17 and 2 on EV, highest streak is 7, only 34,000 damage, but we've seen this so consistently with EV players in the past. Their damage stats don't necessarily represent the impact which they have in the game. You can't quantify zoning. You
really can't, and the Z1 is probably one of the more competitive guys. He's quiet, but he's super competitive when it comes down to Paladins. He takes every game very very seriously, and if you've had the chance to check him out even on our own Paladins game channel, he is very intense when he plays the game and is very serious about it. Of course, previously on Eager, so some familiarity between him and Shady Shades as they continue to run this team and get Rowan University on the map, on the scoreboard, and possibly a first big chunk of change for not only these players, but also just some representation for the profs.
That's right. We've had this entire series run through so far. Map number 2 going with a 4-0. Somebody needs to pull things back in for the other side, Davenport University. And so far in that last game, we saw Powtech have a bit of a lackluster game on Mount Dalby. You talked about lack of itemization, and it's difficult to heal through all that burst. But again, it feels like there's a little bit something missing from these team compositions, which maybe they'd be able to bring to the table.
I think a lot of this is just the fact that they are very confident coming in, very overconfident as we're seeing now. Merely just a 3-6, and again, 31,000 healing, not the best number in the world, but it's hard to keep your team alive when they just continue to die and find themselves in very bad positions. And Powtech's gonna need to find a way to bring this team back into it. I mean, they're definitely not out of it. This is a very talented team with very experienced and veteran players, but you almost wonder if there's too many chefs in the kitchen just simply with having Powtech and Alternate on that same squad. And of course, Evil Eye, pardon me, has been one of the big damage dealers, and maybe they're just not utilizing all their tools the right way. It's kind of fitting a square peg into a round hole, maybe.
If there are too many cooks, it might spoil the broth, but we don't have a broth in Paladins, do we? We don't have a soup skin yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet? Would you like a soup skin?
I like soup.
I like soup. What's your favorite soup?
I have no idea where you're going with this.
I like
I'm a clam chowder guy.
Ooh,
I like clam chowder.
Ooh, seafood. Oh, I can't handle that. But
Oh,
no,
wow.
I certainly can handle some more games. Coming up next will be the third map of the series. Rowan poised to take it all, but it will be Davenport's map choice. Any inclination as to what they might be looking to prioritize here?
I think a lot of the maps between both of these teams, again, they have not had the chance to practice as much as the competitive teams that we've seen at the Masters version of this LAN. So probably finding something that they're all comfortable with. I would most likely stay away from some of the maps we have not seen a lot of. I mean, those Timber Mills and Ice Mines, but you never know. Again, the squad that comes in for Davenport has a lot of veteranship. Alternate, who has played at the highest level pictured here, they might take a risk and try to catch Rowan off guard from what might normally be what it would be a standard pick, I guess you could say, in the current meta.
Well, if there's any map which might actually be the one to do it on, it could be Ice Mines, often a 3-3 map, often known as the underdog map as well. And with Alternate having a bit of a favor for Ruckus recently, that could be a good map to utilize that repulsor field's damage reduction effects, but still, it leaves a lot on the table. It's a risky play to make, and in this kind of situation, you want to go with something you're comfortable with. Maybe it is time to push boundaries, however.
You never know. It really comes down to what work have they put in outside of just their normal competitions on a weekly basis. So as we get the maps coming to you, we'll see where map 3 decides to go, and our destination, in fact, is Ice Mines. So Davenport may be looking for a longer game where they can get their itemization more comfortably online, where everything might just come down to one last point. But that being said, if they find themselves good momentum and they can find themselves good kill secures, getting a 2-0 lead is very, very big when it comes down to Ice Mines.
It provides such a safety net for these teams, but Davenport, again, they have first pick. It will be bonking, unsurprising there. Rowan electing to choose, I would assume, maybe the Charlene prioritization on this map. There are some long line of sights, and whilst it's useful to have Drogos alongside Makoa, the Impaler arrow setups around the point fight can be invaluable.
That looks like what they're going to be hovering over, and on top of that, another consideration for this map is simply the fact that you want to have good, engaging, initiating ultimates where you can really control the tide and the pace of a game, and really none better than using the Ancient Rage with the possibility of getting that extra damage per second when you're in Heat Haze. Again, that drawback speed is absolutely so quick. Barrick is going to be the pickup, though, for Davenport. Again, one of the top 2 frontliners that we've seen so far this weekend. Lex as well, also being locked in for the first time for Davenport, maybe in possibility just taking this away from Fire.
Fire has demonstrated such prowess on Lex so far, but I feel like with a player with that caliber, not just in terms of the Lex's rounds, they're going to be able to have plenty more champions in their pool. Rowan in tandem then will look to hover a Ying, getting some support online, some healing for their team, and this has been relatively successful for them so far when they utilized it last game on Stone Keep.
Yeah, and Ying is just able to put out so much sustained healing, what it really comes down to. And Cassie also coming out. Again, this has to be a pickup mostly for Shades, who did so well utilizing her on the first map of Jag Falls, possibly looking to bring a comeback for the Hunter's Daughter, but looking to possibly, again, like you had mentioned, Davenport had already pulled out the double front line at one point in time, and looking for possibly again as Ruckus does get locked in, and looking for a possible last pick. It has to be a healer in this instance. Will they go with the healing Pip? The Evil Mojo combination would be big, so it looks like that's what they decide to do.
And I really like the idea of this, actually, drafting a Pip which can take the wind out of the sails of the enemy team if they aggress into your back line with Evil Mojo is going to be incredibly useful here. Also a lot of setup potential, but you've got to remember, if you're ulting a Cassie, that scout might come into play. Be very careful with your trigger discipline. Still, a point stack team and a point stack heal, that could work out very nicely on Ice Mines.
Slotted down the winners, which coming out to finish things off. So Grapple will be playing Fortified Barrack. It will be Death Hastens once again. Now Wi-Fi playing Lex. Evil Eye again on Chain Reaction for Bomb King. Alternate with the Flux Generator Ruckus, and Powtek will be healing with the Mega Potion Pip.
Shady Shades on Cassie will be running Exaction. Mr. Haze on Ying with Resonance there. Fire on Charlene with Desert Shadow. Z1 Unknown on Eevee with Reprieve, and Ethereal on Half Shell. Makoa, talk to me about Chain Reaction here.
Chain Reaction is going to be the real big thing for Evil Eye. Can he find the proper setups, whether it comes down to traps, or can he just get them set up not only around the Makoa, but if the Eevee's in an isolated spot in her ice block, he can set up a nice trap right around her while she de-triggers it, and looking for that first initial kill. Will he get the trap in time? Not in case he has reload right during that ice block, and the Soar will get her away, but a nice big first blood on a double stick as Shady Shades falls, and now Davenport gets aggressive as you see them right in the face of the profs, but still Z1 on the backside has an opportunity to come and reflank the flank as Alternate and Grapple clean up two more. Eevee is still here, but now by herself. She really has to back up as Ying is just not able to do enough to help her out with the damage.
Absolutely no fear, and as you remarked there, the sustained healing coming out of Ying working best over time rather than in a burst, which can be output by Pip hiding behind the barricade. So far, Davenport have made good use of that sustain, but as Z1 Unknown shuts down Powtek, it could be a very good look for Rowan to come in with a retake. 81% and rising for Davenport, but they're being torn apart at the seams.
Yeah, but careful, the Bomb King also very low, and Z1 is out for blood, and a full wipe coming out for Rowan as they come in and recommit as a full 5-man team, so it stalls out at 81%, and this is why Ice Mines is dangerous. As soon as you get yourself a big grouping of kills, you can get aggressive, play up, get the dismounts, and possibly find a couple of staggering kills.
And now, unfortunately, there is no Evil Mojo to break back through this defense again. Powtek playing support Pip doesn't have the catalyst damage available to them to really help charge their ultimate so much more quickly. It's 99% for Rowan, and Rowan get the objective again. A third first capture in a row here.
This is really big as far as the momentum goes for Rowan, again up to nothing on the scoreboard, but also finding themselves an advantage on Ice Mines, which was not their pick. That's really big. You don't want to fall behind. That extra 300 credits, very, very important to get your momentum started. That being said, this is by far one of the biggest choke points in this map. Very difficult to break. All 5 players are back, as previously we saw Evil Eye able to take out Shady Shades, but still absolutely worth. But here's an opportunity as health pools are getting low. The barricade will, though, take away that dredge anchor as it hit, but Ice Storm able to come in. Will Shady Shades be able to capitalize?
Shady Shades looking for damage on the grapple here. Barrack pulled into the mix, taken down by Mr. Haze, and Shady Shades dodge rolls forwards. The healing potion coming through, but it's still not enough to save anybody from the Cassie damage.
Triple!
Double kill, triple kill coming through, looking for the quadra kill. Can they find it versus Wi-Fi? One more shot, but it's whiffed. Whiffle comes on the top of that trade, but is quickly going to be prioritized by Eevee and Makoa, forced straight back into base.
That had to be a fun one between Wi-Fi and Shady Shades. Again, both members of Team Eager getting a chance to square off against each other in a very hot 1v1. A nice impale into Planet, though, with the combination of the Ice Staff will mean a kill and an assist going for Z1 and Fire, respectively. And with a minute and 15 still left, this payload is starting to break the base of Davenport.
And so far, the front line being led by Makoa. It's a double spearhead here. We're not seeing all of the eggs put into one basket by Rowan, and Z1 Unknown is providing that distraction pressure coming through. Absorbs a lot of damage from Pip, blinks back to safety, and looks to keep on returning fire from the high ground. These barrage volley shots coming through, dealing so much damage to everybody stacked up on the side of Davenport.
Fire does fall, though, in the midst of his heat haze, so a missed opportunity to get some extra damage in, and of course being down 4v5. Davenport looking to get re-aggressive and establish this defense. As you see, the Grumpy Bomb will do a very good job of doing that, but ooh, oh, that was the pull through the window, but the clips on the side of that window sill, so not able to get the full conversion, but still not letting up as Shady Shades was right in here, but even Evil Eye says, no thank you, take 2 of these and head back to bed, as that was the case. Again, Evil Eye doing so well on the Bomb King and looking to continue to put down the damage, but very low on HP, and a nice hook, but once again clipped on the environment. So Ethereal with 2 great hooks, but denied by Ice Mines.
Saved by the map here. Maybe this was the pocket strategy coming out of Davenport, and they're certainly going to need it. Evil Eye cleans up 2. Powtech takes out Fire, and with 3 seconds left on this push, even if an extra kill is achieved here, the chain reaction damage comes through. Evil Eye finds 2 to close. Davenport do defend successfully and get themselves on the board.
A second straight double kill, and Evil Eye kind of giving up Ethereal, making him wear the Bomb Kings as a belt in that instance, having 3 sticks right around the waistline. That's not going to be good. A little bit of an explosion right in the tummy never hurt anybody, really. Well, in that case, I guess it does. But looking at the itemization, again, as we typically anticipate on this map, it is a lot of investment into master riding right in the mid-level part of this game. And again, you had mentioned the fact that there is this healing pit, but Evil Mojo being very, very detrimental. We're seeing a couple of double resiliences come out for Rowan.
The resiliences being so impactful against Evil Mojo, but also against the Grumpy Bomb stuns from Evil Eye, allow Ethereal to sit in the middle of their shell shield and just soak a Grumpy Bomb stun if it's actually going to be thrown through that shield, allowing them to continue contesting or continue capturing. But again, straight to the objective, looking for the trap as Evil Eye, but pulled in straight in. That Poppy Bomb won't make enough distance. Z1 Unknown looks to shut them down, but it's Fire that gets kill credit.
And with the 4-on-5, again, you're going to see Rowan get very aggressive here, and you can see on the flip side, Davenport all grouping together, making sure they don't get pushed out too far while they're waiting for their big Bomb King to come back into play. But Z1, ready to make things very dangerous for that squad, goes all the way to the back line, and Ethereal takes that as an advantage as everyone was looking for Z1, able to get a free hook onto Powtech, and Shady Shade's able to convert the kills. So at 66 and plus %, it is still Rowan in control of this point and the positioning of this whole map at the moment. King Bomb, though, coming in. Will he be able to get it off? Not in time, as Mr. Hayes shuts it down. And at 96%, Hexafire does come out, but once again, Z1 is being so good at doing the distraction, and it looks like it may very well go Rowan's way one more time.
But on the objective, it will be a Dome Shield. Trying to lock this down is Barak. Do the team of Rowan have enough area damage to shut this down? Z1 certainly thinks so, as they find damage on a Powtech in the backline, taking down the support player for the side of Davenport. It's up to Evil Eye to sustain here, but double kill for Z1. That's the capture for a second time in a row. Rowan gain the objective, and Z1 Unknown sitting pretty there on the back of that multi-kill.
So many multi-kills coming out for so many different players, again showing that these collegiate players, even though they have to spend some amount of credits in getting their hours in at school, are still putting enough time into Paladins to find a way to combine, combo, and absolutely obliterate their opponents. And with that 2-1 scoreline, again, the payload moves past that first choke point for free thus far, and Fire looks to continue that momentum as he's up for free and is able to stun out Lex in the middle of channeling the Law, so it will not get full value out of that one. Wi-Fi did get the kill on Ethereal, but still 3 full kills coming out for Rowan, and they continue to find momentum.
Barreling down the payload push, looking to break the base of Davenport. If they make it through this choke point versus double frontline, it'll be a big boon for Rowan. But do they have the pressure here? Do they have the damage? Powtech stalled out in the backline and stunned into a wall. Does not fall, but now Heat Haze is activated by Fire.
Looking to get that damage done with the combination of Ice Storm, but taken out mid-air in Soar was Z1 as Grapple finds a kill, and Evil Eye from up top, able to get down the raining bombs, finds himself another double kill. Fire and Mr. Hayes fall out, and you can see Cassie has to retreat back, and this is an interesting spot. They do know where this Makoa is, and Ethereal, and just taking so much punishment, trying to stay alive as long as he can, but there's no chance for him. And now careful, Shady Shades, you don't want to be out here by yourself. A lot of damage does confirm, but able to escape with 390 HP as we just get past the 60-second mark until overtime.
You make the interesting remark of staying alive for as long as you can in that situation. Is that really wise, considering the fact that the respawn for Makoa is now so staggered?
Yeah, that's really not a good situation to be in, especially considering you need all 5 to have a shot at this. But again, with the Master Riding, he is back. You hear the Dredgeanchor going off in the background, not able to connect. And Shady Shade's taking a lot of damage, but is able to dodge roll with just enough distance around the corner to escape Evil Eye's targeting eye as they continue to go in. And speaking of eyes, they will be fully aware of what's happening as Scout is activated. Shady Shade's able to find one while the rest of his team is starting to push here, Vox. An opportunity, I think, here for Rowan to possibly make this 3-1.
Evil Mojo is charged and ready, though, but Powtech gets pulled in. That won't be used to try and stop this push, and now Rowan continue to press their advantage. It will be Illusory Rift used by Ying to keep everybody at full HP. Down will go Barak as well. Fire getting credit for that kill. Nobody left to contest this objective. Rowan have a free path through Powtech. Impaled and finished off post first round. Fire goes home with a double kill and a 3-1 scoreline.
And a lot of people, I'm sure, eating their words, whether it be via just word of mouth or on Twitter. Everyone talking about how Davenport was going to be able to roll through this. Rowan is coming prepared on every single instance of this game and are looking super strong, up now 3-1 with a huge credit advantage. Of course, still the double resilience, but a couple other luxury items coming on board, and all 5 players have the ever so important Master Riding, and Z1, most closely on your screen bottom right, is ready to get this victory done and keep it here and get a fair share of that 10,000.
Leaning forwards, that keyboard so slanted there is going to be on the other side of things. Z1, as he said, but we're ready to get back to the objective. The fight is continuing, and we do see the Master Ridings really starting to come into play. Davenport, though, Evil Eye does have Master Riding too, could be sitting pretty and prepared with traps, takes the high ground advantage now and is looking for damage onto the high ground. Evil Mojo into King Bomb. This could be huge, but Resilience comes into play.
Does it make a difference, though, when you hit that many sticks post that little, what was now a mini stun, and Evil Eye getting himself a double and a free shot there onto Fire as he finds 3. Will he find 4 straight? This will be a tough battle against the Eevee, and very wisely, Z1 backs up and escapes with his life and takes a look just to kind of scout things out and to poke and prod while the rest of his team comes off respawn. But still, the big story, Davenport coming right back in this again as they get above 85% on the capture.
It's going to be contested by Z1 here. Reprieve healing doing work for the Eevee player. Hexafire used from the high ground. Alternate looks to lock off all the angles. Ancient Rage by Makoa is going to try and keep this front line alive, but they're not tanky in the face of all of that damage. Double execute for Wi-Fi. Looking to finish off Z1 as well. Find the shot maybe onto Cassie, looking for Shady Shades in pursuit. Can't quite close that out, but it's going to be Fire contesting. Double kill for Wi-Fi. Double coming off the back of that engagement. And Davenport, they bring themselves back into this game.
Hanging himself some wallpaper with the Paladin spray, and it looks like we are going to be encountering just a small pause. It looked like there may be a small issue, but again, the boys of Davenport coming right back in this. You can tell they're ready to go. This is not the boisterous squad that we had seen previous in this weekend, just kind of hanging out together and repping their red and black of the Panthers from Grand Rapids. And this is a different look for them. All of them just entranced into their monitors, ready to go, trying to bring this one back. They definitely don't want to go out on this map. They want to try to get a shot to bring this back for the reverse sweep.
And they need to. This push is so crucial for Davenport here. If they're able to equalize and not use ultimates to tie things up 3-3 and have everything beat their advantage, the capture objective will be so crucial. But at the same time, even if they give this one up, they still have the opportunity to go around again. It won't be a victory at a 3 out of 4 scoreline for Rowan. If they make a successful defense, they can only win on a successful capture. And it may be the better decision for this side of Davenport just to hold their ultimates so they're able to re-engage with all of their kit.
Indeed, and that would be the ultimate goal. You want to find a way not only to make this 3-3, but the big important thing is these neutral capture points, especially as ultimates do become charged, they need to be game-changing. They need to be fight initiating or find a way to get a retake going, and if you do not have that combination of ultimates, it puts you in a very bad spot. So it's going to have to be a very interesting choice when it comes to Davenport, is how much do they want to commit to this push, or do they want to try to build things up and give themselves more of a secure point fight? We saw that one went very well for them as compared to the last handful. They've been looking a little off when it comes to getting those ultimate combinations.
And it's the combo which is so important. It feels like previously Davenport have done everything at the same time. This time it was Evil Mojo using conjunction with King Bomb to set up a lot of kills. Initial capture point control was taken, but simply because Dome Shield was not available, Dome Shield later then in the fight came up and was available, used in tandem with Hexafire to then shut down the retake. That's what's important. It's not about emptying the tanks all in one go. It's about keeping a little something in reserve for when the retake comes through.
And the big thing as well we'd like to see, especially when there's double frontline, is that a trio of 2 frontliners and a support can do a very good job of elongating fights and keeping their team engaged and contesting the point if they don't have full control, or of course if they do have control, maintaining that position. But someone who's been doing a very good job of disrupting that flow has been Shady Shades. Of course, Z1 and known as well, this combination of the former Eager from back at HRX finding some success here again in the LAN environment.
And again on Cassie played in this third game, Shady Shades just going off on one. The dodge roll bonus damage coming into play because they are so precise with their follow-up shots, and precision is what's going to be needed on this defense. I would say that the advantage here may well go to Rowan just on defense based off that long line of sight damage. They can withstand from a distance, but at the same time, Evil Eye, if they're able to close the gap, Chain Reaction has been doing a lot of work this game so far.
It's a lot of damage very quickly, and you can see the difference in play style. A lot of Bomb Kings, when they're not sure about where their shots are going to be going, will throw left click, then right click, left click, then right click. Evil Eye this game has been making sure he gets 2 to 3 every single time before he detonates, because again, that extra damage is absolutely incremental when it comes down to the extra burst potential from this character and his ability really to take down a handful of solo kills on the backhand of either having his own stuns or his teammates.
It's been so impactful so far, and it's a bit of a throwback to the previous style of Bomb King. Before all the bonus damage was changed, before we had the Season 1 patch come through, we saw Evil Eye make a lot of highlight reel clips on Bomb King with that characteristic playstyle. Not throw 1 and then detonate midair, throw 2, confirm the sticks, going for direct damage back before Bomb King actually had this lag compensation, and then before it became very easy to detonate in the air next to your targets. We saw this be the predominant playstyle of Bomb King. You've got to confirm the direct hits, you want to stack them up for the bonus damage, you want to detonate every 2 or 3 shots for the maximum potential, but also not leaving yourself with nothing in the chamber in case you need to reload.
And that's just good practice, you know, as we now have that happening here with Chain Reaction as we get back into game. Again, Davenport had just previously captured and are continuing to get their aggression post that team fight, so 2 to 3 reads the score, still in favor of Rowan. And Wi-Fi taking the high ground very early, looking for a potential opportunity to take down some of these smaller health pool targets.
Just looking for that poke and that headshot around the corner. One of those Death Hastens headshots from Lex onto Eevee would certainly send her fleeing or force an early reprieve ice block. Z1 Unknown, though, is in the backline just disrupting, playing the characteristic stereotypical Eevee here, but it's doing work. Nobody can find the kill shots onto them, and they're just buying time for their team. 1 minute and 38 left on this push. As it does approach Rowan's base, the red team needs to make a stand here. This is very good play coming out from Davenport.
Yeah, and they're just staying focused and staying together. And on the backside, Z1 has not been as distracting as possible. And on the front side, Ethereal had missed a couple of dredge anchors. Those are really big when it comes down to it, but Z1 Unknown with a triple. Evil Eye looking to even things back up, but he's the last one left alive in front of this payload and has to find a way around. Z1 knows exactly the route he has to take and has taken the high ground to try to cut him off, and this would be a very big stagger if he can confirm the kills, but ooh, reprieve at the exact right moment to get him back to full HP, but Z1 will disengage and let his team come back to help him out.
Bomb King, for the most part, just wins that matchup. It will be 2 to 3 shots, 3 shots in fact, to be able to kill that Bomb King, and Bomb King only needs to land 1 combo stick to take down Eevee. It's a dangerous game to play, and something which maybe Z1 shouldn't be attempting. Leave the Bomb King to your long distance carries. Leave them to the Shaolin, the Cassie to deal with. Go and zone instead, and that's exactly what they've elected to do. An alternate being poked out so significantly by Fire here must retreat round a corner.
That's the trouble of only having the Pip as your support. He has to focus on getting the biggest, most important targets healed up, and when alternate is that far out, it's very difficult for Pip to come in. But that being said, Wi-Fi and Evil Eye able to find 2 kills, but trading happening back and forth as Fire finds himself a delayed double. Wi-Fi able to sit here and take out the support, but still, it is Fire who is in the withdraw stealth, able to come around the corner, peek his head and say, get out of here, this is our base. And with less than 10 seconds and nobody with a blue jersey even close to coming, I don't see this being a case where they can find a way to get this overtime procced.
Not with every dismount coming through. Fire's play on Fire there manages to take out Powtek in the air with Planted, and that will be the score, stabilized at 3 to 2 to Rowan. As we have said, Rowan cannot win off a successful defense, but they have defended now, and with that defense comes a lot of kills and credits in their pocket. What are we looking at in terms of flavor itemization now that the damage is all online?
Oh, it's really interesting to see that, you know, as they start to max out and find, well, what is their limit as far as their quota goes to some of these luxury items, they actually opt to go with a lot of healing items for Rowan. Of course, you're seeing a handful of life rip just to kind of sustain themselves in those 1v1s, most notably against Lex. But of course, Pip, a very good character at sustaining himself just by his kit alone, so trying to get some of that counter. And of course, the Rejuvenate for Ethereal just to keep him alive. But the big thing here, Fox, was not only the kills, not only the credits, but getting those ultimates charged. There are 4 out of the 5 for Rowan right now.
Still, King Bomb and Evil Mojo are available for Davenport, but this time around, Rowan will be ready and waiting. The same trick won't work twice, Evil Eye. No, you've been stuck before you even had the opportunity to go in there. Down goes Bomb King, and this This sets up kill potential for Fire to go massive in the backline, looking for Powtech. Z1 Unknown will clean up that kill, and Davenport find themselves down 2 members very quickly, down 3, and Wi-Fi surely to fall.
Z1 and Shady Shades combining for 4 out of the 5 in that fight, as Fire found the initial kill after the King Bomb was unsuccessful, and on top of that, Evil Mojo was also used, and no follow-up was there with the rest of his team, mostly thanks to the fact that Fire was able to take out the rolling King Bomb, and at 75, now 78+%, Davenport has one last shot, not only to retake, but they're going to have to sustain a defense. The Dome Shield Hexafire combination comes out one more time. Heat Haze also popped just to keep Fire out of the line of sight and to possibly find some extra damage per second. Another King Bomb since it was not channeled before. Evil Eye finds himself one, but does drop to Shady Shades. Point still in control of Davenport, but Shady Shades with the double.
Needs to find more here, but Alternate will advance forwards, looking to close the gap. 90% to 96. Somebody from Rowan has to get on the objective, but it will be nobody, and that seemed to be a misplay from Rowan in the previous round. They lost one of their all-important carries to Bomb King early. The retake came through from Davenport. Rowan should have understood that ultimates were online and disengaged rather than stand in the line of fire, because Davenport demonstrated masterful channeling of these ultimates in tandem, and then eventually finishing up with the King Bomb to close out the deal.
I wonder if a lot of that conversation was they weren't sure if the King Bomb had taken care of its channel, because it was very close to being used as Fire took out Evil Eye before he was able to use it the first time. But still, the channel did not complete all the way through, so he retains that charge and is able to use it in an absolutely clutch way. But speaking of clutch, Z1 Unknown continuing to be very big for his team, finds himself an Ice Storm, it gets one kill, and then says, Shady Shades, your turn, tag in. Finds himself a double. Will Shady find the triple? Looking for the kill. There are 3 players in red, kind of baiting and dancing around the barrack just to keep him alive and stagger him that much further, and they finally give Shady Shades his delayed multi-kill, and now going back and setting up their defense is Rowan University.
Very risky play coming through there, though. It was a good stall, and making sure that the barrack didn't have a sync death time with their team was a wise move, but Charlene almost fell, and that would have evened the table 4-4 right there. If you're going to pull off that kind of play, you've got to make sure that you do execute when necessary, and so Rowan, having the precise trigger discipline required to do so, still pull out ahead. And now the area damage from Z1, my goodness.
Yeah, and plus the hook, of course, in that tight corridor. So hard to get through this choke point, as we've said so many times, and exactly showing why is Z1 and Ethereal as they continue to find damage and Dredgeakers alike, and looking for extra damage just to keep his team in is Evil Eye. But as the time continues to expire on the clock, it's looking less and less likely.
37 seconds remain. 3-3. This game has made it all the way to 17 minutes so far. Davenport currently looking like they're unlikely to be able to break the base or get anywhere near the base of Rowan. Shady Shades missing a couple of kill shots there, but still able to help clean up. And with 20 seconds left to go, Rowan need to withstand and hold, and they have so much room to do so.
And they absolutely do, not only just because the payload has really yet to get out of the center part, but the payload path is extremely long and extremely difficult to sustain a full push. But that being said, Evil Eye looking to keep his team in, finds Fire, a very big target, throws out the Grumpy Bomb. Shady Shades looking to convert the kill, will do so, and now Shady Shades in the backline while Davenport commits all their resources to trying to get on the payload for as long as possible, but they are so absolutely isolated and being completely engulfed, but that's not stopping Alternate and Wi-Fi from finding the frags. But again, as these respawns come through, how staggered will Davenport be, and how concealed and absolutely controlling can Rowan?
But how staggered will Rowan be if they leave 2 of their members separated behind the payload to be cleaned up by the respawning Evil Eye? Looking for more damage now is Wi-Fi as well, trying to push this one forwards. This could be a snowball out of control, but not if Z1 has anything to say about it. The damage coming through from Evil Eye is keeping Shady Shades trapped in a corner. Somebody's got to stabilize here for Rowan, and they can't afford to use their ultimates, but Davenport can use them to win the game.
This would be really big if Davenport can at least bait out a couple of defensive ultimates just to give themselves another advantage. But that being said, the kill feed showing up very red. Alternate, one of the last ones left alive, falls very quickly as the focus comes in, and a very good execution of defense from Rowan to not pop any ultimates and still sustain themselves and make this go to one last capture point.
Everything is on the table for both teams, from Dome Shield to the Execute, from the Scout to the Illusory Rift. Damage dealt chart currently being led by Bomb King, but 3 players from Rowan will be following up very swiftly. It will be Charlene, Cassie, and Evie leading the charts there for that team, and and overall the graph is looking pretty rad. Last minute itemization coming through. Fire on Shaolin looking for a little bit of resilience here now as well. Recognizes how impactful these ultimates will be at the end of the game, not wanting to give Davenport anything. On the other side of things though, we're seeing a lot of Haven prioritization here coming through from the team in blue.
Yeah, smart choices really from both sides. Again, it's going to come down to who can do the damage quickest, and of course resilience is going to be really big to make sure that does not happen to you if you're Rowan. But on the flip side, it's been all Cassie and Shaolin thus far, and a huge Ice Storm put up into the rafters will find Evil Eye very early off the bat, so no Bomb King here, and Davenport, without having that burst damage, has to play a little passive, and that's going to play perfectly into the Dredge Anchor as Ethereal pulls out alternate, and another kill comes through, so early committal and early capture coming out for Rowan.
But Rowan can't afford to play too aggressively here. They can send Z1 through because the nature of Z1's playstyle and their champion, but they've got to be careful of the evil mojo from Davenport. That can be used to re-engage here, and if Rowan overextend or group up a little bit too much, then it could send a tide onto the objective, though. Is going fire. Hexafire comes through in tandem with Evil Mojo. Evil Eye cleans up one. Dome Shield used to try and hold things down, but will it be enough? Evil Eye comes out on top. Grapple with the double kill. Fire goes down as well, and at 96%, Rowan have been stumped. Davenport come through. The ultimate combos, now they're in sync.
Just in the nick of time, and Evil Eye will be setting up a trap to again make everybody from the red side for Rowan to take the long path around. But that being said, Ancient Rage is still here, but at the same point we also do have the Law ready to be carried out at any point for Davenport. The fight coming in at 93 to 96%. It's coming down to just these last 3%. There comes the Law, but it was a nice proc of the Ancient Rage to keep out that damage from really finding the sustain. But Wi-Fi with a double, looking for a triple. It's coming down to trade versus trade. The Ice Storm gets there, but a triple for Wi-Fi. It's Z1 versus Wi-Fi, the former teammates, and Z1 wins it up, and Rowan University takes the set 3 maps to none.
It all comes down to a 1v1. That's Paladins for you. My goodness. And look at the looks of elation on this squad's faces. Rowan University coming out in top, and the hugs come through. So happy for their teammates. So proud of their accomplishments, but also of their worthy opponents who very nearly took them to a game 4.
Davenport absolutely stunned. They have players today who are going to be playing for possibly a grand finals. They had to get through the semis, of course, but again, hearing all the hype from Davenport and the fact that, yeah, who do you want us to play? Yeah, we'll play whoever you want. We'll play whoever you want. And they get absolutely thwarted around
I'm
the
still
stat
mad we didn't
line.
see Grover. Always.
Look at the stat line, though. 54 eliminations for Fire, 47, 45 for each Z1 Unknown and Shady Shades. Mr. Hayes gets the damage in as Ying able to do 57,000 while doing 104,000 healing. Absolutely incredible play from these characters, these champions that we have not even seen come to the LAN for the actual competitive team with their actual squads.
And it's this combination of Cassie and Evie in tandem which has been so interesting to me. They've worked as a pair, and whilst we did see a lot of deaths picked up by Shady Shades, what we kept on seeing happening was that, okay, these two go in, they just find Bomb King. They just look for Bomb King, because Bomb King, whilst they can deal with each one of those individually one at a time, both at the same time, it's the perfect pin. So they're both hyper-mobile. They both have the burst required to deal with that tanky health pool, and with a lot of competitive players running cards which increase Bomb King's health pool, that's 2,700 health to chew through, and maybe the exaction bonus damage is going to be enough to do just that.
Without a doubt, but at the end, it is Rowan who survives the first ever iteration of Collegiate Paladins, taking home $6,000 out of that $10,000 prize pool. Again, a nice pretty penny to keep yourself going in those potential 4, maybe plus years.
Whilst we did see Davenport take the fall there, they still gained second place. They still gained $4,000 US overall as well. And you can see on your screen 3-1 or 3-0, excuse me, defending their title, or really establishing their title. Will Rowan for the first time around, but well, hopefully not the last.
Yeah, the profs definitely have something to hoot about as they go back and head their way back to New Jersey as they finish out the rest of the weekend. And again, AVGL, props to everybody in the admins who had been putting on a very successful collegiate championship. But that is not it. We have more championships yet to be established. The semis, 2 iterations of, and of course the grand finals of the Paladins Masters coming up. And that's not the only thing we're going to be cutting around today.
No, it's there. Oh my goodness. See, I was going to go in with this. I was going to say that there were going to be some hair-raising games, But again, that's not going to be the only
that
thing
was
that's
better. That was
hair-raising.
better.
All of you who are familiar with the Spring Fling coming out for Hi-Res Studios may be familiar with one of the donation goals actually met before this stream even began. Well,
I'm excited.
for the kids.
It's for all of us, really.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, and here, speaking of a guy who
Oh my
knows,
goodness, get in
knows
here,
a lot
please.
about a little hair. Look at the
Step up.
sniveling looks.
Oh dear.
Kret, the man himself, is going to be getting the Clippers buzzing. So when we come back at it, we'll be Vox losing those long locks of hair. It's been, what, since you were 13? Since he was 13. So stay tuned. We're going to have some head shaving coming online. But on top of that, of course, you have Rain Day and Pretty Hair coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Here to bring you another episode of Top 5 Plays. This one comes to you straight from the first week of the Masters qualifiers. Coming in at number 5 this week is Toonie on Pip. Hits a beautiful triple Evil Mojo to drive the payload to conversion in round number 1.
And the hyper beam from Torball keeps tuning. He falls down to the bottom ledge, and now Rovanik gets picked off again. The Evil Mojo is here, but does he have the damage to follow up? Kakanuk still alive. They may want to prime a salvo and get ready to fry some chickens. Tooney goes down. There's the Evil Mojo. Chicken down. One chicken still alive. Will he fall? No. Bubble Boy slithers away, but it's almost inevitable he'll fall. Rovanik, the last man standing.
Coming in at number 4 this week is Wolves Esports' own Modestina. Kicks this high-flying Drogos play off with a nice Dragon Punch.
Won't have it for next point fight. They'd rather do it without it, but they may just go into it. There's Modestina. It's time to kick it into overgear. He wants to find it, and they will. Bird goes down, finds one more fire spit. Double kill for Modestina. Looking for the triple. Oh, he gets 3 on the Burrito. Wants to find 4.
Watch your head in this next clip. It's Lemonade coming in at number 3 on Kinessa.
There, Lemonade backing up, long lines of sight, still gonna do damage from afar, misses one shot, hits the other one, mid-air Bomb King, but he has to reload, so he won't get that, but one shot onto Respa, double kill for Lemonade, looking to find one more, using the bounce it over, activates the Headhunter, can't find one shot, 3,000, 1,500, oh boy, Lemonade going crazy here, and they just have no way.
Number 2 clip this week is brought to you by Eager Stolzy. Really close to a pentakill here, but drives home a quadra nonetheless.
On him here because that was the clutch thing he could do to just make sure that overtime went his team's way. But now that that's used, they're going to have to rely on brute strength, brute damage. Stolzy with a trip quadra kill for Stolzy. And oh boy, Arai picks up the last one. Would have been a pentakill.
Soaring above the rest of the clips this week was Peridot's Buck. High-flying acrobatics and a 27 streak on his Buck.
Jumping back to safety and continuing the bounce house onslaught.
Looking for the Ying now, gets protected by Ovenpath, who's got a lot of targets low for him as he rounds the corner. Nice headshot there. Spunky goes down, able to get up onto the high ground. One more shot's gonna do it. Peridot
My God.
finds a double kill on an absolute tear right
What
now.
have we done?
11 streak. Buck, there's another one as he lands through. There's another one. Double kill for Peridot.
My God, Peridot just showing us all what it really means to put together a highlight reel. You thought Modestina went off. Peridot just cannot be stopped here. Taking down airborne targets, taking down ground targets, and godlike for the shotgun sniper. Doesn't need the ult.
Thanks for watching this episode of Top 5 Plays. Make sure to follow us on Paladins Pro, where we live tweet a lot of these plays as they happen. My name's been Pretty Hair, and I'll see you next time.
We've got dose ups, we've got eye drop bodies, we've got Cuss Cutie all here, and the newest member, eye drop bodies, along with side 2 of the vets. One of the things I wanted to kind of start with is the dynamic, specifically like with you and with who's your other man here, Avuli and Vex. Like, how is it? Because you guys all used to play together before the kind of the core of Matchpoint moved over to start to play with you. How was that with playing with more of the veterans of the scene? What kind of leadership, what kind of tactics did they bring? Anything that kind of changed your view of the game?
I mean, they brought experience, so it's
Right.
which really helped us out. I'm fairly new, so is Vex and Avuli, which I mean, they brought this dynamic that we didn't have, this synergy that we needed,
Right.
and their shot calls by Cuss.
A lot of communication. Because you guys are all like really good mechanical players, especially from your old roster. And I feel like once you guys had that leadership there, you guys kind of went straight to the top. I mean, you guys are used to that, though. You guys are used to being the top dogs match point. You had a lot on your shoulders going into HRX.
Yeah.
This time around, are you guys feeling that? What's different going into this LAN? Still being top seed, do you guys have any kind of difference in terms of your confidence?
I mean, we're going in pretty confident.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you have to if you want to
Absolutely.
do well. But new roster.
Sure.
We have high hopes. But
How long have you guys been together with this roster?
with this roster, since like the second week of the season, I think.
Yeah,
But,
a few months.
Yeah, we started out a little rocky, but I'm pretty happy with where we're all at now.
I am too. You guys have turned into something pretty scary. How would you say the game has changed, and has this new team dynamic kind of helped or hurt you guys with the way the game has changed since HRX? If at all. Maybe it's the same.
Oh, this is a great patch for us.
Yeah,
for sure.
I bet it is.
Yeah, I used
The
to play
king.
with the Vuli like real early on.
Yeah,
and
so that's actually something very interesting I want to talk about. So Bomb King now is a big part of the meta.
yeah,
After the lag compensation, so he got some stuff. He got his like blast radius taken up, and he got his lag compensation. Now, how do you decide who plays? Is it kind of the comp overall who decides who plays Bomb King? Because Vuli's a very good Bomb King, but you are, you have that reputation as well, though.
yeah. Well, we pick the best team we can first off,
Right.
and then I mean we can fill in whatever we have to fill in. So when it comes to Bomb King, me and Avoli both love playing Bomb King.
Yeah.
Both love playing Shaolin.
Yeah.
Recently, I've been taking more of the Bomb King, but it's kind of what
Gotcha.
you're feeling almost.
It depends if there's a
Yeah.
Tyra fitting in there at all.
Yeah, if there's Tyra in there.
You
it's
mess
gonna
with
be
Tyra
lit.
at all bodies, or is it just Doe?
When he needed to play it.
What's your top three favorite characters to play? Dose, if you start.
Bomb King, Cassie, Shaolin.
Cassie still.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Level
Okay.
25.
Okay.
So Kanessa, Andro, and Cassie.
All right, that's my boy.
Grover,
Yes.
Grover, and Grover.
Grove
Nah,
Street, Grove Street.
Grover, Lex, and Pip probably. are my
Okay.
three.
How do you guys think Lex is going to fit into the LAN here? Is he filling almost the same role as a Cassie type? Like why are you picking this character over like an Andro or over a Cassie?
Lex definitely fills the that damage role that Cassie kind of fell off of.
Yeah.
He's got the good poke, especially with the Death Hastens. But he also has like great dueling up close. Like
Sure.
his whole kit is just
Sure.
it's so good.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have any gaps. Just like, Cassie. Cassie's kit doesn't really have any gaps. I feel like he's just a better Cassie.
Yeah, he feels a good hybrid role. He can deal damage from far back. He
Sure.
can go for really important flanks. And
Yeah.
It feels like the Androx's role a little more, I think. And Andro always seems to be really good at LAN every time.
Yeah.
It's a power pick, and I think Lex is going to fit right in.
Yeah. The tanky, because we were kind of getting there for a little bit, right? We were getting to the double frontliner almost every game.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel personally as though Torvald and Grok have kind of sort of fallen off in a way. They haven't been those 1 and 2 spots. Maybe in Europe, Grok has kind of hung on a little bit. But do you feel as though we're moving away from that tanky lineups? And why do you think that is?
Oh, because Bomb King came in, honestly.
Yeah, that's what
It's a huge threat.
Sure.
And especially Lex as well. He hits harder on the tanks consistently as well. I mean, it's huge. The amount of damage he outputs and the ultimate just to secure kills.
Where do you guys think Cassie fits in? Does she do well against the frontline comps? Does she do well against the because it's always that rock paper scissors game, right? Does she do well against the comp that does well against the tanky comp? Like, when is she gonna
I think
dodge
she's
her
more
way
of
back
like
in?
a last 2 picks. If they have a triple damage, maybe she works a little better. She's good at taking the duels, and she's not the worst against Bomb King.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of gets crushed by Bomb King, but Cassie can put up
Yeah.
a fight.
I hear you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Paladins Masters LAN. It is time to kick off some incredible action. You know the semis are here, but so are we. My name is Ray. High res, pretty hair. Nick, how you doing? Start the final day off.
There's one thing I got to get off my chest right off the bat here.
Sure.
Our
what is it?
esports community manager, Jerby, is the best. He's incredibly hardworking, handsome, just all around A+ guy. And I want, when I grow up, I want to be like him.
Wow. I think I guess you and him have been having a good relationship since he came in, took the community manager position.
Absolutely, man.
He is a good guy. I just didn't expect that.
He's just awesome, man. I didn't lose a bet or any of that.
No,
I mean, it kind of
totally.
seems like that, but no. He's
No.
just A+.
Not at all. Well, congratulations, Jerby. You've definitely got Nick's approval. So does Evil Eye, by the way. So you giving him a massage. I haven't gotten a massage in a while.
Hey, bro. Off stream.
All right. Get a nice pat on the back. Guys, guess what? We got something exciting here. Hair has been kind of a big theme for us here in the Masters LAN and our casters, by the way. You know, Nick and Vox, they both sport the long locks, and hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I like it. But some guy actually, as a result of Spring Fling charity, was able to promise cutting his entire head if we reach a certain donation goal, and we reached about 4 times that goal.
Yeah.
And it wasn't this one here. It was our man from across the
I'm
pond,
safe, dude.
High Res Vox. He right now is actually going to get his hair cut.
So we've got our resident bald man here, Kret, in the safety vest. Oh, he's going in already in the clippers. Ooh, he might have to switch up tools.
Clearly not finding things to work here, Nick.
It's all about the right tool for the job.
He needed to get that tool going, and now it seems like he's found his momentum, his rhythm. Vox a little bit
committed.
unsure about this, and this is huge, Nick. He has not had these locks off of his head for years.
God. Just slaying right now. Kret, just absolute savagery. Not taking a beat here. Not missing a moment. Oh my God, he's just working Vox left, right, and center.
You know the way he's tilting his head? This is something that he's practiced. This is not something that he's just doing for free. You got to keep this going here, and you cannot slow down. When you have that momentum, you have to keep it going. This is a very North American style of haircut.
Yeah, the momentum here on Vox's
You can't believe it.
Absolutely clutch. He's got to keep it going here. It's going to be a lot of hair. It's going to take a long time to get through all of this. You can see your boy Prince Danny in the background cheering him on. This is the kind of EU style. Vox, absolutely loving it. He looks confident here, but you know, it's got to be a little bit apprehensive as Kret. He moving in on the right side.
This is pretty impressive stuff. He's wearing Bitey's airport kind of outfit here, and I think that's because he's controlling the pace of this haircut so well. You know, not a lot of hairstylists and barbers can do it at this level. Kret, experience with being bald, bringing it to another man here, another fellow caster and Paladins member.
My God, you can see one of our furriest characters in the realm, Pip there in the back left, just studying, taking pictures, knowing, you know, he's got to be careful when Kret's around. He doesn't want to get completely shaved off. Vox now losing about 60% of the bulk of this hair right now. Kret moving up for the top, going for the crown.
He's got about 3 minutes left before this payload gets defended successfully. Vox is basically fighting time, but Kret is not giving him a moment's breather. We're seeing on the left-hand side here, swooping around. I feel like we're in the Matrix or some other action flick because it is dynamic. I don't know what's going on. I can't contain the excitement. He's kind of got like a little mullet thing going on.
We could leave the mullet here.
Should we stop here?
It's a possible play. We could go for that, you know, Paladins. It's all about the customization.
Uh-oh, this is pretty exciting. Look at that mustache coming through.
Going for a little different style loadout here, Vox. Now coming up on the mullet. Might go for the Skrillex look here if he can just shave the one side of his head.
Very, very much so. Is a fan of the dubstep and the wub sounds. Of course, he's looking to just now really get into the thick of things here, Nick. This is where it gets difficult. You can do without the locks, but when you start taking down even the thickness right there.
Absolutely. You can see here Kret has switched tools to the more finer, the edging razor here, now getting in some of these finer detail parts. Needs to be careful, though. Can't afford to cut Vox. You know, it's very important as a member of the talent team. A very expensive piece that we have flown out for this event.
Absolutely. This is not somebody we want to damage at all. And I think, you know, Kret actually just starting to lack in his performance for me, Nick. Right now, you know, the initial cuts were great. I like his enthusiasm. But here he's just lost the rhythm. It feels like he's getting a couple of side. I thought the side, you know, burns weren't really aiming up, shaping up the way he wants. Vox maybe want to watch out here and have a conversation with this guy.
Vox looking like a kid at the doctor's office right now, just barely keeping his cool.
It's a nervous laugh.
Whispering sweet nothings into his ear to try and keep his patient under wraps here, under control. And the edging here, you can see it's a little bit uneven right now. It looks like Vox just missing a chunk out of one side. Are they going to stop halfway? Are they going for something right now?
The more I look at this, the more I start to question Kret's actual legitimacy as a barber, but there's still a lot to go. I'd say we're probably 50% through. He's getting through the top part of it now. Going into the backlog, Snake, this is probably the most important part of the main.
So we are now back onto the Weed Whacker tool here. You can see gone full bore, Kret. Pulling out the big guns here, going for the ruckus style, just shaving off as much as possible. Wants to get the bulk of this out of the way sooner rather than later.
Oh, I like this approach here as well. You get to see Vox from a little bit of a two-faced style.
God, that one hurt.
He's got clean shaven on the right side, and he's leaving the lovely locks on the left. Just a remembrance of his hair's past. But now, oh boy, we're starting to see it. It's starting to shape up, Nick. This is the future look of high-res Vox. What are you looking at, man?
My God, I don't ever let me do this.
I won't.
Not in public.
At least I won't let you know that
Not
it's happening
on stream,
here.
guys.
We're gonna
cut it right there. This is getting too, this is too PG-13. We're getting into the rated R now.
You're right.
We can't let this go on much longer.
No, absolutely not.
We've got to be breaking some sort of rules.
I've got to imagine that was pretty traumatizing for you as well. Just, imposing yourself into that position. It sounds like a dangerous place to work.
There's butchering going on just outside that door.
And so
I'm glad your chair won here.
That's right.
I'm gonna stand beside you.
You guys actually, make sure to check in after this semifinal. There will be another one, and you'll be able to catch up with the progress of Vox's hair. Kret seemed like you wanted to take it a little slower on that last one, but
that's where all the trade secrets are, right?
Sure.
Right at the end there, right in the detailing. Kret, he can't give those away.
And talking about the trade secrets, that brings me to our matchup today. It's going to be the first semifinal. It is D69 versus Astral Authority. These guys have been playing lights out. Both teams finding rhythm in the last couple of days. D69, the winner of the first group. Astral Authority coming through in the second seed of yesterday's Group B. It's going to be a really great matchup.
Astral Authority here by kind of the skin of their teeth. They were pushed very far and very hard by WASD, whereas District 69 have coasted thus far. So D69, have they had to show any pocket picks, any sort of strats there, whereas Astral Authority, they may have had to reach a little bit deeper to make it to where they are now.
You bring a good point. We weren't seeing the ruckus come out quite a bit. Largely, I think the big story about Astral Authority versus WASD yesterday was that they beat Bomb King twice. And the lineups that they used to beat Bomb King may have been something they wanted to keep in reserve until this semifinal. But D69 had all of yesterday to watch both sets that they played and be able to just tactically strategize for what they want to do today.
Does that affect District 69 adversely, though? They haven't played in a long time. They got done right at the start of day one, and now this is the beginning of day 3. So they've had a lot of time to kind of just sit, maybe get a little rusty. Astral Authority are coming warm and hot off playing a lot of games yesterday.
You make a good point, Nick. I think part of it, too, is we talked about comfortability yesterday quite a bit. We talked about just feeling in rhythm. We looked at it, Kret's hairstyling there. The rhythm started to shape, and, the haircut got worse. I mean, at the end of the day, if you are playing better and you continually keep playing and come off a fresh win, it may be more beneficial than getting this tactics and the strategy, but maybe losing the first game because you're not warmed up.
See Peridot, Bugsy, and the boys sitting there ready to go. It's so hard to tell if they're ready to go or not because they always kind of have the same, we're here to work, expressionless tone. Astral Authority, though, a little bit more passionate, especially yesterday, by far the loudest team here, maybe pissing off a couple of people with some of their remarks, but they're here to play, they're here to compete, and that's part of the LAN environment, right? If you can, you can hear your opponent, you can see your opponent, you can get, you can make eye contact with them and try and tilt them on a personal level.
Absolutely, and I think largely WASD and these guys, Astral Authority, played each other too much to not have any type of bad blood, something there, right? And I think part of it too goes to the fact that I think with WSD they won the first set. They didn't go over, shake hands. Astral Authority went in the second set, decided not to return the favor, not to be the bigger team there, and shake hands again. So it just ends up with both teams not really willing to budge. And Astral now not only playing for North America, playing also with a lot of players here in Europe, not necessarily rooting for them.
Cuz Cutie, kind of received the heat of that argument yesterday, and
Yeah.
he just says, you know, North America, it's nothing but crap from Europe and Australia, so there's got to be someone to give it back, right, to fight for North America, and they are the last representatives for NA here in this tournament.
And admittedly so, because, Nick, Europe and OCE have proven that they are excellent in Paladins. They have gone to the top. They have placed in the highest positions in all of our lands. And, you know, in general, I was talking to him earlier. He said they just are better at FPSs usually. I mean, it's just a fact of the game style.
Sure, yeah. North American Counter-Strike, not something super highly regarded either. It's
Sure.
all about the European and first seed in this tournament, District 69. It's going to be tough to topple them here with their full roster, well practiced. They're all ready to go. None of them showing any signs of slowing down, any signs that they expect anything less than the first place finish at the Masters LAN.
Looking really confident here now that they finally got their full roster. You know, Bugsy, he's the guy we talk about so much in this lineup, and he was the missing link, literally. Wasn't available to attend the Paladins LAN at HRX, and he's here now, and they're looking very confident.
I mean, you can
Favorites to
see
win it.
there on his player card the records when he's participating. DreamHack 2016, first place finish. EU Masters qualifiers with him participating, first place finish. District 69, they are scary when they are all together.
Yeah, and this doesn't just go beyond, it goes beyond his play. It's more of the silent confidence that he brings. You know, Bugsy, despite not talking quite a lot and not being one of the more louder, boisterous personalities like a Bitey or maybe a Cuss, he's very, very confident, believes in himself, believes in his team, and believes in his strategies. So he's not going to be a guy that loses confidence after maybe not having the best of games.
Their comms are something very interesting to me. I listen to them a little bit here and there, when we get to see them scrim, but they're pretty simple in terms of everyone just feels like they're kind of playing their own game and they just call out the most vulnerable target, whoever's the lowest. Whereas Astral Authority is extremely vocal. Somebody's always screaming something, whether it's stack up to heal.
I don't
it's
understand.
This guy, yeah, I don't understand, or go home, or just whether it's BM or strategy, it's always very high pitched, very loud in the Astral Authority comms.
And those are two styles, right? It's basically North America and Europe. It's two styles of composed and collected measures, and also the hype and getting yourselves rolling through just creating that energy yourself, not waiting for the game to do it. And remember, that smack talk, it's largely the distinction between doing it outside of the game is one thing and saying, you suck, I don't like you, but doing it during the game, it's a part of their legitimate strategy to improve their play.
I think District 69 is going to be talking a lot of smack after what Astral did to WASD yesterday. The Europe guys they're pretty tight with each other. And a lot of them used to play with each other, so they don't like to kind of see that sort of thing go down and not see it be answered for.
And that's kind of the thing too. Astral Authority in North America oftentimes feel like their back is against the wall, as you brought. There's no one else besides them. The only North American representative in the semifinals who made it past the group stages, with Eager being knocked out and AGG not making it through to the wild card. And so there are two European teams here. There's another OCE team. Everyone is rooting against these guys. And it's going to be a Cinderella story, honestly, if they can make it past D69, because these guys are the favorites with players like Sheepa who have been there, done that, so consistent in their execution. It's going to be very, very hard for them to break past this D69 juggernaut.
Yeah, none of them being rookies at LAN, none of them being rookies in Paladin. In fact, these are some of the most veteran players in the scene, point period. District 69 has been there since the beginning, playing as 5, and we talk a lot about during roster swap season how teams almost won't value kind of the synergy and the strength that comes in playing with the same 5 guys over a period of time. These guys have been lucky enough to A, be finding the wins, and B, just sticking together even when they didn't. After HRX, when they got the second place finish, they didn't make a single roster change.
I come from a background of competitive soccer, and throughout my youth years, we had a team that was largely the best in the nation, and whenever we were competing together, there was no other team that won it all in the national championship, our age. And that was one of the most important facts. We all are talented, but you bring up the great point that synergy, keeping that same team together, allowed for that momentum to keep building. And D69 have done a great job. In the interview with Elvin Path, I asked him, did you ever think Bugsy wouldn't be the guy, just because he couldn't get the visa? Did you ever start looking for replacements? He said, no way. We fix this, we stick together, and that's what they've done here. That's what's gotten me.
And that might be, why their comms are so quiet. They just know how each other plays, and whereas Astral, they need that communication to keep each other. I heard yesterday Astral, Cuss specifically going, screaming at Doe, command, Doe, are you listening? He had to make sure. Whereas it's so quiet, calm, cool, collected.
Yes.
We know exactly what's happening in the D69 comms.
Stone Keep will be the first map for the game, and it is almost time for the champion draft. This is going to tell us a big story here, and it's going to start the tale, at least, between the European favorites and really, admittedly, the Cinderella story of Astral Authority making it into the semis as the only North American representative. Do they go for the Makoa Drogos, Nick? What do you think?
Well, halfway there already, Makoa locked in. Just a question of Shaolin, I think, or Drogos. Both can be played very expertly by Astral Authority. The Drogos, however, much more impact on District 69, so elevates it that much more on the priority list here.
And on Stone Keep as well. Bugsy's had all his highlight plays with Drogos, it feels like, on Stone Keep. And Evil Eye, just a fantastic player. You saw him in the, he didn't win the college AVGL showcase, but still warmed up, ready to go, played fantastically. It's going to be Shaolin, though, hovered first for D69.
And that could be a factor, right, going into this. Evil Eye has played, 3 games now in the tournament area, warming up through that college series. He's ready to go on the Drogos. He did play not so much Drogos, more as the Bomb King and the Shaolin, but the Maldamba Shaolin locked in for District 69.
Oh, this is an early Pip, though, but we saw the Mega Potion numbers come out nuts, Nick. I mean, 130K on Pip healing?
Yeah, it required a lot of communication, though, definitely. Stack. A lot of that had to come out from Cuss yelling at people to get back, stack up, and that's just the nature of Pip. He can't really heal you unless you cooperate with him, whereas Maldamba, anywhere you are on the battlefield, it's just all on Gara to hit those heals.
Now, here's where Astral Authority were maybe skeptical about showing this Ruckus Pip strategy early on yesterday. D69 now know that they have the opportunity to maybe counter this, knowing the Pip, the Ruckus, something that they prioritize, the double tank. What did they select here? It seems like the Lex, the Grok being hovered. The Grok will be taken.
Yeah, they do tend to favor the Grok a little bit. One of the last teams, actually, that still appreciates what this character can do. And Barrick taken dead last for District 69. So the solo frontliner, Barrick. The Grok going to be picked up here because Astral Authority are sort of forced into picking up maybe the Ying here if they're not trying to go damage Pip, but they have that opportunity to flex away from it. The Grok succeeds a little bit more when there is a guaranteed deployable, and I think because of that, Astral Authority going to lean towards the Grover here.
For me, I see this as being a huge win condition and snowball factor, or maybe a bit of a mistake here. You may not run the Mega Potion Pip, so it does leave the flex for that, but without enough damage, I'm going to be questioning this, though. We did see Astral Authority's Ruckus get 90K yesterday, so they may have enough damage on the board, but normally I would have wanted to see a flanker there.
Catalyst Pip as well can bring a fair amount of damage as we get into game number 1 here. Let's see what they go for. Accelerant for Bugsy's King Bomb here. Maelstrom for Perdo's Grok. Architectonics for Elven Path's Barrick. Recurve for Sheepa Shaolin. And Ripen Gourd for Jared's Maldamba.
It's going to be Catalyst Pip for Cuss Cutie. I Drop Bodies running Deep Roots Grover. Evil Eye on Fusela Drogos. Dosip's running Half Shell Makoa. And Wardoom on Aerial Assault Ruckus. Able to get up to the upper balconies if he's able to. It's semifinal number 1. Set 1 already. The yelling has begun. And it's time on the point here to try and burn the shields of Barrick. Wardoom gets a little bit of damage up on top. Bugsy trying to find a kill. The stun comes through from Shaolin, but Elven Pass lays Dosips to start.
Big heals coming through. Long range fire spit, not going to connect. Range rockets, though. Evil Eye and Bodies combined for the first kill for Astral Authority on Gara. Bugsy very deep is going to get punished as well. Now with the man advantage, Astral Authority look to surge forward.
Very good. Fire Spit's going to make sure that Sheepa falls, and though they've got 54%, which is huge, it looks like Astral's going to be able to retake it now. How good will the zone be, Nick? How impactful will it be? Oh, almost got Perdo. That could change things, but Evil Eye cleans it up with a salvo.
Big hook that's going to unfortunately be breaking here. Evil Eye looking for another fire spit, just connects with the barricade. Barrick, big rocket though to help take it down. Only Wrecker 1 online, 57% on the point for D69, looking for the take back.
Doe missed a hook there, but Sheepa so low. Is he going to be able to peek out? Evil Eye sees him. Evil Eye going to snipe Sheepa with a long range Fusillade rocket. Elven Path going to go down thanks to I Drop Bodies. Astral Authority, 87% on the point. This is looking good for them. And D69, the favorites, just lost the first point.
Evil Eye first one to his ultimate as well. Rooted and punished. Perdo goes down. Cuss Cutie credited with that kill. Surging forward. A lot of momentum on their side. D69 have to play this one carefully with a Dragon Punch and an Evil Mojo on the side of Astral Authority. There is so much to keep this payload rolling.
Evil Eye, such a big impact in that fight. And D69 now need to look at slowing this pace down. They've had a lot of momentum. We can hear Astral Authority yelling in the rooms outside of us, and they gotta quell this momentum. That's what they live on.
Well, Scrambling forward now, Fire Spit coming out, and now got a nice split with District 69 Barrack in a bit of a rough spot. Elvin could go down here. Perdo already has Trap behind his barricade, looking for it, trying to reconnect with his team. Astral just going to collapse and dominate Elvin Path.
Barrack not able to run away. The stay-at-home dad getting caught away from the kids and the minivan, and that is not his best part. Bugsy goes in, gets one easy kill on the Cuss, and that means a lot of healing, a lot of slows, and crowd control are going to be off Astral Authority's side. So Bugsy, although taking damage, has done a great job in forcing things away, but Wardoom pressuring him out here, trying to go for the kill.
Wardoom, is he going to be able to find it? One more bomb finds it. Bugsy only taking about 400 damage. Great job dancing around the well, but Evil Eye with a nice fire spit onto the high ground and more direct impacts onto Sheepa. Finds 2 to keep Astral Authority in contention, but a huge stun out of Jera.
Great stuff, Jera, just showing how good of a healer he is. Long range stun, just shutting down that salvo, shutting down the follow-up can mean so much for this Drogos player and for that Moldava, one of the highest skilled healers we have in the competitive scene. 53 seconds left on the clock. Dragon Punch is ready, and he's ready to roll.
Kickstart this payload push, looking for something, looking for anyone on the high ground. He's going to connect with Sheepa despite the withdrawal. Will likely go down here. Puts as much damage as he possibly can into the rest of D69. Big Mojo.
Uh-oh, he's trying to fry the chickens. They're having dinner tonight, but will Cuss stay alive? He will. Healing Potion is going to keep him and his teammates there. Dread Serpent comes out from Jera, but Healing Potion again is going to keep everyone alive, and a whirlwind from Bodies might just do the deed. There's Sheepa into the heat haze, but he will fall, and Astral Authority will claim a 2-0 lead on Stone Keep above D69.
North America comes and shows up to play. Bugsy getting the record 2 online. They're going to be slightly behind in credits as they did not capture the payload. You can see Cuss Cutie already with the Chronos 2 online and 400 credits in his pockets. Body's gone for the Cauterize 2 as well as the Chronos. This is the difference here that's going to be made. They're going to get their offensive items to level 2 as well as a nice thing to complement it, whether it be the Rejuvenate on Wardoom, whether it be the Life Rip on Avuli, whether it be the Chronos on Eyedrop Bodies. Astral Authority feeling good heading in round number 2.
Those Rejuvenates really start to play a big tangible difference when you're talking about those numbers. That's an extra 100 healing or so for the Pip when he's throwing those potions down. You get level 2, that's an extra 200, 300. That starts to make a big difference when everyone's stacking as consistently as they are for Cuss Cutie. On a 5 streak right now, going to the upper balconies, hits him with the explosive flask. That's going to stall some of the aggression here.
Still full HP. Elvin Pass sitting on the dome shield here, working his way onto the point carefully. Doe misses the hook. That's going to be a big one. You can see Astral Authority start to fall back off that.
There, very good stuff there by D69 as well. 23%. They've largely just quelled this. Dosep's looking for a hook, and Astral Authority seem to want a combo off that. They found one, and the Bomb King will fall, and now they're ready to move. Don't have to worry about the zone, but here's the dome shield, and it's great looks by Cuss Cutie just up to the upper balcony. Get Sheepa's damage off the board.
Ancient Rage came out from Doseps. They're trying to stay alive. 3 seconds on the Blossom. Doseps will fall to Peridot. Bodies keeps himself alive, but so much damage ripping through from the backside. Sheepa on the Shaolin. Elvin Path might go down here. Nice Fire Spit connects onto 2.
And Jera still with the mid-air stuns, gonna make sure Evil Eye does fall, but Wardoom is alive and so is Cuss. Jera in the back line, seeming to be the saving grace for D69. How well this healer is playing. He's contributing not only the heals, but the crowd control that's sometimes turning the tide here.
They're not standing on point. They've
right.
sacrificed probably 10 to 12% capturing on the point.
You're right.
D69 now with the chance to take this one back. They're running on 70, 80%. This payload could have already been captured, and now D69 with a chance to take it back. They come roaring through.
Oh, that Tempest is not safe, though. He's got to worry. Perdo gets out of it, luckily. Sheepa's going to take down Cuss Cutie. D69 looking to find their rhythm. The European favorites here need to find an answer to Astral Authority's aggression, but the Whirlwind is going to stall all of it. Oh, what a Hexafire coming out from Wardoom. He's actually not going to get a kill.
Miscommunications here coming through. Astral Authority not hitting their ultimate timers. D69 come away with it. Couple of huge things went wrong there. The Whirlwind popped on Doseps to try and keep him alive, and then the Hexafire comes out after the Whirlwind wins and doesn't receive that support, and Ruckus just falls there as well.
Oh, what a great hook by Doseps. You talk about him and his interview yesterday. He said really the thing that makes a great Wardoom, I'm thinking tanks here, makes a great front line, and especially with Makoa, is the ability to aim. Dosep's one of the better aimers in North America. He's really able to find these hooks, but last point, he just wasn't able to be consistent enough, and now D69 here running through, trying to tie this game up.
Very, very close stuff for Astral Authorities. Bugsy, though, has a great angle on Astral's backline, hooked back into contention here, Doseps. But Elvin Path is there to bail him out, and now running for their lives. Both of the Astral Authority tanks are extremely low. Evil Eye able to fight back with 1 kill on the pair.
He doesn't see him. Bugsy's in the back line. He doesn't see him coming. This is nuts. Bugsy Bugsy playing so well. Going for the King Bomb, wants to find the stun. He's going to get it. Rampage for the captain of D69. Let's listen in to the comms.
Good job. Keep rolling in. That was drop. Kill Rocket. Dragon fire, free. Very good.
I'm kind of. Marco.
Marco,
Go back.
do we want results?
It's there, 40 seconds, we can try.
It's important to push this.
It is.
I'm going upper. Let's go.
That will be the question that needs to be answered. It's important to push this. D69 know the gravity of going down 3-1 here on this map in the first game, and ults used already. You see the Dome Shield come out from Barrack, but it didn't get much, although it will get the tank, and that's important. They're going crazy on the outside, and they want to push this to completion.
Astro Authority, you could hear some of their comms just speaking to the volume, but it looking bad and bad for them. District 69 actually squeak it in under the noses of Astro Authority, still with 3 players alive. They give it up.
They feel confident, Nick. They really needed that push, and that's huge for EU. That's huge for this team in particular because, you know, going down 2-0 to Astro Authority had to leave them scratching their heads for a second.
Really close last fight there. Elvin Path with the split decision, you know, it was unsure whether or not they wanted to pop ults, but Elvin Path almost going down there, baited a lot of Astro Authority in to try and capitalize on the kill. Elvin Path with the split-second decision to pop the Dome Shield actually turned the momentum in that fight, allowed a lot of space for his team to counter all of that aggression coming forward from Astro Authority.
I love the resilience is getting picked up here. Such a value item and so good against this Bomb King and his stuns. That's where he sets up so much of his damage. That's where he turns the tide. If you're no longer afraid of the Grumpy Bombs or the King Bomb, you could play a totally different way, and that's what they're going to want to do here. Sheepa already finds huge damage in the back line. D69 off to a good start.
Stunning out the Drogoz, but missing the follow-up shot onto Evil Eye. A lot of Grover axes coming onto this high ground, poking Bugsy and Sheepa very low. Evil Mojo comes out on the back line, but unable to capitalize.
Resilience on the side of D69 too is going to counter that Evil Mojo, but right now Dosip sees so many fresh targets, and Evil Eye, he sees them too. Double for Evil, 1 for Doe. Evil trying to find another one, but man, this dragon is hard to be tamed.
Evil Eye and Dosip's combining and killing all 5 members of District 69 there. 54% already on the point captured for Astro Authority, and they are climbing. Snuffs out Sheepa up on the high ground. D69 showing they can take it back.
81% now. Astro Authority going to have to make sure they can quell this rebellion, and a Dragon Punch on Elvin Path might just do it. No tank. It's largely going to be up to the healer and some damage from Bugsy to change the tide. Dosip's running out of pressure, and looks like they actually have done it.
They won that fight just straight up 4v5. I don't know how they pulled it off, but District 69 surging forward. Dosips goes down very staggered as well, and this is the type of zone that we just didn't see come out from Astro Authority.
Huge stuff here by D69 after all odds. Now this ult seems to maybe be doing what he needed the Dragon Punch to do last time. It will slay 1. That's the healer, and now it will give them the much needed respite in order to capture this objective. D69 take the first lead in this game.
Somehow, some way, they find a way to fight back every time. District 69, this is a huge win for them. This could destroy Astro Authority's morale going into the rest of the series.
And their momentum. I mean, they've literally just come back 3 points in a row. Astro Authority have had no answer, and despite them playing very well, they had a really good opportunity there. But again, the 4v5, the master class play coming out from D69 was just too hard for them to handle. Sheepa now, 2 minutes left, looking for a flank here onto the Grover.
Up onto the high ground here, looking for the Grover. Pokes him very low. A lot of damage coming out from this planet. Cuss Cutie still doesn't even notice it. Isn't paying attention to Sheepa. They just gave Sheepa free high ground here, and he is going to rip them apart.
They got to be careful. If Sheepa gets a couple of kills here, this could be game over. Cuss Cutie doesn't know how in danger he might be, and neither does Bodies or Dosips. Good healing potion, though, and with the rejuvenates, that puts him back up to full.
Dosips and Cuss Cutie, they were so focused on just keeping Dosips alive way out there, they just let Sheepa have the high ground. It's still unable to get the kills on it. Sheepa does find
one. She provides two. Big planted.
Unreal. He put on the flux generator, the repulsor field used,
Copy
but he
off.
doesn't have the extra percentage, even though it wouldn't matter. He wasn't on the payload. It's just when that legendary actually takes place. So unfortunately, the damage reduction didn't stop the planet from doing what it does, which is shred through anybody standing in it.
Salvo comes out. D69 need one more team fight to win. Cuscutie on the
Evil Mojo.
backside. Evil Mojo will connect, but unable to capitalize on the kill. Resilience coming through in such a big way. Bugsy with two already.
Evil Eye is the man who needs to stop this one. Nice fire spit, very safe play. Dragon Punch looking to use it, but he's so low he could get burned here if they're not careful. Nice whirlwind, and he does slay Perdot, but down goes one, down goes another, and D69 are only facing against Cuscutie. He's gonna fall Wardu with a last-minute Hexafire, but D69 will claim the day anyways. 1-0 to the European favorites.
Elven Path just looks like he's shaking there. I mean, that is a very intense game, right? The reverse 4-0 sweep. D69 down 2-0 at the start. But once the items come online, once we started to get into the late game, the Evil Mojo just wasn't hitting the mark. There was a lot of healing that Astral Authority is counting on. Perdot got to the Cauterize 3 very quickly on his Grok and is very able to effectively shut down a lot of that sustain.
And this is where we see Astral Authority here. Taking a look at them. Not really dejected, more just calm, I think, pensive, because they know that that's something that had worked against Bomb Kings yesterday, and they didn't see the Grok against them now. D69, like we mentioned, had a day to look at their strategies and see what goes best, and Perdot on that Grok able to turn the tide sometimes with the extra healing and the great Tempest and Shock Pulse control.
So they do now have first pick Astral Authority. What can they do with the Bomb King this time around? It's going to be a very important question to answer. D69, if they trade out game for game here, D69 will come out on top in the end, as they did kind of get that first pick in this first game. So if Astral Authority lose this game, I'm calling it probably to be over.
Yeah, it's tough because this momentum can only go so far before you feel like it's just too long of a road back. You can't see the end. Right now, though,
damage.
Tying it up, it's possible, but they've got to put something together big time here. Evil Eye with 107,000 damage and basically 3 members on the side of D69 beating that number and far exceeding it.
And that's what happens, right? When you look at this Astral Authority comp, the double frontliner, double support, it works early game when all the shields are super effective. All that healing is very effective. But once the later game items come online, it really starts to fall off. And that's why we saw, despite being down 2-0, the composition falls off hard enough to where the 4-0 reverse sweep is possible. And I just really don't want to see bodies on any more healers.
You know what? I agree. I hear what you're saying. And also I think the key is getting Evil Eye on a champion that he needs to do well on. He was 34-9. 6 solo kills. He had the best KDA in that game, and despite not having as much damage as Bugsy here, who just absolutely played lights out on Bomb King, he's their win condition in my eyes. And also, you're right, Nick, we didn't even talk about this. Bodies back onto the healer, probably not the best decision for this team.
Didn't work for them. Need to be able to run him in the composition. I understand that sometimes the comp calls for it.
Yeah.
But this player here, Bugsy, going to be very dangerous in this set, in this series overall, because Bomb King, extremely strong character. Bugsy can play. He's going to do well. Drogos, very strong character. Probably the best in the world at the character. So not exactly going to lose any steam heading into game 2 without the Bomb King.
Here's Avuli, Evil Eye. The one that we sometimes mix his name up, but it is Evil Eye. He wants us to say it that way, and you know what? He can have whatever he wants here, especially on Astral Authority. This guy's been playing lights out for them, and he needs to continue to do so if North America wants to have a chance to beat really the favorites to win this tournament. Nick, were you at all surprised in that first 2-0 portion of Stone Keep that how strong it seemed that Astral Authority came out?
They had the comp to do so. They should have been winning the early game. The comp with a lot of healing and a lot of shielding is going to be very effective early on. And Evil Eye was landing a lot of shots, getting a lot of kills through this throughout those team fights, was just able to do it. You saw the ultimates come out very coordinated. It was that one turning point where Dosups was pretty caught out. We saw Bodies try and Whirlwind to save his life. Didn't do it, so the Whirlwind didn't do a whole lot. And then a Hexafire came out way late after the Whirlwind had already expired. Instead of using those two ultimates together to guarantee Ruckus's safety throughout the channel. The Hexafire got nothing, and D69, they're not afraid of that ultimate. They're just going to burn you through it.
No, not at all. And they just had a lot of just, again, clinical, smart play. It takes a great team. One of the things that separates Europe sometimes and separates D69 from the pack is their ability to play through adversity, to play when they are down and still be effective, be able to turn games around. A lot of teams don't know how to deal with getting 2-0'd, and then, of course, not being able to push means you're 3-1. I mean, they got the push. They tied it up. I mean, this would have been a totally different game if they weren't able to snowball that first point that they did capture.
Or Doom there, the tank player, the tank main for Astral Authority, can play all of them very effectively. Prefers the aggressive play style, prefers high mobility. You could see he did take the aerial advance on his Ruckus in that game instead of the Flux Generator, the more damage mitigation defensive style that we do see a lot of Ruckus players go for. But he's all about the mobility, all about the aggression.
I'm surprised I didn't see Recycler coming out, man. That legendary is so much
So good.
value town purchasing power. But no, not really seeing here the extra ammo for Ruckus. It's usually the defense or the mobility. And on Stone Keep, you understand why he went for the mobility. It gives him ways to get in, ways to get out, especially against a Bomb King. Just that extra dash to maybe get away from a Grumpy Bomb and then get back into the fight could mean all of the difference to still have a mobility escape available. But Jera, man, he really swung a lot of stuff for this team. He was the rock for them in this game.
Mid to long range stuns to skunk a lot of the pressure coming out on these pushes. And big Dread Serpents, when Astral Authority, when he could sense the second he smelled them on the back foot, he would throw the Dread Serpent in there and kind of make sure that they absolutely lost that team fight with the second they looked to retreat.
And what was so impressive is every time he was hitting the stuns, it felt like it was on Evil Eye. In the air, mid Drogo's plays. You know, this guy, Gus Judy, he's the captain. He's going to be making some of the drafting decisions for this team. I've freaked out at a couple plays where he's thrown those mid-air stuns. Not easy to do, but he did it consistently, and he did it on the right person.
And again, I really hope that Cuskcutie can motivate his team, keep them in this series, and maybe switch up the drafting a little bit here. It's tough to pull off crazy stuff against District 69, especially when you got two rookies with you at LAN. I would like to see them try and move to a team comp where bodies can be comfortable and not be playing a healer.
That's why I think really the flanker is what I would have expected there. I wanted to see something like the Eevee. I wanted to see something like the Androxus for him. I think that just gives him a little bit more killing power. But the Deep Roots, it's very effective. You know, we saw even Pings when he was playing for Team Q be so effective against Carbon 6 with that Deep Roots Grover, and Body's one of the better aimers in the game. You could do some work on there. It just wasn't enough finishing power for them when it came down to it.
Frog Isle, very momentum heavy map here, and this is where Astral Authority could try and run something similar to what they did in game number 1, because this is where it's very difficult to come back from being down in that 2-0 scenario. But D69's shown they know how to do it. Astral Authority with the first pick. Just going to go ahead and pick up the default here, the Bomb King.
So they will take the Bomb King and expect to probably lose Makoa and Drogos here, although Elven Path just saw he could be successful with Barrack. Probably not going to prioritize that. Barrack's not something largely that Astral Authority love, but, you know, Wardoom, he's actually came up in this scene as a Barrack main back in the day when Haven and Blast Shields mitigated big damage and little damage, and back in, you know, really when things were just starting out. But will they take it here, second or third?
Barrack Drogos, I think, would be a decent pickup here. Frog Isle, it makes it a little bit riskier picking up Drogos. As he is vulnerable up in the air. The Shaolin opens up. District 69 could pick up the Lex. They could put Perdo there this time around. Grok's still another character that could work, as Astral Authority are going to have that guaranteed deployable to bounce off.
Yeah, that's going to be powerful as well. It does open up the Grok. It opens up maybe, you know, it staves away maybe the Ying, right? Because that's just another deployable. So if they take the Maldamba here, they kind of hurt them in terms of having to pick up another champion that a Grok Shock Pulse could work on. And so the Eevee flank already. Damba picked up as we assumed. Probably going to see a Ying here, and what? Maybe an Andro? What do you think? Fernando's
still sticking with that double composition. Could go for the Pip here. Don't want to leave themselves too open. Maybe they just go for the full point stack.
Ruckus?
Ying, another viable choice to that. Going to be very susceptible to the Grok, however.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. You got to get your healer there, and they don't have any secondary healer as well. It's kind of all in, and Tyra gets taken up. I know Bitey in the stands is going crazy here.
So, a couple of the reasons for this pickup. It's very good against the point stack heavy, the Barrack, especially as he is a relatively stationary character. Very good just overall at melting tanks, even the mobile ones like Fernando, who are going to be looking to be in Tyra's phase. Perdo likely to be piloting this. The Hunter's Mark going to provide 15% extra damage against these frontliners. Going to be a very viable choice, as well as it serves the role of the hit scan to deal with the Drogos.
Now, Mercy Kill's been something we've seen Tyra go for as a legendary, but First Blood has started to come forward as a very strong choice. What it means is that when you're playing a Barrack or you're playing a Fernando, and maybe the shield melts and he's just using his Flame Lance, trying to fireball burst you down, he can usually do that. But if you have that lifesteal, you're actually going to win that trade and outlast him because your DPS is so high.
Getting into game here in game number 2 between Astral Authority and District 69. D69 lead 1-0. Fusillade for Evil Eyes, Drogos, Accelerant for Dosup's Poppy Bomb, Focusing Lens for Bodies, Ying, as well as Aegis for Wardoom's Fernando.
And it will be Reprieve for Bugsy's Eevee. It's going to be Half Shell for Elvin Pass Makoa, Sheepa, Run and Recurve for Shaolin, Jera on the Ripened Gourd, and Perdo using Mercy Kill, getting that 2 times damage on the grenade when they get lower to their minimum health there. And Tyra already making work of Fernando, but he's forced on the point. Astral Authority, 15% already.
There's the Firebomb just zoning everyone away from the point, preventing them from doing anything. There's First Blood, finally long-range kill onto Tyra. Dosups, great job.
I'm pretty impressed here too, and I think Tyra could have some limitations because Bomb King's so mobile with Accelerant, and with Tyra, she's really a stationary champion. No movement skills. If Perdo doesn't play this perfectly, he could get isolated.
Sheepa with a double kill now. Beautiful hook from Elvin Path to yank the dragon out of the sky. Bugsy gets into the backline and finds Bodies once again on a healer.
Good range here coming out from Sheepa as well. Shaolin's going to provide so much zoning potential, and so will Bugsy on this Eevee. One of the champions we largely saw get out of the meta for a while, coming back in full force in this LAN and really being successful.
Just really scared though. Doesn't want to get bursted down. 87%. Oh, now north of 90. District 69 does lose 1 kill there, but no one from Astral Authority is looking to get on this point, and D69 are going to come away with the first payload.
These hooks are too good by Elvin Path. D69 taking control yet again and showing their prowess on the battlefield. Whether it's in the picks or whether it's in the play, they seem to be executing the way they need to. Impale into the wall. Wardoom almost down. Gonna run away with the shield, but Bugsy will clean him up behind. 2 minutes now, and Evil Eye trying to quell this by taking down Sheepa.
Nice job there, reading the withdrawal from the Shaolin. Despite being stealth, still falls down. 2 minutes remain here. Bugsy blinking over the top, looks for a shot on a Barrack, and is actually taken out by Dosups as he soars over the ocean. More kills coming through for Astral Authority. Elvin gonna fall, and a great job keeping them on the back foot. This Tyra likely to fall just because she has 0 mobility.
Perdo has not had a good game right here with this Tyra. It has not been largely successful for him. He's died 3 times at least, and with only 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, it's probably leading the death count for his team. Cuss Cutie gonna take down Elvin Path again, flexing onto the tank here, and really trying to help him and Wardoom keep the front lines as they stave off this offensive from D69.
Wardoom taking a lot of damage. Cuss Cutie finding another kill on Agera. Evil Eye finding Bugsy deep in the back line here and just keeping D69 pinned on their lower third of the map.
Nice King Bomb possibilities here, but Dosups, he doesn't want to use it. He knows that he's got to save that for the big time, and the big time isn't right now, but Astral Authority with their back against the wall, I wouldn't blame him if he used it to defend here at all costs. A 2-0 lead will hurt too much.
So risky pulling this Eevee into the Bomb King, and as well as Evil Eye. So much burst damage to take this squishy flanker as soon as she comes out of her invulnerability state. Wardoom, such a good job on this Fernando, making it work, knows exactly when to pop these shields. This is a comfort pick for him.
And he knows exactly how far he can commit. He knows exactly how much he can pressure before he's got to turn on the defense, and that stereotypical jumping coming out from Wardoom in the FN01 Helios Fernando skin. Looking cool, playing good. Healing Station going to heal up Cuss Cutie a little bit in his cards, just getting him some extra regen out of the battle.
All alone, taking a lot of damage from Sheepa's planted from long range, but he's going to be fine for the time being. Almost all 5 ultimates ready to go for Astral Authority. And like a mind reader, a lot of these hooks from Elvin Path are getting blocked and bouncing off the Astral Authority shields.
Again, a little bit of an issue here, but Wardoom pulling out right when he needs to, and that means he's going to be able to still contest this. He's got Immortal online, but doesn't want to use it. If he gets pulled over the edge and isolated down there, no easy way for him to get back, so Elvin Path is looking for the hook, but can't find it right now.
Trying to set up the trap onto Bugsy. Not going to work here. Ancient Rage coming coming through for D69. They are raging through, trying to find the kills. Dosup's looking for it. Isn't going to find Bugsy mid-air. Now does. Bugsy already cleaned up Evil Eye, however.
So important for Dosups to stay alive there. Mercy kill. 1244 onto the King, and he will fall. And now this looks like court is in session, but for D69, they seem to be making the rules. It is overtime, which means if they step off this payload, the closer and closer it gets, the longer it lasts, the less amount of time they have to move away and still remain.
Astro Authority with a real take-back potential. Here comes Dosups over the top with the King Bomb. He's going to find the stun onto one. Jera already fall. Astro Authority do get the defense, as no one from D69 close enough in proximity to the payload.
They had to use the King Bomb, but they didn't use, which is really important here, the Drogo's ultimate, the one punch. That was not available when you started out the round, and that could be the difference maker here, since Elven Path is setting up everything with these hooks.
A lot of ultimates still available here, and a lot of items coming through for both teams. Largely offensive for D69, the Cauterized 2s as well as the Wrecker 2s. We have the Master Riding 2s for Astro Authority, so they will be the first ones to the point by a fair margin. This could be really good because Wardoom is an expert at zoning out members of the opposing team, especially when he has the high ground advantage.
A lot of this leaning on Bugsy as well. Can he find a pick? Can he make an impact in the back line and give Perdo the space he needs to go crazy with this crossfire? 40% movement speed, 40% damage. The players are yelling. They know it's time. Wardoom already taking control at 2 in the back line, and he will stay alive and give Astro Authority a little bit of breathing room. This could be great for Evil Eye, who might be able to pick up a kill here.
First 2 kills already fall for Astro Authority. Perdo in the back line falls as well. So much aggression coming out from the King. We talk about how passive Dosups is. Does finally go down after his aggressive run. Bugsy here looking to blink out to safety, and he will. 57% already on the point for Astro Authority. Dragon Punch still at the ready.
Now how good is the zone? You gotta use
it
it now,
is.
and Elven Path could be in trouble. Shell spin already. This is a free kill, and Evil Eye staying alive. Oh, Astro Authority got everything they wanted. It all went their way. Dread Serpent, though, could find the Dragon Fall, and he does.
Perdo has to go big here. Bodies falls, finds 1 kill before he does as well. Cuss Cutie still alive, trying to get it done. Wardoom soaking so much damage. Big turrets on the point as well. Bugsy, how long can he hold?
D69 falling to pieces here. Astro Authority looking to tie things up, already moving ahead in the objective time, and this just may be their first moment to take the lead yet again. They're down in games, but they're up in points in game number 2. Astro
First
Authority
payload
2-1.
captured for the North American first seed here. Looking to get those items caught back up now with 300 additional credits in their pockets. Wardoom already moving out to zone, just being so good at not contributing damage, but just soaking so much, keeping Perdo and Sheepa busy for as long as possible, trying to buy time for Evil Eye and Dosups to get the picks that Astro Authority need.
Yesterday, we saw so many Dragon Punches not pan out, whether it was talking about Eager.
They popped an
looking at
Immortal to
fighting.
keep Evil Eye safe out of that.
I mean, there's so many impacts that one hit KO means to a team in a team fight, and if you can land it, it changes the game. Well, largely, Evil Eye wasn't able to do that. He does it here, and they win the point. I don't think that is a coincidence.
Yikes, huge team fight for D69 here. 5-0 wipe. Astro Authority are going to have to start from square one. They do get back to base, however, and do have the opportunity to spend all the credits earned thus far in the round, so that could start to have an impact.
What's so important here, though, Nick, is they've got a minute and 30 seconds. Dosup's going to stay alive off of that. Could have actually used the Poppy Bomb. It might have been a cooldown, though, to knock Elven Path off, which would have been a very highlight reel play. But he's actually just going to go back to base. Elven looking for the hooks yet again. A famous spot for Theo, and Bugsy using the sword just to stay safe.
These picks are just trickling through, however, for D69. Not a good look for Astro Authority. Perdu already finding a double kill on his Tyra. Sheepa and him just sitting, teeing off from this ledge. Dosups smells the blood in the water. He knows they're low. He's going to try and push him.
Too many people to shoot at, though. Can Dosups pick up 2 here? They can, and he's going to stay alive. That has been the reason that Astro Authority have been able to make an impact in this game. Their damage dealers are getting kills, and they are not dying afterwards.
Long range shots here onto Bugsy. Not going to be able to find him. Goes in a nice reactive ice block. Illusory Rift popped from Ying just to keep Dosups alive in that last fight, but it's going to be worth it here. He's already back to 30% on that ultimate, and the payload does have momentum once again.
And what we're looking at here is Eevee having a hard time finding Drogos. Drogos actually a little bit better at hunting Eevee down because he's got the AoE clear. He's got the Fire Spit, and that gives him the edge in that battle. Eevee hard to hit those midair shots, even though Bugsy's playing with the best of them. Really good Ice Storm, but Cuskutie's going to slay Eevee after she uses her ultimate.
No follow-up on the persistent slow and cripple. Nice shell shield to cancel out the fire spit. Cuscutie hucked onto the high ground. Dome shield does come out. He could remain safe here. Dragon Punch is still available. Potato extremely low. Is he going to go down here? One more shot's going to find it. Gara in a rough spot. 2 more kills on the point for Astral Authority. Evil Eye going big. Double kill before he gets taken out.
This man is going crazy. You got to get him on Drogos every game if you can, because it results in a 3-1 lead right now. But hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. Astral Authority, they were up by 2 points last game, and D69, we know they have the skills to come back.
They have what it takes. Big defensive items coming through for District 69. 4 blast shields across the board, as well as a master riding. Bugsy trying to do what he can to cancel out all that movement speed on the horses from Astral Authority. You can see the offensive items actually from Astral starting to hit that level 3 mark here. As you look at Avuli with the record 2, it's going to make it very difficult for Elven Path to keep up. Bodies with the Cauterized 3 as well. They will have that late game pressure, at least on 2 of their champions.
D69 going for the Blast Shields itemization. And personally, you get Blast Shields 3, okay. But I think Resilience is better for what Bomb King does to a team. And I'm going to stick with that unless I see this proven different. And Dosup's already not having any trouble finding kills. And Elven Path not having trouble finding hooks. His setup largely keeping D69 in this game.
Nobody taking a kill just yet. Nobody taking control of the point. Bugsy extremely low. One nicely placed shot from Cuscutie might put him out of his misery. Wardoom, though, forced into an early Immortal. Nice angle from Dosups here. Finds one. Looking for 2. Evil Eye already found one. Nice pincer maneuver from Astral Authority. They clean up 5 for nothing.
Tell me Blast Shield's going to help you on that, man. That damage is too much to mitigate. You need to hope to survive the stuns. Hope to survive the King Bomb setup. This zone looks too strong, Nick. Astral Authority might have just won this game.
Winding up the Dragon Punch. Evil Eye roaring into the backline against District 69. No one can get here. No one can fight. Evil Eye willing to trade his life for it. Perdo does clean it up. Bugsy on the point. Trap has been set. Dosups springs it and kills Bugsy.
King Bomb ready to go. You got no availability to get out of the stun, man. Resilience not on you. And that means although you get the damage, you're going to fall because your healer isn't here to save you. Wardoom still has his sustain, and Elven Path's just got a shield. Overtime ticking away. Cuscutie's got to make something happen, but they've got both tanks alive. This is looking good.
District 69 fighting tooth and nail for this point. Perdo forced out, and Astral Authority do find a way to take the W, forcing them all back. North America here to play.
No one would have expected this. D69 clearly, despite their play earlier on, despite their play yesterday, even seeing Astral Authority do well against WASD, which gave Carbon 6 a run for their money, saying that Astral Authority, no way they're winning this set. But Nick, that's looking less and less likely as we progress. Now they've got momentum. Now D69 are the ones who have to start having conversations.
Almost another big turning point in that fight. It looked bad when Warden was forced into his Immortal, but that almost seemed to give Astral Authority a new life, and they pulled such great positioning. Dosups getting extremely aggressive, going solo into the backline, cleans up 2 kills, immediately rotates over to the stair side to follow up with the Vuli, pincering out Gara and Elven Path, finding 2 more kills, and then Bugsy, as he's trying to exit stage right over the ocean, kills in midair.
Absolutely. I think looking at the stats here, you know, for me, one of the biggest things about it is that the deaths, the healers, and the tanks, they didn't die very much. They just couldn't find kills, whether it's largely the setup. But you know what? I'm looking at something big here. 74,000 damage coming out from Barrick, you know, running this tank, 28 and 5. Cuscutie,
jeez,
he was playing lights out.
I mean, that's what happens. Very veteran player here. Cuscutie, extremely flexible in what he can play. Bodies forced onto the healer, did a great job of it as well, popping some serious clutch illusory rifts, actually keeping Dosups alive deep in the backline. 94,000 healing, pumped out almost 30k more than Gara on his Maldamba, and Wardoom pulling out the Fernando, frankly making it work. So he is just so good on it.
One of the things that when you play in North America, you get to play against Wardoom in your casual, your ranked games. One of the things is that he does the same thing. It feels like he's dying sometimes. It feels like he's not being effective because he's just jumping around, and he's largely, you know, really bothering people because of the way that he's always seeming so lackadaisical and carefree.
If he's jumping, he's not worried about anything.
But he always has the lowest deaths in the game when he is playing Fernando. It is nuts. It seems like he would die much more, but 5 deaths is nuts in a game and in a series, in a meta where Fernando shields melts so fast.
Perdo pulling out another pretty strange pick, a little bit less common for him and for Paladins in general. Tyra here with no mobility does find herself with 10 deaths, 74,000 damage, barely keeping up with Cuskutie's Barrack.
I think this is the problem. Honestly, I think the Tyra pick was the problem here. It's not that it's bad on this map. It actually worked for them before, but this wasn't when the Bomb King meta was there. Bomb King ate Tyra alive. She couldn't burst through him. He went with the Mercy kill. He had no first blood sustain from the Lifesteal Legendary, which would have been an option, but he just couldn't keep pace with the damage Bomb King was able to do.
It's an interesting pickup here. They went for it, hoping for it to be pretty effective against the tanks as well. The Firebomb doing percentage-based damage, but it didn't really look like Cuscutie was playing the type of Barrack that's going to be susceptible to a Firebomb. He's not sitting on the point. He was playing more up and aggressive. They were leaving bodies primarily on the point.
And what was pretty impressive, too, is the fact that you throw the Firebomb because you want to get it on the tanks, but it stops at the shield. So they can really move. They set that barrier up, whether they have the Barrack shield coming through and the barricade, or they've got the Fernando shield there. I mean, the Firebomb largely isn't getting through to where you really want it to go with all these shields in place.
Just so much damage from the Barrack player as well, and very impactful. I'm really surprised they didn't go for the Drogos there. Bugsy on the Eevee, struggling a little bit in the damage department, but that's sort of what Eevee does.
Right?
Yeah, they grabbed Shaolin,
That's the issue.
Shaolin Makoa as their second draft phase, and Sheepa played well on it, but Bugsy being incredibly impactful on that character, and it's not like I think you take more away from Evil Eye putting him on Shaolin and letting Bugsy get the Drogos.
I mean, it Drogos, I think, more
and
so
you could still put Sheep on Eevee. If you really wanted an Eevee for that composition, you have the lineup to run it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's you brought up a good point with Evil Eye being a better Drogos than he is a Shaolin, but also it's so good because he's such a good Drogos, and Bugsy's such a good Drogos. It is really a ban. This is really one of those that you could say, I could play it just as good, and I take it away. That's ultimate value. The Shaolin, not the same. And although Sheepa plays a great Shaolin, there's a lot of people who play a great Shaolin. Evil Eye loses his impact on the game when he is not on Drogos, I feel. Or Bomb King, but he just doesn't play it in this team.
Bodies there on the healers talking about loss of impact. Not necessarily he's been playing extremely well when he's had the chance to be on a carry, but is on those supports just for the good of the team. And another guy that's on supports all of the time, hitting mid to long range stuns on Maldamba. Gera largely hit a couple of big Dread Serpents there, but I don't remember calling a lot of Dread Serpents.
You know, I think Gera just wasn't able to keep people healthy, wasn't able to get the sustained healing that we normally see with Maldamba. A lot of his targets just kept dying too fast.
There's so much burst, right? Drogos
yeah.
and Bomb King on the side of Astral Authority. It's a tall task.
A very, very tall task for him, and he just wasn't able to do it and get that ultimate charged up enough. On Serpent Beach, though, and I think just in this matchup, Maldamba, a huge pick for D69, getting Gera on the comfortability there. Cuscutie just winking and kissing to the camera, to the viewers, let North America know that, hey, right now, it's their authority.
Still confident, still ready to go here. Makoa Drogos, I think, what you got to go for, especially on Serpent Beach, where the high ground control is going to be incredibly important.
Oh, yeah.
You can't afford to pick up the Shaolin. Got to let District 69 have it if they still want it. Eevee, another pick that D69 have shown that they want a lot, as well as the Buck. All characters that excel and are able to control the high ground.
Yeah, I'd rather see something different come out. I think Astral Authority were close, but the Grover kind of fell short for them in the last kind of final pick that they did on Stone Keep. But they've proven they can beat the Bomb King. D69, though, proven that when they get Bomb King, they are just as deadly as any other comp. Bugsy, who's normally known for a Drogos, has been playing lights out with the first pick this LAN.
So Astral Authority with a chance to flex a little bit here. Will they go for some pips, something that can control high ground? They liking the Fernando, it would appear, as they continue to hover that. War Doom getting in the faces of the Shaolin, commanding a lot of attention in the backline. He can stand up to Bomb King a little bit longer than some of the other tanks, as well as just being more mobile than most of them. Finally here, we see the Androxus, hopefully for eye drop bodies.
You know, and you pick it now because two things. You just get it off the board. You make sure Perdo doesn't get it because they are probably looking to flesh this out with some more damage, put him on something that maybe is less comfortable. Grok here would be what I would think they might go for, but if they don't, you know, I'm really curious what their decision making is.
So Barrack, another highly contested pick here, but they are hovering the Grok as Astral Authority still need a healer. Also considering the Barrack, two very highly contested pick. The Grok would have excelled against the Ying that Astral Authority is likely to pick up here, but the Barrack just so strong overall, and you know, Ruckus getting picked up first, but Barrick still having the strong contention here on Serpent Beach, getting set up in the Pip, and it looks like it was the last pick Pip, actually, for Astral Authority. Accelerant for Bugsy's Bomb King, Recurve for Sheepa's Shaolin, Ripened Gourd for Gara's Maldamba, Architectonics for Elven Pass Barrick, and Flux Generator for Parado's Ruckus.
It's going to be Half Shell for Makoa. Wardoom going to be running Aegis. I drop bodies on Androx. Going to be running Darkstalker. Cuscutie will run Mega Potion. 130k. He's hoping for more. And Evil Eye will be running Fusillade Drogos. As they get on, it's time to start this third game of this set. It's 1-1. North America is already off to a good start here. Bugsy goes down. First blood. Dosips with the pinpoint hook.
As well as the Wardoom shield coming out in combination with the Shell shield. Another landed hook on Agara. He's likely to fall. Bodies cleans up that kill. Evil Eye with a great angle here on Sheepa, but they answer back.
Never can let your eye off it, and there Sheepa's gonna get taken down by Bodies, and Bodies is here running rampant, picking up any slack, and hey, talk about slack, Bugsy's back in the play, and though Astral Authority have 60%, it is now D69's authority on the objective.
Their way back on without a fight here. 24% for the Bomb King. Needs to be careful. Dosips, though, big whiff on the Dredge Anchor. Going to be another 6 seconds before they can look to get in here. Wardoom has returned. Sheepa looking for a good angle. He's going to find it. Bodies has to win this 1v1, but he gets planted into the wall.
Bad positioning there by Bodies. Just gets caught between a rock and a Shaolin, and
That's
that
huge.
Drogos gets caught out of the air as well. Sheepa just carrying this fight for D69. Cuscutie's Mega Potion is going to give them a little bit more life sustain, but Sheepa with another kill on the Cus is going to do the deadly deed, and D69 with 93% and everybody on point. It's going to be hard for them to not win this.
Dosips forcing his way back into trying to buy as much time as he possibly can. Wardoom is here. Heat Haze ready to go. Sheepa free firing into Wardoom's backside, trying to get something going for Astral Authority.
Evil Eye's back though, and if he doesn't die here, it could be huge. Objective captured for D69, and Sheepa with the Heat Haze just zoning like he needed to. And man, this guy is playing so well. 6 streak for Shaolin. This guy is going off.
He's had a really good game so far, landing his own stuns. Winning that 1v1 was so clutch. He won it so quickly over Eye Drop Bodies with that Impaler stun that he was actually able to turn around, following up on the Grumpy Bomb stun from Bugsy, who's just been hooked into a rough spot and is going to be taken out mid-air.
But this is pretty impressive what I am seeing Astral Authority do. I mean, Sheepa is the guy right now keeping D69 in this game, as well as Jera. The healing's been so on point in these gourds, controlling the pace. But if Sheepa's damage isn't here, if he's not getting these impales, I think Astral Authority actually win that point fight.
Bodies has to start trying to win some of these 1v1s in the backside. Not popping his ultimate just yet. Might be looking for the angle. You can see him hovering inches above the ground here with the King Bomb winding up as well. Back onto the high ground. Bodies trying to keep himself safe. Bugsy finds a kill on the front side onto Cuscutie.
Jera already going to Sheepa. That's how important he knows he is to this team comp and their success. And Sheepa full health again after getting some mending spirits from his buddy Maldamba. Minute 23 seconds left now. D69 are right at the doorstep of pushing this payload and getting it 2-0.
Wardoom very low here. He is going to fall down. 2 kills already for District 69. Salvo does come out into the back line. Evil Eye finds a kill. Bodies finds ones as well, and desperately trying to stabilize with a huge Grumpy Bomb stun. Easy conversion for District 69.
And that is resilience right there. No matter blast shields matters. If you get stunned and have to sit there for 3 seconds and watch yourself just die in your cam.
Against the best team in the world, it's a strong, strong contention here. District 69 leading 2 points to nothing now with their second level offensive items coming through the Wrecker 2s for Sheepa and for Bugsy. It's going to be very hard for Wardoom to buy time in the back line on account of that.
I love what I'm seeing at District 69 do, but this has been the tale of 2 different point objectives. And Astral Authority, although they've been ahead, have seen D69 come back and find their rhythm yet again and win 4 points in a row. Can Astral Authority do the same thing here? It's going to be a tall task, Nick, because D69 look like they are rolling.
It has to be strong use of the ultimates here. You see the Dragon Punch, the Evil Mojo, the Ancient Rage, and the Accursed Arm all available, ready to go. But there's a big Dread Serpent onto the low ground. It's going to hit 2. Counter Evil Mojo. Body's looking for the damage. He's going to find it.
Oh, Body's got 2. He's looking for another one. Jera already used the Slither. He's got to have a stun ready. He does. Sheepa and Jera combine to take care of Bodies, but he's gotten 2 already. And Astral Authority right now have 42% on the objective. This means that if they can win 1 more mini fight, they actually can capture this point.
I would have liked to see them get a little bit more aggressive. They had a 4v2 scenario, and they didn't press their man advantage to keep the zone strong here. As the Dragon Punch winding up, it's going to land on one of these tanks.
Gotta hit
He's actually coming around looking for Elven Path, and he's going to find it. Salvo primed and ready.
This Dragon Punch is so freaking huge for Evil Eye. This is what's changing the game. Every time the first point doesn't go their way, it's because the Dragon Punch hasn't been primed. But now that he has, now that he's stayed alive, now that he's gotten the tank away, it seems like Astral Authority are having more of a chance to actually get back in this game.
Bugsy doesn't fall, however, it's going to be huge. Elven Path now with a chance to take it back. He slays Wardoom, and Astral Authority lose control of the point at the very end.
Uh-oh, but Elven Path forced to use the Dome Shield. Bugsy and him are so low inside, but if Evil Eye can stay alive, that will mean a lot, but Bugsy takes him down. I drop bodies here, the last remaining hope for North America and Astral Authority, and he's looking to find Jera. If he can, that will swing the tide.
Just narrowly, Bodies finds another clutch kill into the backside here. No one has to clean up this chick, and Elven Path pops back out. Elven Path is here, but stunned into the wall. He's taken down. Triple kill for Bugsy on the Bomb King. It looks all good for District 69. They capture their second payload and have the chance to close out game number 3.
You know, Nick, you're right. So much of that depended on really having such an aggressive zone, getting Jera out of the fight, making him take a respawn timer, going after more members of D69 when they were weak and crippled. Instead, they kept 2 or 3 on the point. It felt a little reserved.
If that's Astral Authority during the online stages, they are all out there. They're leaving a Ying clone on the point. They're not even putting a whole person on the point. They're getting much more aggressive. They're just playing very passive right now, and it might be just the respect for their opponents.
And, you know, honestly, Body switching from support, how much does that have to play into the fact that he was doing a completely different role for his team, and now he's forced and expected to carry against the likes of Sheepa and Bugsy?
Dredge Anchor pulls Bugsy in, but Bugsy's like, good, I like this positioning here, and he rips through I Drop Body's health pool in almost no time.
Come on in, big boy. Bomb King's got something for you, and right now, Dosips needs to find these hooks if he's going to be serving the role that his team so desperately needs. Evil Eye goes down yet again to Sheepa. That's been the tale of today. Sheepa just outplaying Bodies and Evil Eye and taking control of this carry role.
Hooked into a rough spot and shutting down Bodies as well with another nice impale onto the high ground. Very low HP and not really afraid to be in that spot is the Ruckus player for District 69, challenging Makoa on the low ground here. Dosips popping the Ancient Rage in the backline. His team is here to follow it up.
It's this Mega Potion Pip. Cuss is trying to bait them into thinking the tanks are low and then pump them up with 2,400 more damage, and it actually works here and largely quells the entire push that D69 go again over here. Rocket Boots already used, just has the shield, and the Mega Potion coming out from Pip is going to keep them all nice and healthy and make sure Elven Path takes a respawn timer.
46 seconds remain on the payload push. Astral Authority holding strong for the time being. Need to hold this defense. They're going to benefit a point from it, but they're also going to keep themselves in the game. Dragon Punch is here, is ready to go. District 69 are down. Dome Shield as well as Dread Serpent.
Nice salvo, though. Doing a really good job of just fading away and hitting Sheepa for some damage, forcing him out. Not as effective, but the Grumpy Bomb still here is important. I drop Bodies looking to flank and try and get something. Bugsy jumps right up. Knows exactly where he is. Immediately goes into the reversal. He's going to run away, but will it be enough? Bugsy's hunting him down.
He had such a good angle. I don't know if I like the choice just to go for that 200 damage shot. He could have gone for a huge accursed arm there. No one had any idea he was sneaking up on them. That shift jam, it just doesn't seem like it's worth it. Wardoom, though, able to find 2 kills over by himself, trying to clean up this ruckus as well. Finally, Bodies finding the kill on Agera.
3-1. This is important because D69 now just, you know, have themselves at the precipice of winning this game. But Astral Authority, despite losing 2 capture points in a row, got themselves on the board. This is a game that could shift the momentum in a big way, Nick. Astral Authority, what do they have to do to be strong?
Get their ultimates. They have to read as well as the items here. You see the resilience too coming through for Elven Path. He's been the primary target of the Evil Mocha, but that just can't be the case anymore. You could look at Peridot. You could even look at Bugsy at this point. Very important picks. They just have to get something for each of their ults, and they can come out on top. District 69, it's a lot harder to execute on a lot of their ultimates. Hexafire and King Bomb take a lot more to them to pull off, get multiple kills, whereas Dragon Punch, Evil Mojo, those are very easy to pull off.
Look at this. Resilience is gone in by Dosips, Wardoom, and I Drop Bodies. They don't want to deal with the Bomb King stuns, and I think this is the perfect decision.
And
we'll see if it works.
Arrows.
Great hook there. Will it end up making matters better or worse for Astral Authority? It can't find a hidden Shaolin, and he's going to get the kill. Sheepa playing lights out, but Wardoom, Evil Eye, and Dosips cleaning up the rest of the crew.
Huge turnaround, and that is massive. Astral Authority needed that. Push forward, nice Dredge Anchor. Sheepa going to be about 7 seconds staggered from the rest of his team. No zone coming coming out here from Astral Authority. This may be dangerous for them. 74% already on the point. Have the Dragon Punch available for anyone coming in trying to contest this Peridot. Shut down immediately.
And I think that means more than the barrack. That means the damage that they won't be able to contend with, and the big body. Now they've got the big body, they've got the big shield, but that's going to be over soon. And where is his sustain going to be? Evil Eye trying to get stunned out by Jera. He takes his attention off of Elvin Path though, and will Elvin die as a result? In fact, Sheepa will go down, and that may be the deciding factor.
Narrowly staying alive. Peridot with a prayer here, coming in with the Hexafire. Wardoom soaking all of it. Peridot juking his way left and right, but Cuskutie's going to be able to take him down. Grumpy Bomb stun will come through, but the fight is over. Astral Authority come away with the payload.
What is this resolve that we're seeing from Astral Authority, Nick? If you were to tell me, and if you were to ask people if they could contend this well against D69, almost everyone would have said, no way. D69 is above and beyond better than these guys, but they are playing at another level than we've seen.
They have their reputations on the line. They're trying to prove to all the regions here that North America is not a joke in Paladins. They have come to play in the first seed here, trying to prove it, but eating a lot of damage. Nice chicken coming through from Cuscutie. Can they take down Sheepa? He will waddle his way to safety. Withdraw out into Stealth Wardoom, looking for him. Heat Haze is available if he needs it.
But largely that was good because it just forced away any damage. It turned the favor into Astral Authority. That's what they're famous for. Eye Drop Bodies gets Elvin Path off of that, even though it's not a direct result of killing him while a chicken. And Evil Eye able to go in onto the Ruckus. The Emitter's going to come out, and so will the Repulsor Field. That's going to do a lot. And Bugsy and Jera are now going to turn the tide.
Big hook from Dosups there in the back line. And Ripen Gourd, actually the cause of Evil Eye's death there. Laying down a turret, hooked into a bad spot. Elvin Path has his barricade for the time being, but is taking a lot of damage fast. Gourd's here to keep him up and try and keep some of these tanks from Astral Authority crowd controlled.
The real threat here is Peridot as the tank. Ruckus is going to do so much damage. We saw him almost hit 100K. Let's listen to Astral Authority as they get ready to maybe push this and tie the game up.
Just asking the question, what are they doing? Trying to get in their heads a little bit as Astral Authority get the 3-3. They are not discouraged whatsoever. They're getting some of these luxury items as they have hit the level 3 of a lot of their offensive options. Wardoom, Bodies, Cuscutie, all with the Cauterized 3. They know and they respect Jera's ability to heal his team, and they are shutting it down. Evil Eye with the Wrecker 3 as well, cutting these shields out from under D69.
And he's got the Dragon Punch, Nick. That's, to me, what has been changing these games. And I think you Dragon Punch, like I've said before, you Dragon Punch Peridot. You don't Dragon Punch Elvin Path. It's fine. Leave the Dome Shield. I'd rather not have the Hexafire. I'd rather not have the 76,000 damage. Third damage in a game with Bomb King. You've got Shaolin. You've got Androxus. You've got Drogos. He's third. Riss Ruckus is doing work.
Looking for a really cheeky angle here, coming over the top on Bugs. He goes into his Accursed Arm, puts a lot of damage into Peridot, but not the target he was looking for. Sheepa already finds a kill onto Wardoom. Sheepa has been clutch right now. Gera can't afford to lose this 1v1. The healer, the sustain cut loose from District 69.
That could be it, Nick. I mean, that's a huge turn of events, but Dosups going down as well as a huge turn of events. Both of these teams found clutch pickups, and now who will be able to snowball this again? Elvin Path, could he go down here? Bodies can't miss, but it's okay. Wardoom with the Flame Lance will pick up the slack. Astral Authority, 39% and counting.
Needs to not get stunned here. Ward him around the backside. Does he have the Immortal? He will keep himself alive for the time being. Bodies finds Peridot from downtown. Dragon Punch still online. Dome Shield and Dread Serpent for District 69 trying to turn it back in their favor.
Bodies hunting down the snake. He forces a solo. Oh, Dread Serpent turns around, flicks him back. Sheepa catch these hands, but Sheepa's going to give it right back to Bodies. He turns him into a chicken. The Resilience will get him out, and Evil Eye will slay Elvin Path. Astral Authority almost converting this.
Immortal comes up once again. Wardoom keeping everyone alive. He will not die. Not yet, amigo. 66% for Astral Authority, ripping forward. Dosups in the Ancient Raid.
Oh, gets the hook as well. Pulls him into the core. Dosups doesn't worry about the damage. He's got the health, but he has no ultimate now. And Dome Shield comes through. Can he find Jera? Can he change the tide here? Elvin Path re-secure things for D69, and it's their turn to have control.
Not a single ultimate left. Just a man in his left clicks. Can Bodies find the clutch picks up he needs to? Almost there on the Accursed Arm. Last dash up on the high ground. Peridot can't find him. We're going to listen into District 69 as they try to close game number 3.
Stay point, stay point.
Pip, kill.
Good job, good job.
Kill on. Hey.
Just crushing defeat there.
First of all, incredibly amazing resolve by D69 here to turn this around when we, saw Astral Authority get the better end of the first part of that fight, get the better end of the mid part of the fight, and then without any ultimates, Bugsy, these boys, Perdo, they picked up the slack. You saw Perdo just such little health on the point there, surviving till the very end, finishing off the Androxus and doing what he needed.
These games are getting closer and closer. Bomb King, I feel, is just starting to have less and less of an impact as maybe we get into some of the pocket strats. The teams realize how strong this character is going to the lane. They're starting to figure it out, but just looking a little bit frustrated after that one. Astral Authority so close, so much rides on their momentum, on their spirits, on their morale in this series, but they're only down one game.
They are only down one game, and you just look at the impact. I think largely this can be credited to everyone on D69, but truthfully, despite all the damage numbers,
honestly, Sheepa in that game,
exactly,
just absolutely carrying, definitely getting the better of iDrop Bodies in that game.
It would have been
3-1.
It would not have been 3-1 if it wasn't for Sheepa. I mean, he those impales, he just single-handedly won those duo fights.
Look at the impact here: 122k damage as opposed to 65k. Bodies just really struggling to come out on top of the 1v1, and that's where Shaolin excels. That's where Sheepa, such a veteran player, extremely good under pressure, pulls top damage in the game over the Bomb King.
Gus Cutie, just 144,000 healing on a Mega Potion Pip. This seems to be the real answer that they have to Bomb King and to this double tank comp that can survive a lot of his burst, and it's so close to working, Nick. It didn't work as well game 1. It's working a little bit better game 3. If it goes to a game 5, will they be able to come over?
If it wasn't for the high ground, I feel like they honestly could have gone for Cassie. It felt like Bodies was afraid to get into the back line, be alone in District 60. I mean, that is the most dangerous enemy lines to be behind, and that's really where you need to be, operating. A lot of times, Bodies was just staying on his side of the map.
And what do you think about the Androxus pick there? I mean, he had so many great moments, especially against Jera, but, somebody like Eevee could have provided...
Was it so many, though? That was it.
Yeah.
I feel. That was kind of it. That was the one moment where he was in, and again, he was on his side of the map. It was Gera pushing him.
Yeah.
Even Gera's not afraid to be behind enemy lines on the Maldamba.
Yeah, it was admittedly a poor decision by Gera to try and be that aggressive against an Androxus. And, he did hit some incredible shots, but, going from healer, going into damage dealer, it's got to be difficult. At the highest level, you have to be able to do that, but I'm not sure this first LAN for him, if that's where you want to put this guy.
31 and 15 on the Androxus, barely beating out his healer Pip in damage, and that's just, frankly, they need more out of this guy in particular. If they're going to win this set, he needs to be going big.
Yeah.
Maybe if that's the playstyle choice, if that's his mentality, then just pick up the Cassie. Just stay on your side of the map and just land your shots.
Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of that poke could have been very, very impactful. And Cassie, she's gotten this buff in 46, the patch these players are playing on, where she doesn't need Chronos anymore. She got that second reduced off of the dodge roll, and
you know what it was, man? After Rukia spanked Sheepa in game 1 of day 1.
It all comes down to Rukia.
He locked himself in his hotel room and he practiced because he says, I have to be better than Rukia at Shaolin when it's all said and done.
Are you saying Sheepa locked himself in his hotel room and watched Rukia footage all night?
I'm saying he practiced his Shaolin, practiced the aim. Look at this man.
He might have done a little bit of both here. War Doom, man, he's been playing lights out for his team, and the Fernando seems to be working. He's brought it back here, not something we've been seeing a ton in this meta, although we have seen it a couple games, but admittedly, not happy on his face, knows that they were this close to winning that, and now facing potential elimination if D69 can win this next game.
But I think even if they do get eliminated, they have to be happy with their performance after almost getting knocked out by the wild card European team. And then coming and having this type of performance. Not only does it speak to Astral Authority's resolve, but it also speaks to just how good WASD is. And I think AGG personally can hang their heads a little bit higher after seeing how well WASD did in the tournament.
But does this also lean into more than just how good these teams are and to the fact that maybe the innovation that we're seeing from North America here, bringing out this kind of weird composition first to really deal with the Bomb King successfully, is what's giving them this type of advantage to be able to contend with D69, even with the first pick BK going their way.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the LAN meta, right? Everyone's got stuff in their pockets for LAN. They're not going to show anything in the online stages, and they're going to wait until they're facing elimination to really dig deep and try and pull out anything they can to come out on top.
But right now, they probably don't need to. They're going to have first pick. They're going to have BK again. If things go back and forth, they will be able to win this next game. And if that happens, you know, we're maybe staring a little too far ahead, but the game 5 is going to be the real decider. Actually, this is a best of 7, Nick. What am I thinking? Is it the best? It should be a best of 7, right?
It's best of 5.
Is it best of 5?
Semifinals are best of 5.
Okay, best of 5. I was going to say, man, I might be off here. No, they're facing elimination here, so they would have one more chance to beat the BK, and they've admittedly gotten closer each time.
Absolutely, and you know, trading out games, they're happy to do it, but this would mean that Astral Authority with the Bomb King on their side this time have the chance to tie it up. If this guy on your screen can deliver, he is the Bomb King player, the main for it, unless they get the Drogos again, and that's where the flexibility you can see in the background of the screen as well. The other Bomb King player on this squad, Dosups and Evil Eye, the two blaster players for the King. Jaguar Fall is going to be the map, and you cannot, I don't think, let Astral have Bomb King and Drogos, especially on this map.
No, and I think this is where it becomes questionable when you get the Drogos. You know, Bugsy, he's gonna feel comfortable. There's no way that this guy's played so much Drogos in his life, he's not gonna feel uncomfortable having to play a different champion now, just because he hasn't played him in this set. So if District 69 decides to draft that way, I think they could really hurt Astral Authority. But with Chipa not on Shaolin, that could hurt District 69 more than we know.
Yeah, you're right. He's had such a good game on the character, and I think this is the first time we're actually seeing Bugsy play Drogos in this set. Makoa, Drogos, the selections here for District 69. Back over to Astral Authority. Do they value getting Gera off the Maldamba enough to take it in this phase of the drafting, or do they just stick with what is likely to be the Barrack Shaolin?
Well, if they take the Barrack, they know that Ruckus is something D69 can pull out, and largely he's been the answer for Bomb King, the Makoa, the Ruckus, being able to duo tank and still provide a lot of damage to compete with not taking an extra damage dealer.
Back over to D69, still with the choice of the healer on the table. Likely to take it in this phase of the draft and just save their last pick to counter out with Grok as well, because that's going to be followed up with the Maldamba pick. Almost forcing the hand of Astral Authority to play Ying, but they have really shown that they can pump out the healing on the Pip. They're going to pick up the Ruckus. Pip is a good pickup here, not only for this comp, how stacked it is, but District 69 cannot have the evil mojo to try and counter this out.
I mean, what do they take? Do they take Lex? Do they take Andro here?
They could go for the Androxus for Perdo. Either one of those characters would be safe at this point, but it will be the Lex. Finally, seeing Perdo on something, you know, true to his form, I think is a lot more exciting. Just for me personally, I love to watch the guy on his hit scan, on his Revolver champions.
One of the better players, I think, in the world, Perdo, world class in terms of his aim, and loves Androxus. And now probably going to love Lex. Sheepa, who's been the star, going to have to be off of Shaolin now. We'll see how that impacts this game. That's what I'm really most curious about, knowing that he's going to be playing Grok this round.
So this is a very Astral Authority comp. They've got their Pip, they've got their Bomb King, and the Ruckus and Barrack backs against the wall, facing elimination. Last team from North America. Can they contest? I'm liking their comp. I think they should be confident in this heading into Jaguar Falls. I really like the composition from Astral.
Yeah, 100%. And I think D69, they got something that they're comfortable with. I mean, all of these champions are top tier champions for these players individually, and we'll have to see if it works as a composition together. Astral Authority facing elimination, but with a Mega Potion Pip, anything's possible for Cuss Cutie. Accelerant for Dosip's Bomb King. Recur for Evil Eye Shaolin. Eye Drop Bodies run an aerial assault on the Ruckus, and Fortify Barrack for Wardoom.
Use a lot for Bugsy's Drogos here. Maelstrom for Sheepa's Grok. Perdo takes Death Hathan for his Elven Path with the half shell, and of course, Gare rounding things out. Ripened Gourd on the Maldamba.
Very good stuff. Already with the Explosive Flash, does quite a bit of damage, and he is just getting line of sight to his damage dealers and his tanks, who are already going to move on the point. 3% for both. Dosups with the spray, maybe anticipating a nice flank here. Oh, this is a bad room to get caught out with a Bomb King. First blood, though, goes to Bugsy, and that Drogos is something you cannot count out. He's the captain for D69. He wasn't here, and now, boy, he showed up to play.
Long-range cross-map shots, takes down Evil Eye, now in a rough spot here, trying to get around the corner on the barrack, but Wardoom taken out. Dredge anchored, District 69, 40%, and climbing on the point.
Bugsy on Drogos and Evil Eye off Drogos. This is going to be a really big test. Cuskcutie in trouble. Might even have to heal himself with the Mega Potion, and that could be an interesting aspect of their forcing, damage onto the right target so that the tanks can't get that healing.
Body's taking so much damage. 3 direct impacts from Fuselage Drogos. Not the way you want to start a fight. Dosup's off in a corner here. Nothing. No signs of life from Astral Authority. District take the first payload. 99 to nothing.
And this is where Astral Authority, they need to be careful. And D69, they need to be aggressive. They know this is their chance to move into the finals, and they're going to try to take it as much as possible. Cuskcutie in the upper balcony, just trying to stop this aggression coming out from them, and the Mega Potion will heal his teammate up to full, but Wardoom has not had a good game against this Drogos.
Bugsy, ripping Astral Authority apart. Evil Eye comes out on top of the 1v1 over with Sheep, but Evil Eye finds another one, shuts down Bugsy. Finally, some signs of reprieve, some signs of life for Astral Authority.
iDrop Body's going to have to play big, and Evil Eye's going to have to play extremely big as well. Nice impale there. Whoa, really good body blocking by Elven Path. Almost saved his flanker, but Lex will fall. I'm really interested to see, too, how the Lex interaction with the Law comes into play with these high health tanks that they've got.
Yep, 2 good targets here. I like to see him just land it purely, and then obviously with that turnaround potential, the Mega Potion to put people back over the execute threshold. 65% is where Peridot is going to need to find his targets. Dragon Punch ready to go. Here's the Dread Serpent from D69, connects onto 3. Evil Eye on a prayer here, goes into Planet, doesn't find anything.
Getting caught out with a salvo from a Fuselage Drogos, usually not going to end in your survival.
Jeez.
2 direct hits from Bugsy. He's looking for another one. Very good stuff. Going to take a little bit of the damage reduction from Repulsor Field, but Lex and Bugsy both shooting at iDrop Bodies, and boy, that is not going to end in his staying alive too long.
And the Law here, nice angle to use it as well. Very wide open line of sight. Has one target below the 65% threshold, but it is going to be very risky to pull off, especially against the Mega Potion.
No Bomb King impact here. Nice Evil Mojo coming through, and nice Dragon Punch. Will he find anyone? The Law comes through, and he cannot get a kill. Bugsy looking to find an answer. Wow, hits that Mega shield so hard. And Dosups falls to Elven Path, but Evil Eye loses yet again to Lex.
Superior peeking from Peridot comes out on top of that 1v1, reloads his magnums, hops into the emotes just to get some vision around the corner there, healing up his tank. Bodies on the Ruckus this time around, pretty quiet thus far. Does have the Hexafire available, everything except Evil Mojo ready to go for Astral Authority.
Really good stuff from Cuss. Those healing potions feel like they're out and about whenever he needs them. But he's got to make sure Wardoom has a big impact here. Wardoom running away from the shield, going to Rocket Boots under cover to make sure that he just can't get exposed to the damage, and Bodies now trying to stay alive. He's got a Hexafire, but he needs to get his health back and make sure that he can impact this fight.
Gera shutting down Big Bomb King in the back line here. D69, they've got Cuss in a corner here. They're going to shut down the Big Mouth from North America. One more tank stands in their way. D69 yelling at Astral Authority as they push this payload closer and closer to conversion.
Elven Path has the Ancient Rage, but he's not even going to use it. D69 sweeping the floor with North America. The Cinderella story has almost come to an end, Nick. If District 69 have this good of a round in this round, it will be GG's.
2 points to 0 here. Astral Authority do manage to get their offensive items to the critical level 2 mark. Evil Eye with the cauterized 2 bodies with 1 to his name, just barely, only 95 credits to spare. Dosups very quiet on the Bomb King this game. Not a very big performance out of him. 117 credits for the King left over after he purchases his record 2, and just the Kronos 1 for Wardoom.
No, I love the resilience pickups here coming out from D69. Everybody's got it. Everyone's bought into the answer to counter, I think, largely the Bomb King imperative, which is the stuns, the King Bomb. He's just going to lose so much potential on being able to kill these targets when he goes into that ultimate. If they're counting on it, they're going to have to find another way to get this damage out. Body's just exposed. He's just getting torn down. The bait maybe from the Mega Potion could be here, and Wardoom 27% on the point.
Dosups finally finding kills here. 2 in the backline. long distance shots onto Peridot. Needs to be careful, very aggressive into 3 members of District 69, but a nice pickup there. Can he go for more? Will Dosovs kill all 5 members by himself?
Well, that was an incredible poppy bomb because he put himself in the position where Grok couldn't find him quite yet. I think he's going to be chasing him now, but Mega Potion's going to do the deed. Here comes
CC immunity.
CC immune King Bomb, and he's going for Bugsy, but the resilience will save his life, and oh my god, the stun from Jera is going to mean that he does not have a chance to kill Bugsy. This is incredible, but Dosovs finishes off anyways.
Hexafire entirely shut down by the shell shield from Makoa. Just not enough left in the tank. Astral Authority now getting in desperation mode. Peridot moving out to zone, has the law available to him. Combat slide back to safety. Dredge anchor to pull him out of position. Wardoom needs to be careful here. One more shot. This could be his final life of the tournament.
Oh no, 93% here going through 99, and it is D69 taking a clean lead here, and Evil Eye is going to fall. The law has come to serve justice for Europe, and North America is slowly running away.
Dosovs all by himself, all by his lonesome. He's operated like this before, but Bugsy hot on his trail. Going to put one direct impact to him. Cuss going to keep him safe for the time being.
2 minutes and 8 seconds now on the clock. This could be the game's end. They are on the precipice of winning this and going to the finals. D69 know that as well, and Bugsy on his traditional, on his quintessential Drogos is going to be trying to make some highlight plays, and let's maybe start off with a listen-in for D69 as they begin this final push.
Go, 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 go.
I'm dead.
They're pushing.
Save yo.
Yeah,
they're all push. They push, relax.
One. Okay, Bob keep pushing me, probably. Go back, go back.
Group up. We have a lot of time.
They will Bob, keep coming in, careful.
Yep, I'm coming to you, shipper. Go.
Untrigger.
I got you.
Back, no
Okay, my shield got killed.
Back. I'll fire you. Okay.
Okay, let me.
Slow. Slow down, energy, slow down.
Yeah, they're all over. Push up, elbow. Push back. Push. Nice, together. Nice, fucking move.
I'm dead.
Fuck. Barik on me.
Mia Fox. Go back. Back. We still have time. Yep. I'm getting out of the 3 now. Get away. Go behind.
They're very low. Come on.
Back up.
Go. Barik, one in space. Barik is dead. Come on. They don't have ult.
Funky short.
Roglot, you are dead, man. One out.
They have one HP out. Funky going short. Oh fuck, my bad. Get the funky.
I got it. Okay, go back. It's fine.
They spend a lot of ultis.
Yeah,
No peep, no pumpkin, no.
They spent a lot of ultis. What an interesting listen-in as D69 quelled.
So did you, D69?
By Astral Authority. In fact, you guys spent all your ultis. What are you talking about here? Trying to keep themselves boosted in terms of their priorities and mentality. I love the way they comboed that Dread Serpent, and Bugsy was just ready to run in.
He absolutely was. 81% on the Evil Mojo here for Cuss Cutie, so he's really close on his with a Hexafire. That could be a very deadly combination, but the big note here is all those resiliences, level 2s and level 3s. Sheepa, the only one they're going to have more than 2 seconds to try and kill, but 2 seconds minimum duration. It's going to be hard, but it's not impossible.
I could see a flank coming out here from Astral Authority. What they've done before hasn't worked, and this is actually the time it needs to work. And iDrop Body's taking this initial part. Yeah, they're going to the left-hand side. Everybody's trying to do it. They're going to meet in the dark room, and who will get the first blood? This could mean a lot. Astral Authority doesn't want to get picked off here. Evil Eye already going down, and that is not spelling good news. In fact, iDrop Body's going to just say, let's
don't
just
get
reset
staggered.
here.
Yeah, absolute full reset call here from Astro Authority. They lose that team fight hard. 3 kills for nothing right off the start, and then the final 2 just disheartened. Run back now. Strong zone. Look at Perdo going for all the dismounts on Astral Authority. Big 3-man, nice stretch anchor, pulling in 1. Is it going to be enough?
Oh, Evil Mojo coming through. He's looking to find him, but Resilience will save him for now. I Drop Bodies is there on the point, and with a Grumpy Bomb, they are going to slay Bugsy. Are they going to get Jera? Oh, they
CC
don't get him. They're
immunity.
incredible Resilience, able to get him away so quickly. And that Slither coming through. He's not going to be able to get any of that out of there. The damage is real. D69, the plays are real. Jera again with another snake and a double kill to finish it off. And the trash talk continues. D69 in the championship.
Let it come through. D69, the first team to find themselves in the finals. They're going to congratulate themselves first and foremost before hopefully going and shaking hands with Astral Authority there. Great games. Looking a little bit hurt here, but not I don't think discouraged by their play at all.
Wounded, but, you know, not down, right? I think this is a great performance for North America. And again, they face the favorites, and Europe has such a excellent scene themselves to be able to, you know, play against back and forth and really gain that expertise and experience against such high caliber teams. North America largely growing towards that direction, as you can see Astral Authority making some huge claims for the region and becoming better at this game as time passes, as the right team members get put together. But overall, it was the story of D69 and how immaculate they all played.
Yeah, just unfortunate they're not able to connect on a lot of those ultimate abilities there from Astro Authority. Cuss Cutie was put in a very rough spot by Elven Path and the boys. Only the solo Evil Mojo onto Elven Path there, and he was able to actually pop out of that chicken and come back, swinging the fight in his favor. The team D69 without any ultimates find a very convincing win in that final round.
I mean, it was largely on the back of everyone. You couldn't really point to one person in any of the sets that made the big difference. I mean, you could look at Bugsy this set with top damage. You could look at Sheepa in those 1v1 plays. You could look at how much Elven Path set it up and the team calling for Jera to be able to finish with some great snakes and some great Dread Serpents. And speaking of the man himself, Elven Path is here after a great win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, man.
To D69, dude. It's a pleasure seeing you up here. How are you feeling after the victory?
Shaky.
Shaky?
Yeah.
Excited?
It was amazing. Yeah, extremely. It was like great set. Extremely good set.
Were you surprised with how well Astral Authority played against you guys?
We were not surprised because I personally had anticipated that they're top tier NA team and they're obviously very good. And the only thing that caught us off guard, kinda, 2 things. First was their super aggressive play. We like that. I mean, we are usually the ones who do that.
You're like, whoa,
but
this is
like working like same thing against us. Like, what are you doing?
Taste your own medicine.
Yeah, and another thing that put us off quite a bit is the solo pip thing. In Europe, we don't do that.
No.
And given that we have never screamed before, they have been practicing it quite a bit. You can see that, and they did do really great with the solo pip, and we were impressed. But we found some, like, we learned on the fly what to do against the solo pip, and in the end, like, we won.
That's one thing I think you guys always do very, very well amongst all teams, is learning on the fly. Even if someone catches you guys off guard, you have the ability to adapt the quickest and set in that LAN. That's what matters.
Absolutely.
I mean, that hasn't always been a part of their flavor, too. When they were starting out, you know, D69 got the reputation for the hard heads. They're not going to basically change their aggressiveness. They're going to do the same thing. We're going to pick Buck no matter what because we love the guy and we think he works. And right now, I think Nick pointed out one of the best parts, and I want you to comment on this, your growth as a squad. That's largely been in contention with Burrito, Carbon 6 now as who's the top dogs, who are the best. You guys seem to have finally clicked. Everything's working, and clearly among the teams here and a lot of the viewers watching have taken that #1 spot.
Yeah, nothing to add. Like, we did really big job on working with each other. We did a great job on growing as a team, and we are current D69 is nothing compared to, say, 6 months ago D69. We wouldn't, like, you know.
No, I know. We were talking a lot about this. You brought up the Mega Potion Pip, which is interesting, right? Yeah. We've seen this guy now hit over 100,000, over 120,000 healing.
Yep.
2-3 games now. Is this something you could see legitimately, you know, not giving up any strats for the future, but you see now, I remember talking to Bugsy saying this won't work. Can you see that it can work in certain scenarios now?
this team clearly demonstrated that it surely can work in certain scenarios. However, I think that first of all, it's not just solo pip; it's solo pip and 2 tanks.
And 2 tanks.
That's the biggest thing here.
Yes, of course.
And we knew that they were going for the same thing over and over again, because if the team doesn't reserve Ying, for example, or doesn't reserve Moldamba, they kind of show their hand anyway. And this fact that you can predict, that you know what they're going to pick, can let you work around that. I mean, in one of the games, I think second one, we actually considered just taking pip away from them. Just like we had this choice. It was Serpent game, which was very clunky. We still won, but it was really tough. I mean, like those overtime ultimates by Barrack, by Ruckus, by everyone, it was crazy. And during that game, we really considered taking pip away because they had 2 tanks already, and we were like, maybe take pip, but we decided to go with something else, and it worked. Like not as good as we kind of wanted to, but it still worked.
And that's a question going forward now. If you guys decide to run, not even necessarily a double tank combo, you've seen how well this healer pip can work. Without it being something that you've practiced, do you guys feel that you can pull this off now? Is this something you guys might go to in the future?
Without having practiced, I don't think so.
Okay.
We do like to try things, but
not here,
not now, and maybe not as radical.
Sure.
But 2 tanks and solo pip, Mega Potion, it works. But as you can see, as you saw in Jaguar Falls, we found what we had to find.
Yes.
And honestly, they should have gone for Fernando there, I feel like, not Ruckus. But
we'll see if that affects them in the next LAN as well. As you can see, Elvin Path here with D69, the winners of the first semifinal. Let's take a look at what you have coming through at the rest of the day so you can see who might be playing them in the finals. It's going to be either Carbon 6 or Kanga Esports.
Who are you most afraid to face, or who do you think is going to take this series? Do Kanga have a real chance to take down Carbon 6?
I think that, yeah, they do. I think that they do have a chance to take down Carbon 6 because
Carbon 6 with their substitute player here, not their full roster. Is it going to affect their play style too much? You know, D69, you guys, and Astral Authority as well, all 5 members are communicating in the comms. We did a lot of listen-ins despite your warnings. We did a lot of listen-ins to your comms.
Yeah, we heard some things.
Yeah. I'm sorry, everyone.
We heard some Russian.
Sorry.
It was,
Didn't sound
everyone's communicating, and when you have a substitute here, I mean, you can speak on this. You had Unbelievable at HRX. Right. There's only so much a substitute player can bring in terms of comms or like direction and strategy.
Not necessarily, because being a substitute player doesn't mean it's a bad player.
Sure.
And when it's highest level of the play, you kind of expect the player you bring with to keep up.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it's a sub player or not. They've played, like Burrito played enough with it, like for a couple months, I believe. Not sure, maybe 1 month, maybe a couple of weeks, but it's still enough, a little bit, to get with the flow. But sure, it has some downsides, but they're not major, just minor. It's okay.
Well, you know what was major? Your performance, Jared's performance, all of your team's performances today were absolutely stellar. If you can keep it up, you guys are going to be in good shape for the finals. But we do have something that can get you good shape when you play your Paladins game. Maybe you're waiting in between some of the breaks. You want to look good while you're sniping down on Timber Mill. Well, that means you got to start the Nova Strike Knessa quest. That's right, 400 crystals. It's going to get you that nice set on the right, and it's going to give you the opportunity to get a couple of hats, another gun. Nick, all you got to do is win with Knessa. No big deal.
Yep, 3 wins separates you from all those helmets and then the big bad rifle there at the end. I really want to get to that set. I'm struggling to get my wins. I got a lot of good Knessa players queuing against me these days.
It's tough, man. You may want to wait for this one, at least buy the quest, and then, you know, wait to maybe play some games.
Gotta stick to my strategy, just playing flankers and farming all the Knessas.
Exactly here. And of course, while you're playing Knessa, get excited, get hyped. It's your chance to earn 2 XP. Not 1, but 1 more. 2 XP. Oh, is that 2 times?
We're still beating this dead horse.
We're still beating it, Nick. The dead horse, that is.
This is good, guys. You want to get this while rolling, you know, synergy with a lot of other promotions, as well as the account boosters are on sale, and trying to get to that level 30 so you can get that unlock that Makoa skin. Is going to be very important for you. Looking good in the realm.
And before we close here, Elvin Path getting this thing on, we wanted to ask him one more question. To me, the standout was not just, you know, you as a player, not just the whole team. I felt that everyone had their star moment. Everyone had that opportunity to really change the game.
Definitely.
And this is something that you guys have been waiting for, the full team here at LAN, ready to go. It's been almost a year since this has happened.
Yeah,
And
it's a blast. It's a blast having Bugsy with us. We're extremely happy. We're like super happy, super thrilled.
Stop talking. You could talk in Russian now. We're giving you your chance. It's time to talk to your Russian community. I'll close my ears.
Спасибо большое Хорезм за то, что предоставляет возможность на родном языке сказать спасибо всем вам, кто нас сейчас смотрит. Спасибо тебе, Эвелина, спасибо Икрам, если смотришь, Женя, все, абсолютно все, ребят. Это была очень крутая игра, и финал будет только круче. Будет он против Канги или против C6, мы не знаем, но это будет уже скоро. Пожалуйста, оставайтесь с нами.
Bars.
Me too.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, we're so excited to be bringing you some more Paladins action. Thank you, Elvin, for that. Congratulations and good luck in the finals. We wish you the best, and we'll be bringing it to the next semifinal coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We got Kanga versus Carbon 6. Hey Paladins fans, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Rainday, and today we'll be covering a brand new series called Item Highlights. This is a beginner-focused guide that will help even advanced Paladins players understand the core mechanics and reasons for buying the items in the game. Items can make or break your performance in Paladins, and understanding when, why, and sometimes why not to buy an item can be the difference in winning or losing. This series also aims to showcase some unusual and maybe forgotten aspects that an item may provide to you or your teammates. And so hopefully you will find each one of these interesting and enlightening even if you played Paladins for a while. Let's start episode 1 by taking a look at the defensive item, Resilience. So when to buy Resilience? Admittedly, Resilience is more of a flavor pick, and it works really well against certain champions and works less well and not at all against others. So being aware of what the situation is and being knowledgeable will help you to make the right choice. Any slow and any knockback will be affected by Resilience, and it can allow you to do what you want to do at your own time and pacing. Want to aggress on that Cassie, but she keeps disengaging you? Resilience will stop that. It'll feel like a gentle nudge, and you can continue to deal damage to that backline character. Here's what it's like getting hit with a Grumpy Bomb without Resilience. And here's what it's like getting hit with a Grumpy Bomb when you have Resilience 3. Are you getting Poppy Bombed off the map with Jolt 4? Here's what happens before Resilience, and here's what happens after. It's also great to note that Torvald's Hyper Beam ultimate is countered by Resilience, and it will be incredibly hard for him to lift you up, almost impossible if you have Resilience 3, although you will still get pushed back a fair distance. His silence can also be countered as well, if you want to get out of the silence faster and continue shooting or use your movement skill. Another widely unknown application of Resilience is that it counters Pip extremely well with his ultimate Evil Mojo. Evil Mojo turns people into chickens for 4 seconds, but if you buy Resilience and you max it out to level 3, you actually will get out of his ultimate 2 seconds faster. That means if you're a 5,000 plus health Fernando, you go down to 1,500 only for 2 seconds and pop right back up to your 5,000 health. It means he has less time to kill you, and you're much more likely to survive and get to safety and be right back in the fight with that huge health pool. If you want an overall look at which champions to get Resilience against and which champions to not get it against, here should be an interesting graph that will help display that visually. Being a good Paladins player can oftentimes be about knowledge and understanding what is the right decision to make and when to make it. Each game of Paladins is different, and if you find yourself getting stun locked or turned into a chicken a few more times than you would have liked, Resilience may be a good place to start. Thanks so much for watching, Paladins fans. Stay tuned to more item highlights, how to plays, and other great content here on the Paladins Game channel by subscribing. My name is Rainday, and as always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and I'll see you all next time.
champions, welcome back to the Paladins Spring Masters LAN. My name is, well, it still does appear as Hara's Vox down there, although I've seen Hara's fresh cut. I've seen the last Avatar, the last Airbender thrown around a few times so far, but of course I'm joined by Alan Ahil, Chip Donofrio. We are down to the second and the last semi-final of the day here, and my goodness, is it going to be a doozy?
I can't look. I have to go before we go. I saw the tweet about you possibly pulling out the Buck cosplay. You guys are hitting the gym.
Have you seen these guys? Exactly. No, I don't even need a permit for these, dude.
Good grief, I can't handle it.
But we've got some fantastic games coming up ahead of us. The match is going to be on your screen right about now. Previously, we just saw Astral Authority go ahead and take on District 69, with D69 taking a 3-1 victory over them and advancing through to the finals. Carbon 6 versus Kanga Esports is up next.
And we've seen some really interesting things today. And again, after the last 2 days, obviously day 1 was very Bomb King wins. Day 2 was, here are some options as far as how Bomb King can lose. And both D69 and Astral Authority had their offers as far as how best to do it. And of course, finding a little bit of traction with that. On the flip side of things, though, Kanga Esports most notably have not had a way to beat Bomb King yet, and we have yet to see them offer in what their possible 2 cents will be as far as how they deal with His Majesty.
They're certainly going to need it because they're going to have to beat Bomb King at some point. Carbon 6 will, they'll be definitely looking to take that away from Kanga Esports after we saw how devastating Digidog's Bomb King was. A little bit less so on Drogo's, but once they're on that Bomb King, oh my goodness, sparks were flying.
He very well may be the best Bomb King here, to be completely honest, and it's tough for us to evaluate until we...
Never 1v1 tournament.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine? That would be explosive.
Oh, that's my job.
Oh, right, absolutely.
But there we go. On your screen right now will be everybody from Carbon 6 running through Bonka, Lazy sitting here. And as we transition through the rest of the players, you can see that the focus is already there for all them. Bird, likely planning out some strategies, or maybe just sitting here listening to Lazy.
These guys are really, really comprehensive as far as how they like to approach the game, and getting their flow kind of going is really going to establish, where they dictate their pace. We've seen them be able to play aggressive when chosen to do so, but mostly they like to let team positioning kind of evolve in front of them and really attack when they find the best opportunity possible. That being said, when are those opportunities going to come up? The Fighting Kangaroos down here might not let there be too many of those.
See, that's the characteristic Carbon 6 playstyle has been, okay, we're going to drop a couple of points early into the game, we're going to figure out your strategy, and then we're just going to flat out beat you because we understand how you play and we understand how to play against it. And that's been something which they've demonstrated time and time again, struggled with it more recently through the Masters qualifiers, but still demonstrate against most of the teams they come up against.
Yeah, and this Carbon 6 squad again returning with 4 members from HRX, most notably Bonker, the MVP from that tournament. And the real big question mark comes down to Northernberg. What is he going to be able to bring to the table for this squad? They are the #1 seed out of their group, which is really, really big for them, especially considering the fact that they had to go up against Astral Authority. But I think the biggest flexibility that we've seen out of Carbon 6 has come out of Lazy. He's played so many different champions throughout the qualifiers, and we've seen him do the same all the way through this tournament as well. It's going to be interesting to see what he chooses to play when he does not get his Bomb King.
Exactly. He's been the Bomb King player for Carbon 6, but in a situation where Carbon 6 are necessarily first pick and first pick Bomb King comes through, he's demonstrated such flexibility previously. Cassie, Evie, Lex has been a big one through this tournament that he has been put on, but on maps like Timbermill, which we've seen the Oceanic team favor, then potentially a Canessa might come out as well. So much flexibility for this player, but at the same time, playing that many roles means that he's not able to focus quite so much on specializing in each individual champion.
Without a doubt. And speaking of specializing, again, you mentioned it, Kanga has been looking at everyone's games and saying, hey, none of these Europeans and North Americans like to play Ice Mines. They don't like to play Timber Mill. Let's get good at those. And I think that's a really smart call, especially from team captain right in the center, Hades. He's really, really, really good at sitting down, watching VODs, crunching numbers, looking at drafts, and saying, how can we best form our own strategy against this? On top of that, with the recent addition of Digidog in the lineup, this has made this roster from what was previously Abyss that much better. And I think it gives him a very real shot to get into the finals here.
And you can see them there relaxed, happy, and smiling running, ready to get going is going to be Digidog from Kanga Esports. And this is the, wow, we talked a little bit about it earlier. This is the Bomb King guy. This is the Blaster main, the AoE damage specialist for Kanga Esports. I first saw the match. I think you sent me a clip for maybe top 5 plays from a tournament coming from Down Under. And oh my goodness, I watched the entire game through and I was blown away by that Bomb King performance on Timbermill specifically.
This was before lag compensation, keep in mind. This was before Bomb King has seen what he has this last weekend, really. And as we get into this matchup, he's going to be the big factor when it comes down to not only when he gets his hands in the Bomb King, but can he still find that explosivity when he's playing characters like Drogos? Again, that seems to be his #2 priority.
It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. A lot at stake for both of these teams. Will the Oceanic region and Kanga Esports finally make their way through to a grand finals, or will Carbon 6 look to defend their title here and once again go for the age-old show match of this squad? Carbon 6 now, previously Burrito GG, previously Torpedo versus District 69.
Yeah, this is a really interesting dynamic, and I think we saw some of the shades of how good Europe is in that last set versus Astral. Not simply because D69 won, but the teams like D69 and Carbon 6 are really good at lasting and being disciplined when maps go 96% to 99% 3-3. Kanga has not had that experience, neither has Astral, and Serpent Beach, again, one of the pinnacle maps that Carbon 6 really does perform well on.
In a situation like this, showing your hand early is certainly not something which Kanga Esports is going to do, and it will be, of course, Carbon 6's first map pick, and it's just neutral overall. We've seen a lot of different champions have a degree of viability here, left and right. We've seen Bomb King come out on form. We've also seen Canessa perform for Nocturnes as well, but it will be Carbon 6 also with the first pick. Bomb King off the table, no surprises there.
No surprises there. And when you look at Serpent Beach, again, we talked about this a little bit yesterday about what kind of a dynamic this map brings. You need to be able to deal with vertical elements on this map because of not only the little bridges right around the point, but also all of those upper ledges as you start to get towards the payload path. So grabbing the Makoa and the Drogos absolutely makes sense. You can rip people down from that high ground, and of course you can thrust your way up and deal with other characters from above. To respond, though, as we've seen, Barrick seems to be holding the #2 spot as far as priority in frontliners.
Used to be Fernando, now definitely being dethroned by the stay-at-home dad there. It's going to be interesting to see what Carbon 6 draft into next, and Charlene, a wise decision getting Northernberg on one of their 2 comfort picks, Drogos and Charlene here, or Drogos or Charlene, making sure they're not pushed too far out of their zone as a substitute for the team. Kanga Esports, though, respond alike with Lex and Maldamba. They're giving potentially the double deployables through to Carbon 6 for free.
And I think there's opportunity here, you know, if they do end up having to go up against the Barrack and the Ying, which we would anticipate at this point, and it will in fact be that, there's possibility for Grok. They've played a lot of Grok throughout, and this is also, I was going to say, there's not really anybody who can close distance, and with a long line of sight that you normally see with this payload path, Canessa is an option. So Kanga Esports trying to troll, I won't say troll, but trend early with their possible of using Canessa.
Well, this forces Bomb King to play the flanker role. Definitely going to not be seeing any chain reaction out of this Bomb King. Likely going to be played by Lazy this set for Carbon 6. Needs the accelerant to be able to get into the backline. So what we want to see is going to be more reactive play out than Makoa. A little bit more defense coming through. Maybe some nice Maldamba positioning, but that remains to be seen so far on the left-hand side of your score. But it will be Carbon 6 led by Northernberg here on recurve Charlene. Bomb King played by Lazy with the accelerant legendary. It will be Bonka on Victor with Gunnery. Thiel on Barrack with Architectonic so far, and Bird on Ying with Focusing Lands.
Joels will be playing the Canessa with a steady aim. Josh Kent on Lex. Death Hastens. Digidog will be playing the Drogos Fusillade. Hades with Half Shell Makoa, and Chronix with Maldamba with
And again, it's just all about the Chronos for this side of Kanga Esports, looking to kick things off, looking to get their cooldowns over. Dredge Anchor not going to happen. Nice high ground positioning coming through from Bomb King and Barrack, but First Blood goes on to Lazy as Josh Kent picks them up.
That's a really big start, especially not the fact that it was a first kill, but it was a first kill onto Bomb King, and Josh Kent now has a little bit more freedom to get this zone. An interesting choice. Bonker actually pushing the issue at 1 HP. Maybe there was a call saying that Josh Kent was lower than he actually was, but a mistake, and now Kanga has control over this point and the numbers advantage.
39% and rising so far for the team in red. Fire Spit Salvo combination characteristic of Digidog coming out here. It's going to put the pressure onto Lazy. Mid-air Fusillade hit connects and straight back to base with you. If anything's going to tilt this showstopper player, it'll be 2 quick early kills, removing them from the fight, and Kanga Esports need need to take advantage of this.
Another huge fire spit just to kind of chip everybody down. And once again, Thiel in a weird position, not really near the rest of his team. And Joel's also doing a great job of securing down this middle line of sight. We're at 63+%, continuing to count up. And again, nobody is here in tandem for Carbon 6. It's all individuals.
Grenade out, revealing Victor's position there, allows Joel's to hard scope the area, looking to dismount Barrack now as they rush on in. The barricade will be in place. Barrage comes down. That's going to open the point fight up for Bonkar and squad as they try and recapture this. 93% in favor of Carbon 6, but Dragon Punch is incoming.
It doesn't find anything but an illusion, unfortunately. We are in overtime. That would have been a really big pickup. I was really hesitating to see if he was going to find it. Thiel finding himself a clutch double kill. Chronic's in a little bit of trouble. He will back up, and he should have some room to breathe. And even though we are seeing Lazy, again, trying to find some connections with the Bomb King, Joel's has been doing such a great job. But no, Lazy, with that flanking role that you mentioned, is able to get a big kill onto Joel's.
And that's so crucial here. Joel's, after taking down and just multiple enemies on the side of Carbon 6, needed to go, but Dread Serpent will be used to re-engage. Out goes the Grumpy Bomb from Lazy. Can they withstand 99% in overtime? Lazy's gonna make it there, but out comes the Headhunter. Kanga Esports capture the objective. Joel's picks up a double kill, looks for the triple but can't find it, but still Kanga Esports with a 1-0 and the headshots come through. Bird still, though, with the trade.
That's very fair and still alive, finding himself a double
Focusing,
Bird.
lands the bonus
Absolutely
damage.
getting the damage done, connecting through the whole stream of that auto attack to get that bonus damage you mentioned, but regardless, the scoreboard still reads in favor of the red team, 1-0 as we get to that 2-minute mark until overtime. And this is where Digidog can really be dangerous. He's got a lot of stuff to hide behind, even as he's thrusting to get these fire spits and salvos out.
And I really like the salvo positioning from Digidog there, recognizing that Charlene either is going to have to give up that high ground position or withdraw back through the salvo, sends it in such a way to make sure they receive maximum damage. Bird pulled in, though, is quickly saved as Northernberg takes down Hades. Charlene looking for Drogas here again. Digidog with the salvo, can't quite find the kill potential there, and Northernberg holds strong.
I'm lost as far as what Kanga is trying to do. I was lost initially. Carbon 6 looked very disjunct as they were trying to get to point. Now Kanga is doing the exact same thing as they try to find a way to get back to the payload. Neither team is really grouping up and finding themselves in a death ball situation. It's a lot of individual kills, and granted, you're going to get that when you have Joel's playing Kanessa, but at the same point, where's the cohesion? It looks like both teams are really trying to fill out their individual skill, and they're playing mechanically at the moment.
Also, let's talk for a second about Digidog not being a shield killer on this team, looking to take down Thiel's barricade, just relying on base weapon attack shots coming through. These rockets won't be buffed up by Rekka, instead taking Cauterize for the big AoE anti-heal out of salvo. Might come back to haunt this team, although it looked like it was only an Architectonics barricade. That could have been swapped out last minute for the Fortify, and that'll make Carbon 6's frontline very strong.
But Architectonics is absolutely a very real possibility, considering that Drogos midair will still get shot down by those turrets and take a lot of damage, and that's not something you want to be sitting up in the air just taking free damage with. Joel's, though, with a nice shot, sitting at 26 HP. Can he find another? He gets the headshot, but Bird connects the focusing lens to get those last shots, and now Lazy in the background for essentially free, but Drogo's trying to chase him down. An interesting battle. Josh Kent comes with the save and gives an assist over to his Drogos player, but still, the entire time here, Fox, the payload has barely moved, and as you hear just behind us, 15 less seconds to go.
It's just been stalled out by Phil. Northernberg has been, well, looks like they're holding this angle very strongly. Withdraws available, but quickly dashing through. Josh Kent trying to find the poke, does, and this opens up the possibility for an overtime push, but Lazy's already respawned. Bomb King is back and ready. Lazy's just looking for the damage on a Digidog. Poppy bombs himself off the map. We could still see this push go through.
It's going to be very difficult, though. Chronic's finding himself a double kill on the Meldamba. Again, that Venom coming out of the Serpent absolutely clutch as far as the damage it can provide when you hit it. Joel's, though, falling very low, needs to catch a heal. He's going to get a little bit of that from his teleporter. You see that go straight from 49 to 700 HP, but still not able to connect. His Bird has found so much damage with this focusing lens.
And the damage just keeps on coming through. Dragon Punch used, though, to try and break the space open. Digidog finds Thiel, but Northernberg answers back in style. Josh Kent has the execute available, has to go big here, has to keep up the pressure, dashes forwards through, and no, Carbon 6 defends successfully. Hades was not actually on the objective because they did fall in a trade there.
Yeah, Dragon Punch also used along with Headhunter at the background, and defensively, nothing was used. This is really big for Carbon 6. Again, we talked about it pre this match. They like to kind of see how their opponents are going to play, get themselves an opportunity, and really capitalize. And when they have 4 out of the 5 ultimates up, that's really, really dangerous to go up against.
With a successful defense that went all the way through into overtime, a lot of kills picked up by Carbon 6 helps equalize that credit deficit from the capture objective which Kanga Esports had. And you can see that this comes out in terms of their itemization, but Kanga Esports notably going for a lot of master riding here on Serpent Beach, and Josh Kent picking up a lot of credits, already has cauterized 3 online.
Yeah, and that's really big as far as making sure that you're able to apply that reduced healing, especially in the face of a Ying, and of course the healing stations that come out for Barrack. It's just a lot of self-sustain, couple sticks absolutely clicking onto the Lex, and this is really big as Lazy's going to be able to get aggressive, knowing his team has ultimates if he needs to come out. We do see the Dome Shield taking over the high ground, but still, there's a lot of opportunity. Heat Haze also just been popped and expires. And the whole time, Kanga did a really good job. They didn't go into the face of that, knowing there were ultimates, and still only 18% for Carbon.
And now Kanga Esports have the opportunity to re-engage. Lazy, though, picking up a double kill, looks to find a triple on the backside. Can they find the mid-air shots onto Diggy Dog? 3 kills in a row for Lazy, looking for a 4th, but no, around the corner, Lazy chooses not to engage and just zone out with some area sticks and some traps there, waiting for somebody to make their move. 66% and rising for Carbon 6. Kanga Esports have to re-engage. Dread Serpent is on the field.
Good channel, the King Bomb, though, knowing that this channel has to come in. But whoa! What was that explosion? He
Way
absolutely
too early.
misses that one. He saw a shadow or something and used it. Now Barrage comes out. This is a chance for Kanga to really get back in. Again, Barrage didn't find much damage either.
Lazy whiffs the Poppy Bomb as well, and now it's Diggy Dog looking for the out trade, but Lazy finds the shots. So much damage coming through from this Carbon 6 team, led by Victor with 60,000 at just 8 minutes, and Northernberg cleaning up to allows Carbon 6 to come back in with a capture of their own.
Northernberg absolutely saved a very bad situation in that instance. He was able to clean up 2 really big kills on the back end of 2 teammates really kind of whiffing ultimates at a very clutch moment. Still, 2-1 read the scoreboard, and this is really big for Carbon 6 having a chance to be offensive. And again, we're seeing these hooks get absolutely mitigated out by Serpent Beach. It seems like it's a 6th player so far for Carbon.
Yeah, the wall's really coming into effect. Are you sure there isn't a Nara drafted by Carbon 6 at this point? Because they seem to be getting caught on everything but Carbon 6. They're forcing the payload forwards. 1 minute and 55 left on the clock. Kanga Esports, they do have ultimates ready. Dread Serpent, as well as nearly having Dragon Punch here, could be used preemptively very early into this defense just to ensure that Carbon 6 can't snowball.
Yeah, that's going to be really big to make sure that you can find a way to get your defense set up. If you allow Carbon 6 to catch some momentum, they're absolutely going to exploit it, especially with the fact that they are getting ultimate charge back on board, and a couple of extra kills will throw them over the top to get things like a Barrage, another possible King Bomb, and of course Dome Shield, which brings in so much area denial. But so far, Illusionary Rift just 10% away, and of course Heat Haze, as you see in the top left, is ready to go if so chose to be used.
It's such a dangerous conversion potential coming through from the squad of Carbon 6. Dome Shield into Barrage into King Bomb effectively denies the entire area around the conversion point, so if Carbon 6 get close, it will mean curtains for Kanga Esports, and it will be going to the halftime show, but Kanga Esports are able to hold them at range. This Kanessa needs to do work here. Can't quite find the line of sight angles she can around the capture objective, but as soon as the payload starts creeping a little bit further forward, should be able to find some nice, consistent damage onto all of their enemies.
They need to get Lazy out of this room right now. This is really bad because neither Lex nor Kanessa can freely set themselves up because all of these bombs do so much damage, and no one's been able to do anything. Lazy gets the kill on Joel's, even though Josh Kent picks up 2. He still has the Law ready to go as well, but still, Lazy in the background for free. He finds himself a double kill and in a position to possibly close out a 3rd.
And maybe looking for Josh Kent here, but Josh Kent will save the team there. On very low health was Lazy, taking the 1v2. Should have just withdrawn from the situation and not continued to engage, but Carbon 6 are still gaining ground here. Kanga Esports need to last for maybe 10 more seconds if they can force the overtime not to occur, but Carbon 6, they're poised and ready. Will they engage, notably Illusionary Rift off the table here?
Yeah, it's really big as far as the sustain and to get this push continuing to move in the face of what is going to be a lot of damage. But again, Lazy has found a part of this map where no one seems to want to be able to or can be able to contest him. He finds another double kill in that top side room, and again, numbers going for Carbon 6 as they look to continue this push. Respawn proximity will favor Barrage being committed as well as it goes right into that torch room, but everybody bails as soon as they could, but nobody contests the point. The Dread Serpent comes out too late, and Kanga falls down, now 3-1.
And that was all Hate's positioning there, nowhere near the objective, up on the high ground, reactively shell spins away from Barrage. barrage when they should have gone back the other way, looking to get towards the objective and close the gap. Now it's 3-1 in favor of Carbon 6. After an early deficit, they've come back in strides, and so importantly here, Cauterized 3 online for Bonka and Bird, the easy application anti-healers here, as well as Lazy, and this really lets Lazy duel out effectively 1v1 in the backline.
The big surprise is the fact that they're only committing one person on Carbon 6 to Wrecker, considering that it is a double Chronos for Hades with, again, half shell. That's a big cooldown in itself, but add Chronos 2 onto it, that shell is essentially always up. And to only have one person on Wrecker, it seems to be working so far. You really can't complain with the result.
It's Northernberg. They're not engaging, they're not fighting player versus player here. They're looking for the Impaler arrow setups, but they're just primarily focusing on Planted and taking down that shield, but still an early kill coming through for both teams. 4v4 on the objective. Nobody wants to step on there. It's a little bit too exposed, but Diggy Dog might just give their team the advantage. No hold that thought. Lazy comes in with King Bomb, stuns out Diggy, takes down Hades as Bird confirms the kill credit there, and now is looking for even more. The arc shots over the wall. Down goes Diggy Dog. Drogos is grounded.
This is an absolutely great game from Lazy as far as his auto attacks go and his ability to execute players. That on top of that, Northernberg has had a great Shaolin game so far, and they are the two big reasons why they continue to find these open area kills. We typically see these characters doing well with isolated one-on-ones or these enclosed areas, and they're getting kills in the open air. Right now, Dragon Punch also coming in for Diggy Dog. Will it find a connection? It will. It'll hit field just barely before it expires, and now with Ancient Rage on the table, Kanga looks to recommit.
But Hades is very, very low. 1,000 health and falling inside the shell shield, safe for the time being. Northernberg pulled in. That might have just saved their teammate, and Josh Kent comes in with the cleanup. 78% in favor of Carbon 6. Will Grumpy Bomb be enough here? The execute to Lazy. I bet that Josh Kent is screaming worth, but that's bought time for Thiel to get back to the objective. Nice use of heal on. They're in pursuit to avoid the flamethrower damage, and now they may just be able to clean up, but no! Thiel's turrets are slamming him.
And Bird as well with the focusing lens, able to find the damage. You could tell both Lex and Drogos were like, I really don't want to go into this situation. Do you? There are so many turrets that were in place, and still Carbon 6 able to get the kills. Joel's one of the last left to contest. His overtime expires. I don't think he's going to be able to get there in time, and no! Carbon 6 takes it 4-1.
His foot on the objective. Their momentum from their mount dismount after the end of the round just carrying them over. Maybe a combat slide half a second earlier would have been enough, but at that point the stagger was far too heavily favored in or favoring Carbon 6. Kanga Esports, they've met their match here. Their Kinessa pick did a lot of work, but they didn't have the same degree of point pressure that game, and their elevation, Lazy's plays on Bomb King, my goodness.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well, when you look at the last pick, Kinessa, you know, I was almost wondering if it would be a Grok just to help get a little bit of extra damage if they started to clump up around those illusions and turrets. That'd be a really easy way to deploy it, and they played a lot of Grok in their qualifying sets down in their regional play. That being said, Joel's had a really great game on Kinessa. That being said, it's just really tough to make it work when you're being absolutely pushed around by Lazy, who did such a great job of getting into the backline for free.
And that scoreboard is reflecting that accurately. 38 eliminations, the highest in-game on Bomb King. 10 deaths as well, the highest on their team, but playing so aggressively, somewhat expected. It's the 98,000 damage number which pops up to mind here, and the highest streak of 13 with 8 solo kills. So much 1v1 play coming from this BK.
And that's really dangerous. You know, if you are not able to handle that BK getting into the backline for free, that's the results that you would expect. Almost 100,000 damage, as you mentioned, but again, able to capitalize kills by himself. And even though there were a couple of questionable ultimates coming out of Lazy, he was able to get the job done sheerly off the fact of his auto attacks and Grumpy Bombs were that good.
And you have to wonder if that King Bomb had hit around the corner, instead of being triggered just a little bit too early, you wonder how if that would have gone even faster. But still, regardless, Lazy causing an impact not just with their individual play, but their positioning as well, and supported so well by the rest of their team. Talk about Bonkar's positioning towards that last conversion that we saw.
You know, it's interesting to see him playing Victor, and I wonder what kind of homework they did, just simply because, again, we've seen Joel's use Victor and probably be one of the better shows on Victor thus far this weekend. Able to take away the Victor, get the damage done, find a way to apply the Cauterize, and still do 85,000 nearly damage. That's a really good game for Bonker, who has been, again, one of those other players like Lazy, who's kind of danced around the roles, found his way to do damage and kind of be an off support, off tank when needed.
And they have definitely taken this in their stride, utilizing every element of Victor's kit to be able to maximize their damage and utility potential as well. With the champion, as you said, applying Cauterize is so important from a hit scan champion like Victor, who can funnel that debuff across to every member of the enemy team. A fantastic game for Bonkar, and showing that their champion pool is wider than just the Shaolin that they played at HRX.
Yeah, without a doubt. And the other side of things, we did see a really strong frontline game come out of field, but for Hades, not his best when it comes to Makoa. And again, I think this comes down to the fact that he's really comfortable more on the barrack. He actually threw a tweet out actually responding to Rain Day, calling him the stay-at-home dad. And he's like, you know, I do more than stay at home when I play barrack. And that was definitely seen in the last couple of days of competition, but here, not so much. Again, with the Makoa, he's able to get focused out a lot more easily, especially by big targets like Bomb King, who can do so much to disrupt what the ideal positioning is for such a character.
And we saw that half-shell shield just dismantled by a single Shaolin with Rekka that entire time. Hades needs to change something up, and that might be with the next pick priority that comes through. Of course, going into the next map, we will have the opportunity for this team of Kanga Esports to have the choice of first or second pick, and they're likely going to go with first with Bomb King.
You would think so, especially with Diggy Dog. And on the same side, it's just kind of strange, right? Because the only way they're going to play maps like Timber Mill and Ice Mines is if they pick it. And when they pick it, they also have the choice of either taking first pick or the second and third pick. They're likely going to take the first pick. So all the cards are falling in their favor. The big thing is they need to find a response to deal with Bomb King. And to be completely candid, that last game was sloppier than we've seen them play all weekend.
It seemed sloppy from both teams initially, though.
Yeah.
But again, Carbon 6, as they so often do, play the first few points, maybe lose a little bit early on, and then find their footing and find their rhythm. Kanga Esports need to match that and exceed it in order to come out on top here. And that's something which has to happen now, not later. There is no time. Against a team of this caliber, they cannot afford to try and go for the reverse sweep. They've got to stabilize.
Yeah, there's no dancing around at this ball. It's all action, all time. And that's really what needs to come down to is Kanga needs to be able to execute their strategy. That being said, you know, they are going to be going onto their map. They need to get some momentum here. If they can pull something similar to what Carbon 6 just did to them, find themselves a 4-0, 4-1 on their map choice with Bomb King, they're going to get that confidence rolling back. You know, they've had the chance to play a little bit to get their hands moving in the warm-up room, but still, it's not the same as coming off of a full actual set against an opponent at the caliber that Carbon 6 is currently playing at.
So do you expect one of these niche map picks to come out this early into the game? I might expect it to be slightly more neutral, but at this point, stabilizing this early, not a pocket pick held for when they really need it?
I think you don't want to go down 2 maps to none if you're Kanga right now. You need to find a way to even this up and just to clear the slate and establish this as being one more best of 3 for them. You know, if you go down 2-0, your back is against the wall, you have to find a full sweep. You know you're going to have to play up against Carbon 6 on their own map choice twice with Bomb King, likely twice. That's not what you want to do. So if they can find a way to get a map in their favor with their first pick, get themselves tied up 1-1 as far as the maps go, the last possible 3 games, I think we'll really start to see Kanga come to life.
And so it will be the interesting picks coming through. We saw a little bit of the niche map picks as well as some of the niche champion picks coming out of both of these teams. But at the same point, Kanga Esports, they've really met their match in terms of diversity. The Kinessa is something which has been played so often by Carbon 6 by various different members, Bird, Lazy, and Bonkar, at this point that they know how to deal with it.
That's big, you know, not even having to play up against a character and to know what the preferences is because you've played it so often. It really comes down to you can feel comfortable against something that is, you know, not really what we call a current meta pick. You know, we heard Elven Path talking similarly about the pip. Do we take it off? No, let's just play our game, find a way to counter it. So map number 2 will be Frozen Guard, which is a map that Carbon 6 is not bad at by any means. But that being said, this is one of those picks that we really see Kanga really exploit to their advantage.
One of their best maps, certainly something which Drogos will probably be seen a little bit less of. Bomb King very much excels at. We've seen Buck played by a couple of European wildcard teams before on here, but to varying degrees of success. No, this is the Fable map where they pulled out the triple sniper really lineup there, and as we do have the draft available for us, we can see Kanga Esports first pick Bomb King. That's a given. Carbon 6, now they get the Makoa and likely Shaolin.
Yeah, you would have to think that, but at the same point, do you really want to allow Kanga to get Bomb King and Drogos? Although Drogos not as notably good on this map, still a very good character that can throw out tons of damage. And can you get your front line if you're Carbon 6 to deal with it? They hovered over the Shaolin and now look to hover over the Drogos, still considering it, you can clearly tell, maybe even going back for the Kinessa, and they actually insta-lock the first, well not insta-lock, but they get their first choice, which is Kinessa, strangely enough.
And that's brave. Carbon 6 are therefore going to be having to deal with or draft a very defensive lineup here. Bomb King enough is good enough to harass Kinessa out to a high degree, but maybe if you add an EV Eevee into the mix, and we all know there's one player on Kanga who plays a lights-out Eevee, it may become very difficult for Carbon, but it puts Kanga in an awkward position. They can take their front line, and they can take their support now, or maybe some more damage, but if they don't pick up Eevee, it actually gives that pick potential over to Carbon 6.
Yeah.
In the AVGL games, we saw how strong the Eevee Cassie combo was, and I wonder if we might even see a repeat of that.
That would be really difficult. You know, if you're Carbon 6 at this point in the draft, you really want to establish yourself as far as what is the dynamic of our playstyle. With Drogo's currently hovered, it's showing that it's going to be very damage-centered. They need to definitely pick up their priority for support here, I would imagine, and it looks like to be Maldamba. For Kanga, though, they have a couple of options. Yes, you could go into Eevee, but you could also just play a more long-distance Grover and maybe possibly pull out what Joel's has explored more recently since HRX as a damage Grover. That could be a possibility to keep Kinessa moving around. All you have to do is keep your eyes out for her. But still, that would be unlikely because then you have to pick up another support to help with healing, and that makes everyone very squishy to Drogos.
So it's Lex, and then Eevee is the one who is hover now, a champion that can close the gap fast on the ice map of Frozen Guard. A wise decision by Kanga Esports here on paper. We'll have to see how it comes out in execution, and Ying locked in as the support for this team, as you may expect. They've got relatively strong frontline just in the form of Barak, a lot of AoE denial here, and some good sustained damage from Charlene, but Carbon 6, they're going for the wild card potentially.
Yeah, going for what we look to be as your brother, maybe, by chance.
I actually really like the idea of Buck on this, because Buck with Bounce has such high mobility that if potentially Kinessa is put under pressure by Eevee, Buck can quickly respond, but it's actually going to be Victor played into the Eevee here as well, and the Bomb King, again, quite curious.
That's very curious, but at the same point, you need someone to put out constant pressure for Cauterize.
Yes.
And Victor can definitely do that, especially when you're dealing with a Ying who on this map can really hide those illusions away from where Drogos' Spitfires would normally be. I kind of like the pick, but again, it is dangerous, right? Because the Eevee and the Bomb King can instantly explode a Victor. The sprint is just not enough mobility to escape either of those characters.
It doesn't make instant space, but the Victor, as you said, the only alternative I could really see for Carbon 6 there may be a Grok, but it will be the Victor they elect to go into. Two stellar aimers on their team. Carbon 6 are going to look to lock this down, but it will be Kanga Esports on the left-hand side of your screen, led by Josh Kent with Reprieve, Eevee, Chronix on Lifelike Ying. We do have Joel's on Recurve, Charlene, Hades on Fortify Barracks so far, and Diggy Dog on Accelerant Bomb King.
Bonker will be playing the Kinessa with Eagle Eye, Northernberg on his staple Drogos Fusillade for him. Maldamba will be using Spirits Chosen for Bird, Thiel on Half Shell Makoa, and it will be Lazy playing Gunnery Victor.
Now let's just talk about this Eagle Eye for a moment, because this is where the Kinessa is really going to come into play. Those headshots dealing 2400 damage, a pop at full charge, 2100 damage coming through there again from Kinessa are going to be huge, because they allow you to immediately one-shot Eevee and immediately turn the tides on the flank. But no, it's Joel's who picks up first blood with a flank coming through. Charlene looks to then impale his enemies into a wall and really shut down everybody from Carbon 6, who are now met with Diggy Dog
and
on Bomb King.
He's having a field day right now. You can see him moving all over the map, left, right, front, back. He's going all over the place, getting pulled into situations. He's all over the place. But Joel's able to again find a kill, and the big thing was starting off with Joel's establishing himself as being able to handle Kinessa at distance now twice is absolutely huge as he finds himself a delayed double.
And so we're looking at Thiel trying to make their way to the objective, 69% and rising for Kanga Esports, holding strong, no flanks coming through. Thiel must step in, but their half shell is on cooldown, 84, 87. Somebody's got to make a move. A Carbon 6 going to give this up for free. If Hades is pulling off kills like that onto Thiel, they certainly will be. Overtime is ticking, and with no real way onto the objective, this one is all looking blue.
Yeah, Northernberg hitting his head on the archway, couldn't quite get up into that pavilion where the dome is, so he does fall out. Joel's again with another double kill. He's absolutely exploding off on this. Shaolin make that a delayed triple as he takes away Lazy, and Josh Kent, interestingly enough, talked to him after he played Eevee before. He's like, when's the last time you played Eevee? He's like, probably HRX. So he hasn't played a lot of it, and that allows a lot of space for him to really explore his options.
Oh, he works as an ATC. He's used to flying around and immediately goes up, goes down, finds damage on a Drogos. Was that Wormhole we just saw there? Not the Reprieve card, which was originally locked in. Looking to go for the Hypermobility Legendary rather than the full sustain, and with Lifelike Ying on the table, being able to blink back behind the safety of Barricade should keep them nice and healthy.
Yeah, it's definitely a good option. And Joel's again continues to hit this matchup between him and Bonker. That's got to be frustrating for Bonker, as now the Heat Haze comes out looking to not only deal damage to the Makoa, but anyone else who shows their face. And the Drogos is low. He catches just the bottom side of Northernberg's, looked like his foot at the time, and more damage still coming out as Lazy's barrage is canceled out. Diggy Dog with the kill. Kanga coming to life here on Frozen Guard.
Looking for the push push through. Thiel brought down to half HP, not impaled, but Shell spins in, just trying to buy time. Can anybody make it to the objective? Northernberg will out of spawn, but they thrust up to safety. Don't contest as Lazy's just respawning. Misplay coming through from Carbon 6 allows Kanga Esports to push it through, but with the momentum that they had, it looked like it was a given.
This is absolutely what we would normally expect from Kanga. So much tighter across all 5 players. This is very different than we saw them earlier on Serpent Beach. They look great. Josh Kent is picking up extra mobility to find himself some angles with the master riding and a choice if he wants to go into something else by chance. And again, the Chronos is serving a lot of value for our supports today. You can see it. Level 2 for Chronix and level 1 initiated off the bat for Bird.
And so far, really, it's Joel's and Shaolin, their playstyle, which I want to draw attention to. We know they're a Kinessa player. They just played it in the previous game on Serpent Beach. We talked about how Carbon 6 knows how to counter Kinessa because they play it, while Kanga Esports knows exactly where she goes on their map pick of choice. On Frozen Guard, Joel's knows how to lock off the angles. Bonka has to change their playstyle here. They can't keep peeking when they've already been poked out by one of these arrows.
You can see the Ice Storm doing a great job of zoning and now Headhunter to try to respond. Will take out the bomb kill, so Bonker finally getting some traction. Not sure if he can see anybody else. Oh, a huge double kill, the headshot right onto Chronix, giving his team a chance to come right back in after what was a great initiating ult from Josh Kent. All of the kills turn up red.
An finishing of Joel's as well as they try to flee through the mines. What do you do to that? There's no counterplay to this Eagle Eye when the precision is there from Bonka. You've got to rely on staying out of line of sight, and this time the lock-off did not come through from Joel's, and it will be Carbon 6 that take capture control. 80% and rising if Bonka can find the dismounts, which they already have. 2,400 damage on a barrack yet again. This is devastation.
And Diggy Dog trying to be the hero, but not able to stand up to it. A double kill for Northernberg. Lazy able to find one, as well as the barrage sirens are going off just behind him, getting that kill. And that's going to do the first point for Carbon 6. Now just down 2-1 with a lot of momentum. You can see top right, those kill streaks are starting to get high in number.
Oh my goodness, it's like if Kanga had drafted Alexa at this point, they would be swimming in the gold, but no, it's Drogoz who's swimming in the gold on a 7 streak right now as Northernberg helps to clean up Josh Kent and then looks to lock off the angle with Fire Spit. Nice use of holding one in the chamber just to throw out the extra area damage before reloading to charge Salvo, and is now looking for the pressure. Bonko again finding the headshots, takes down Hades, and now is looking for more.
That's going to be a big key as far as how does this push really decide to go. If he can find kills onto things like Josh Kent, who again blinks in and gets instantly deleted. That's not what you want to happen if you're looking at an Eevee, and this is looking good for Carbon 6 to do exactly what just happened to them, right back to the dealers of Kanga.
That looked like a predictive shot coming out of Northernberg, understanding that Eevee's looking to blink in and predicting or understanding where they're most likely to go, understanding the range of blink. Northernberg coming in as a substitute is certainly not one to be underestimated. Fire Spit thrown out, Lazy chews through Josh Kent, and the payload still advances. Carbon 6 with the ultimate can engage here, and up onto the high ground is Northernberg looking for the damage. Down on below, Diggy Dog has been eliminated, and only Dome Shield stands in the way of conversion.
And that's only going to last for a short while as Dread Serpent comes out. Bonker lining up all the shots, looking for the kills, keeps hitting illusions, but nevertheless, he has an angle on the spawn door. You can see him getting a little bit of poke just to get the burst down, and once again, Josh Kent falls without having a single kill to his name, and all of the time, Thiel is still on point, and it's a push successful for Carbon 6, now 2-2.
All tied up on the objective. Capture point spawning in 37 seconds. Carbon 6 evening up the itemization, and now the Cauterize is online. This Ying is going to be feeling the heat and feeling the pressure if Lazy is not dealt with swiftly. Kanga Esports, it's time for them to change up their playstyle.
Yeah, they need to find a way to get Josh to be able to do damage successfully, and for at least longer than a period of time of about 5 seconds. He's absolutely getting deleted as Carbon 6 has really taken the blinders off and started to look for those possible opportunities where Josh could go. You can see Northernberg is absolutely responding immediately, getting off of his preferred target to help his team with Josh Kent as soon as they call the Eevee in the backline.
Ultimate advantage going through to Carbon 6 here, but notably the very high streaks means that if Kanga can charge theirs, use them to eliminate members of Carbon 6, they'll regain ultimate charge and likely be able to hold the advantage here, but the opening move comes from a salvo from Northernberg as Lazy looks for an angle.
This is going to be really dangerous to deal with this Drogoz as anyone tries to get onto point. They're able to push him back just slightly, but again, not much pressure from Diggy in the last about 3 minutes. Josh Kent able to finally get a successful blink and wormhole off, but still, you can see the numbers flashing just through the walls as Northernberg continues to hit direct shots and Spitfires.
And predicting again where the Eevee might be, just trying to keep their backline safe. Bonka gets brought down low, has an angle to find the shots, but Shaolin has the angle covered here. Bonka again looking, sees a King Bomb in the backline, can't find the damage on a Bomb King, trying to box out is Bird, but no, Diggy Dog takes them down and manages to get out as well, despite the air shot coming through. Great BK play.
And
Can get esports capture.
A lot of resources committed to try to take down the Bomb King, as you saw Headhunter pop to try to deny the ultimate, and Diggy Dog backs up, gets health, comes right back in and says, hold on a second here, boys. We're still getting this one going, as they capture the point and go 3-2 in the scoreboard and looking for that constant momentum.
And this is the first time we've seen a bit of Josh Kent's Eevee play spectated here. We're starting to notice maybe some lack of familiarity with the champion from their time spent away with them coming through. Their ice block mechanics and blinks are fantastic, but Josh Kent is bunny hop shooting. His accuracy is decreased whilst he's in the air. He's not waiting until he hits the ground of fire, and as a result, he's missing shots onto Kinessa at close range, which should be confirming kills.
Yeah, he really needs to find the speed of that projectile, especially as it's very slow compared to what he's normally been playing throughout this weekend. And again, this is not a composition that Kanga has admittedly practiced. They're trying to force themselves and do what is the ideal, even though there's not a lot of rehearsal on it. So Bonker able to lock off this left side of the map. You can see the rest of his team right side is trying to keep the focus on the payload. This is a really good focus split for Carbon 6.
Oh, Eevee, no. Blinks back with Wormhole out of Ice Block. Slade immediately. Bonker looking for the follow-up onto Barrack there. Not quite finding it through the barricade and not quite finding the angle there either. Kanga Esports, they continue to push, but Carbon 6 have met them with aggression of their own.
Yeah, this is a really big moment as you see the Dread Server being used on the right side. Bonker able to find off one, looking for more kills, but Diggy Dog is still back here. Northernberg with a really great close range Spitfire to take care of the King himself, and looking for more damage is Northernberg. A lot of hello health targets right in front of his face, but still, Eevee blinking in and around is keeping him distracted, and Victor able to actually outduel the Josh Kent, the Eevee right in front of his face, but still, Hades on Barrack the whole time was able to actually get the payload moved, so even though if he does fall here, which he does, he was able to get a lot of distance covered. It's going to give his team a chance.
Back to base, mid-round buy coming through from Hades. We'll have to find out what their itemization will be a little bit later if we ever swap to them on their way back to the fight, but 28 seconds remaining. A lot of distance covered this time for Kanga Esports. They have the potential to push this one through, and let's take a look at the ultimates, which might give them the advantage here. King Bomb as well as Dome Shield, two big area denial ultimates, which have so much setup potential. Kanga Esports, they could choose to close this one out.
It would be interesting to see if they commit one ultimate and see how that goes, but Bonker able to take out Josh Kent, so no Ice Storm. BK getting right into the backline. If he can find the kill, he does onto Bonker. This is a big opportunity because he has the high ground, looking down onto Carbon 6, and that's exactly where he wants to be, but Spitfires are absolutely destroying him. Barrage comes out. Joel's able to get a kill as well. We're in overtime. The payload is right here, Fox. Dome Shield being used. Is it going to be enough? Chronix is here to keep his team alive, and Kanga Esports able to survive and hang on with the ultimates to push it through and go 4-2.
And you were asking, is it gonna come through from the Bomb King fight, or is it gonna come through from one ultimate being used? No, the kill onto Kinessa was enough. Bomb King finding the opener in that fight just allows the snowball to roll through from Kanga Esports, and they stagger their ults in such a way that there is no chance of stabilization. Phenomenal play coming out of the Australian team here, the team from the Oceanic region, and they are very happy with their performance.
Yeah, and Josh Kent kind of taking a big deep breath of sigh of relief there at one point in time. He had a very rough middle game. There was a period where he had to have died at least 4, maybe 5 times in a row without even getting damage done, simply because Carbon 6 was locking on to what do we need to do to take care of this Eevee. They did a really good job of executing that, but the problem, again, comes down to Bomb King so strong, and Bonker not able to get fully the job done when it came to trying to counter out the BK.
A lot of damage on the Kinessa, 58,000, but still far ahead of everybody, at least from the side of Kanga, was going to be Joel's. 78,000 on this Shaolin, just locking off the angles, ensuring that Bonka could not have the freedom to play Kinessa like they wanted to, even if Bomb King and Eevee were unable to pressure them in the backline.
Well, especially right off the gate. I mean, that's the big thing, is Joel's was able to win the first 3 engagements against that Kinessa at long range. That does a lot as far as a Kinessa when it comes down to second-guessing your pick, second-guessing your ability, and really kind of keeping you on the cautious side of things, which is why I think we see him only at 19 eliminations. He only found 1-3 solo kills. The Headhunter was converted a couple different times, but it's not the best we've seen. And I think a lot of that is attributed to the fact that Joel's has had an incredible game this time on the Shaolin. Again, 78,500 damage, finds himself a part of 22 kills and only the 7 deaths. That's key when it comes down to playing up against a Knessa.
And we saw the Victor picked away from him. Victor, a pick which has actually been utilized on Frozen Guard by Kanga previously, looking to rely on his phenomenal tracking ability, shows that he's just as good with these sniper-style champions as well. Shaolin and Knessa the previous game racking up massive damage scores and just having an all-impactful presence along the match, which needs pick prioritization to focus down him. But with Carbon 6's lineup that last game, there was nobody to do so.
Yeah, there really wasn't, and this was a really good pickup and a lot of confidence in the young Joel's player to come out and actually be able to duel with Knessa right off the bat and to do things to that Knessa right away to keep them to be a non-issue. There could have been a bunch of different options, but the fact of the matter was they felt good with the Shaolin pickup, and especially seeing the early Knessa draft. It was the first pick for Carbon 6, and they still said, yeah, Shaolin can do enough, and we'll find something else to help out.
Such a risky play, though, especially when you're playing up against an Eagle Eye Knessa, but Lazy on your screen here as Victor making an impact, but not enough that last game. 21-9 is no score to be sniffed at all. 51,000 damage, though, fell far below the real showstopper players on each team.
Yeah, and this was a game that was really dictated up in the trenches as well, and it's tough to break down those shields when you're playing a Victor. He had a couple of really nice barrages, but again, those were mostly focused on getting to that back line, to not try to waste them on the big frontliners, to try to find a way to get those damage dealers spread out to allow his team a chance to really kind of knock the siege gates down and go straight in. And that's really, really key when it comes down to how do you best utilize Victor. And of course, we mentioned it, being able to apply Cauterize to multiple targets and kind of spread that damage around the field is really, really key. The problem was it just wasn't enough.
No, but that does give the victory through to Kanga. They've tied the setup. It just does come down to another best of 3. But with that loss, Carbon 6, they get the map pick here and they have the opportunity to have first pick. Now, Diggy Dog's Bomb King in that last game, it's still likely going to be first pick potential for Carbon 6, but it didn't seem to perform quite as much as I expected it to there.
I mean, it's one of those things that it looked like Lazy had a rather, to be completely frank, an unusually good game on Bomb King, able to hit a lot of left clicks at large distances. And on the flip side, Diggy Dog, who would anticipate would be looking to take a Drogoz, had a very not stellar game in that first matchup. And again, I think that comes a lot with just first map of the day for them. They need to get themselves really warmed up and tuned in, and Kanga Esports needs to make sure whatever map it comes out to, they need to be able to play as confident and as comfortable as they had just previously on Frozen Guard if they want to have a shot.
Comfortable right now, definitely, or rather not looking too comfortable, is Bonka there for the side of Carbon 6. Uncertainty in his eyes potentially there. Maybe just waiting for the match to start, but still, after that loss, potentially sending them a little bit reeling. Carbon 6 looked so strong on the retake with a conversion up to 2-2 there. They managed to equalize, they managed to not use too many ultimates to do so, and then Kanga Esports just swept them away entirely, and you can see that Kanga Esports are pretty satisfied and relaxed if I've ever seen players.
And they feel pretty good. I mean, this is a big moment, not just for their team, but for Oceania in general. We very rarely see Oceanic teams in competitive esports not only not make it to this point, but with the opportunity to make a grand finals. They were cut short at HRX, just barely not able to get a chance to make it all the way through, and they have a very real chance to make it in the finals here, and they look comfortable for the most part. You saw them at the end of that last game feeling okay, and even after the first game, there were still smiles. They still felt like, hey, it's okay, it wasn't our map, let's just come back, get ourselves established on our own. And again, speaking of not wanting to get people established, Northernberg has had an incredible tournament thus far as the substitute player, and he's been the real big question mark and potentially the big X factor when it comes to the success of Carbon 6.
Honestly, it feels like, though, at Carbon 6, with how well Northernberg has gelled with their roster, he's filled the spots which they've needed him to. Maybe that comes down to luck of the draw with LAN meta, or very careful selection coming through from Carbon 6, but he's less of the unstable factor than we may have expected. But you remarked just a second ago about the element of Oceanic esports, and especially in Paladins. That's been one of the beauty of the Paladins release cycle, and the Paladins release into other areas, we should say. We've had it come to Oceania and Australia so much quicker than it did with Smite, allowing these teams to get so much more practice in and get established. But Carbon 6, they do have the next map up and available. It will be Jaguar Falls where we're going to, so another familiar one for this EU team.
Oh, without a doubt, one of the most played maps in Europe, period, but let alone Carbon 6 has a lot of experience playing this map, and they have come to this map with a very focused draft, and that's what I would anticipate to see as we will be jumping in here pretty soon, I imagine. The big question mark comes, how does Kanga deal with what will likely be a first pick Bomb King?
Carbon 6, first pick Bomb King. I feel like you're getting a little bit psychic there.
It's a tough gift to have, really.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's a burden.
Oh.
And a gift.
It's a burden? Do you think Carbon 6 has that as well?
Who knows? They very well may.
Maybe they play support. We'll have to see. Maybe. Still, Drogo is picked up second by Kanga Esports, quickly locking that in, not giving double area damage to Carbon 6 on a map in such close confinement is going to be very beneficial. And Makoa as well, forcing Thiel off of their comfort pick here, although notably not performing as well as maybe expected in the previous game.
I just got your pun, by the way. Bird.
Excellent.
Burden.
Excellent.
I'm a little slow today. Just give me a minute.
I'm running smooth, dude. It's like
it's like you have new aerodynamics or something.
Fantastic. Dude, I'm slick. I'm air cooled as well. I've actually got a silicon chip in here, not a brain. So the colder it is, the faster I go.
The more puns we're likely to see, which is probably not good for any of us. Shaolin Barrack picked up for Carbon 6, and to respond, it will be the first support we see in the draft. Traditionally, in that third slot, Kanga will be taking Maldamba, and Victor also picked up, and I like this pick simply because, again, we've seen Jols do a very good job of tracking mid-air, and this is interesting from Carbon 6, seeing them pull out a ruckus as well, so double frontline responded with the big boys themselves of Makoa and Fernando.
I like this. Let's talk Carbon 6 for just a second.
Yes.
They are pulling out the WASD strategies. They're going for double deployables and damage mitigation. The triple D's coming out right there, which makes them very hard to get off the objective if they're able to get established. Kanga Esports, they need to look for a way to point break. They have a Drogas available. They have Makoa contest for a second, but Fernando with Immortal is going to buy them time to confirm barrage damage. We'll have to see if that comes out on top on the left-hand side of your score, but it will be again Carbon 6 led by Northernberg with recurve Shaolin. Thiel and Barrack fortify so far. Bird with Ying and focusing lens here. Bomb King, Lazy, Accelerant, and Bonka running things out with Flux Generator Ruckus.
Josh Kent will be playing Makoa with the half shell and Kronos, of course. Chronix, Maldamba, Ripe, and Gord. It will be Joel's playing the Victor with Gunnery, Diggy Dog on the Drogos. Will be using Fusillade, and of course Hades Fernando with Aegis.
I love this synergy here between Ripe and Gord and Fusillade. This is going to be big to set up the big damage. Direct shots coming through onto the massive targets, the massive frontline targets from Carbon 6 on the objective. But Carbon 6 are having none of it. The frontline pressure comes through from Kanga, but Bird picks up first blood in the backline. Can Lazy survive here as Bomb King? They do go down in trade, but Thiel answers back in once again, and Carbon 6 look to get onto the objective, but still 36% in favor of Kanga.
Yeah, and everything as far as Impaler arrows thus far have connected and found stuns. Joel's tried to pull a little cheeky flank all the way through the Jaguar Fall side of this map and was shut down by Bird early on. A nice hook, though, on the Thiel. If he falls, this would be big, but it continues to get heals. Thank you so much, Healing Station. Thank you so much, Illusions. Josh Kent is actually the frontliner that falls instead.
My goodness, misplaced barricade there from Thiel, overextension as well, but still manages to survive. And now Lazy's trying to close the gap onto Victor in the backline. Joel's being brought very low, takes the 3 punches to the face and gets sent back to base. This is 1-0 on the scoreboard for Carbon 6, demonstrating masterful map knowledge and execution here on Jack Falls.
Really, a lot of it came down to the fact that they were able to handle that flank coming out of Kanga. They were able to either sniff out or react very quickly to the Victor on the backside. We've seen Joel's do this so very often, play aggressive as Victor, find these really unusual flanks to catch people off guard. So not a bad moment for Kanga, it was just really good response from Carbon.
And now the peaks coming through as well, and counter flank. Let's talk about Shaolin for just a second, because Northernberg playing this champion has been performing lights out so far, finding so many Impaler arrows, but it's going to be in a bit of a tricky situation here as Barrage comes down from the team in red.
Yeah, and this is a really bad spot as Diggy Dog has no thrust available and cannot get up into the air. Now just finally getting it, but again, not having any ability to get that hook was Josh Kent. Lazy able to convert with the damage, but a possibility, a good spot to spawn up, and that's a really nice Dragon Punch to eliminate one. Maldamba ultimate also coming out to zone everybody away and to potentially find that last kill, and the combination of Diggy Dog and Joel's will get Bird on the retreat.
I'm still not sure I agree with maybe Dread Serpent being utilized at the same time as Dragon Punch. There are only 2 targets left available for Carbon 6, or from Carbon 6 for Kanga Esports to focus down 2 big ultimates off the table. Carbon 6, for all intents and purposes, may be able to just snowball this one through with a single Hexafire.
It's going to have to be a very good positioned Hexafire on top of that. This is a very tough area to break, and I'm okay with the fact that they use the Dragon Punch simply because Drogo's one of the characters that gets his farm back on his ultimate as fast as any other character in the game. Probably faster, to be completely honest, but this is interesting. Again, a very aggressive Fernando is very low on HP, but a nice pull actually to get Bonker out of position, and Josh Kent, who was very low on HP, able to secure the kill.
But Northernberg takes down one. Northernberg looks to take out two. Lazy secures the kill into Diggy Dog, and in the back line, Hades is trying to answer back. The payload is pushing. Dome Shield is almost ready. This could be the conversion potential that Carbon 6 are looking for. Dreadjank are not going to do anything. Lazy is now forcing their way into the backline. Support goes down with one more sticky bomb conversion. So close, Immortal use, but it's not going to save anybody on Hades' team. Joels can answer back with one king kill, but Drogos is in the air, not contesting. Maybe Makoa will be the saving grace, but it's a Makoa versus the world.
Yeah, Bird with a double kill again, finding a way to secure kills as the support make that a delayed triple. And again, Kanga has no answer for this Bomb King. That's going to be the story. Lazy has been going off for free on the sides, in the back. They need to get an answer if they want to have a shot to come back. So far, 4 minutes and 25 seconds off the clock, and it's 2-0 Carbon.
Carbon 6 are just rolling through this objective pressure right now, and they still have their ultimates available to them. Northernberg sitting on the Heat Haze, and Thiel with Dome Shield. These are going to be key in getting established on the objective. Previously, Kanga didn't let them. They gave them a hard time on the flank coming through, which fortunately for Carbon 6 was sniffed out. But this time, Carbon 6 can just run straight to the objective, pop their ultimates, and simply sustain through any damage which is coming through by Kanga, which is going to be mitigated by that Dome Shield.
I'm not going to lie, watching Kanga play maps that are not their choices has been very uncharacteristic, to use a word. That's been very uncharacteristic. We're seeing them try very extreme things. They're not able to play the game they normally do. We see it again, the flank over on the right side. It's a split flank though. Both tanks are there with the support. This is actually going rather well for them this time as the Fire Lance is absolutely going off. You can see the shields right on top of point, and Kanga, even though they don't find any kills, they give themselves the advantageous position.
And 31% and rising already on the objective. Thiel was unable to get there as Barrack and hasn't been able to get established. This time it's Carbon 6 looking for the point retake, where the ultimates again are in their favor, but Ancient Rage is ready, and as is Dragon Punch once again. Lazy throws out Grumpy Bomb onto the objective. That'll provide some zone. Cleans up Josh Kent as well. Where was the Ancient Rage?
I think a lot of it was, where is the Dreadjanker going? Right before that, you saw it go way over Lazy's left shoulder. Didn't really even come close to connecting with him, and that miss is absolutely huge. But Diggy Dog again coming through for his team. We're at 89% of the point, and he gets a huge pick on Bomb King.
Dread Serpent ready for Chronix. Could be coming through, used in conjunction with Dragon Punch. Bonka, where do you think you're going? Nowhere to escape. Ying 2 pulled into the mix. Now Hades will be contesting. Now it's time for the Dome Shield. Carbon 6 looking to withstand the damage. We are in overtime for Kanga Esports. Somebody from C6 has to get back there, but the kills just keep on rolling through. King Bomb opens it all the way up, and Northernberg looks to hold things down. 63% and rising, held to 99. This one could go either way, but Barrage is on the table.
What a good escape from Josh Kent, and he gets the pull. You can see it through the line there. Joel's able to convert. What a good moment, but still 99% for Carbon 6. That retreat of the front line, not having anyone there to do any damage, allowed Bonker to sit on there for free, and Carbon 6 not even needing the overtime, take this one now up 3-0, and Lazy in the back line.
Finding massive area damage as Bomb King. Grumpy Bomb to zone just to ensure that they have a retreat path here. And whilst Carbon 6 must wait for Bird to respawn on Ying, had the sustain available to them to be able to push through, they've still won the objective, and they're leading 3-0 here. This is do or die, this game for Kanga Esports. They have to be able to make a defense.
They need to find something to get their way going here. I mean, again, they have these moments where it's like, yes, yes, and then there are other moments just like, what is going on? This seems so disjunct at different times. The Barrage will come out for Kanga to try to get some early damage down to get that burst, but everybody backs up for Carbon 6, and they're looking to take that advantage now, knowing that that ultimate's not there, but still, Lazy with the double, able to get possibly what looked like almost a third. Thiel converts that one before he fell, and now it's just, again, just up to Hades and, of course, Chronix to stay alive and try to keep this defense at least somewhat established.
Buying time is the name of this the game for this Fernando, but this time around, not long enough. 1 minute and 20 left on this potentially final payload push of the game. Kanga Esports, we saw them use Dread Serpent and Dragon Punch in tandem last time on the defense. They've got to hold something back in return. They need something in the tanks when push comes to shove, because Carbon 6 are sitting on 3 fantastic conversion ultimates right now, and they are looking to melt down everybody who opposes them. But a nice combination of Diggy Dog and Hades is enough to take the wind out of their sails. Can Hades stay alive though? The front line poked out so very low.
And there's a good hook as well, and it's just goes to show, as soon as Dreadjankers can get into those big bodies that they need out of position. Things start to go their way as once again Diggy able to convert on the back of a successful dredge anchor. And again, Haynes able to melt everything down because again, everybody gets out of position on the back end of these dredge anchors. As soon as those dredge anchors hit, you see Kanga really exploiting that advantage that they get. If they miss, the flip side, Carbon 6 is saying there's no dredge anchor. Let's find a way to take down some of these frontliners.
Oh, Theo as well. Speaking of out of position, isolated and alone on the right-hand side, perspectively, of this map, is in a bit of trouble here. Turret goes down, is nice and healthy for the time being, but not really finding an easy way towards the objective. Hades will retreat to make sure they're with their team. Watch out for that Grumpy Bomb behind you there, but Aegis will keep them safe, and Theo already into the backline, almost sitting on a fully charged Dome Shield. We're going to see the ultimates come through to convert. Lazy looks for blood in the backline, finds 3 in a row, now looking for 4th. Can they find the damage? Diggy goes down, Hades will fall too unless they have their Immortal, but no! Gets eliminated, obliterated by Bird, and the payload looks to push through. Kanga Esports, can Victor get there in time? Can Makoa, or will it be the 4-0? The dismount comes through, the shell spin is good enough, Barrage as well. Can Kanga hold on?
They use literally everything to try to establish this defense. They need to find some way, and they're getting the kills. Defense successful in overtime, and again, my heart's hurting because Lazy is just absolutely going off for free in the backline. It is a 100% off sale in the Lazy store, and he's taking everything home with him.
Everything but his namesake there, but still not leading the damage charts. That's going to be, that's going to be Joel's on Victor right there, who has just been so consistent throughout the duration of this game, despite the pressure which keeps on coming through to them by the flank Bomb King. And whilst we do have a game pause coming through, it looks like it's from Carbon 6 here, as you may guess. Let's take a look at the itemization available on our screens. 3-1, no ultimates on the board for anybody, and we have Kanga Esports looking to try and take this game back.
Yeah, they need to find some way now without any ultimates to outfrag. There's more charge in favor of the side for Carbon 6, and the big thing is Kanga has now tried for 2 points in a row to pull off these really unanticipated flanks, and they have been relatively unsuccessful. I would like to see Kanga stay together, use the big health pools of Fernando Makoa, and just go straight at the throat for Carbon 6. Establish yourself on point immediately, get a pull, get a kill, and then push and get your advantage really exploited. It just hasn't been a traditional Kanga game so far, and you can see that they've come into this with some kind of a plan as far as how they're going to take these favorite maps from Carbon 6, and they're trying to go with the unexpected route. That's been Kanga's story for the last 2 LANs, is what can we do that's unexpected? Let's play Grover Canessa and HRX. Let's play Timber Mills and Ice Mines here this weekend. Let's try these unexpected flanks with the Victor or the Fernando Makoa, and this one not really working out so well.
You see, to a degree, I agree with you. The flanks have found a bit of pressure so far, but what's happened afterwards is what's key to me. We haven't seen them withdraw from the objective. Okay, we haven't got kills. Let's get out of here. We have an Aegis Fernando. We can all hop backwards. We can literally bunny hop in Hades style, just everybody behind the barricade, everybody behind the shield, away from the objective, withdraw around the corner, full heal, and then re-engage. But we're seeing them commit, not actually get any results, and not know how to bend and not break as a result when everybody from Carbon 6 comes pushing back through.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to, again, also the fact that they're not paying proper attention to the Bomb King and what his positioning is. So as we jump back in after this pause, we are in between rounds again. 3-1 reads the scoreline, and still things not quite clicking as far as these neutral point fights go for Kanga. That's going to be the key, is can they get themselves established early?
They need to find success here. They need to find that all-important kill, as you mentioned, maybe off the back of a dredge anchor, or simply a well-timed shot from Drogo's, or they've got to be able to just sit on the point and not move. Regardless though, Salvo comes through to really start this fight off. No real damage, flank around the backside again from the big bodies, but they're isolated and alone. They've got no follow-up.
And nobody from Kanga is pushing the advantage from the front, as they had both Drogos there. Now finally just getting onto point, able to luckily get a kill on the Lazy. It's a big pickup, but again, you could see Carbon 6 responding to that flank and meeting it with pressure, with their own pressure. Now finally Kanga Esports getting themselves established on point, go to above 50%, and with that kill on Lazy, they can now focus directly in front of them of dealing with either the Ruckus or the Barrack. A nice pull as well. Try to take down the Ruckus. Will they get there? No, but the Repulsor will keep them up.
The repulsor field was so imperative in that situation, as well as the barricade coming through from Thiel. Overextension from Makoa, trying to confirm that kill, allows him to be impaled and shredded on the objective. And now it's all about Carbon 6, 97% for Kanga Esports. Carbon 6 are back in control, but can they zone is the key.
Northernberg absolutely able to go big, right on top of the point, able to hit these close range shots and get all the damage done, able to get his team right back in to get that successful retake. And interestingly enough, I didn't notice, but Joel Jules actually has Wrecker picked up, not Cauterized, so needing to deal with extra help on these shields is Kanga's mindset at the moment. Barrage coming down, that'll be able to go through shields just nicely if they can find the connection. Not the case. Hate's falling go, a big stun onto both frontliners, and another, and the King Bomb. The combination of stuns absolutely clutch for Carbon 6 as they go to 99%. No way for Kanga to get back in there. Carbon 6 takes map number 3, 4-1.
And that was very lucky at the end there. Bird's Dimensional Link took him straight into danger, but Barrage not prioritizing the support, and the Grumpy Bomb setup coming through from Lazy, just immobilizing the big bodies of Kanga Esports. This double frontline approach to them, they tried a tactic, it looked like it may work, but they didn't find success and didn't know how to adjust their playstyle mid-game, and that's something which we see Carbon 6 do so successfully time and time again, able to come out on top, and they now have the advantage in this set.
Yeah, and the notes immediately going underneath the mouse pads as they look to get a little bit more serious, as Kanga now facing possibly their last map. Again, this is a best-of-5 set. 2-1 goes the score right now in favor of Carbon 6, but Kanga will get a map choice of their own. So again, the bag of tricks will open up, and we'll see what they decide to do. You have to figure that they're going to try to find something to get them going once again. As you take a look, the scores not quite favoring the side of Kanga is just the sheer number of eliminations across the entire team for Kanga, or pardon me, for Carbon 6 are very, very even and very high.
And despite Joel's phenomenal damage numbers on Victor, really demonstrating why you don't want to give this player, this champion, if you can certainly avoid it, just demonstrates the fact that there is a counter which has been found to them, and really that's been Lazy on form that last game, sitting at 31-7 in terms of eliminations to deaths with 6 solo kills, and that's the key number in the backline. So few solo kills throughout the rest of this team, both teams working so cohesively as a unit, but Bomb King able to take every 1v1 they come across.
Yeah, and being a part of just about every other kill, as you can see, there's only one other solo kill on the table, so 31 of the 32 eliminations, being a part of that is Lazy. That's a really impressive number, and again, goes to show that it was a clearance sale on the bombs, and they were coming out left and right. But the other big thing is what kind of damage and pressure that Bird applied. He gets himself 22 kills, and he found himself a number of multi-kills as well.
Absolutely. Focusing Lens Ying with Bird's tracking and precision has been paying off in dividends here. You can see 42,000 damage for the support and 91,000 healing. It wasn't quite enough to keep up with Maldamba, but it was enough to keep the team alive, and that damage also then helps offset the amount of healing which Maldamba is able to do, whilst typically having a very low damage number themselves.
Yeah, and again, able to pull out 91,500 healing is a really big number, and again, I hadn't even realized the fact that Joel's had taken Wrecker. Kanga obviously making the call that they need help with the shields, and that healing was really big. A lot of ultimates came out at the right time for Bird. His execution was nearly perfect, and of course, those illusions were in such good spots, and we saw it. It kept Theo alive for a really long time in that one engagement in the dark room, and on the flip side of things, as we take a look at Chronix, this is the interesting choice, and as far as the storyline goes, he was still able to find 107,000 healing, but you can see his KD not nearly as impressive.
13-6, not finding the setup stuns on Maldamba that we need to see out of a more utility and healing-based support rather than one that brings a little bit more damage as well, and only 14,000 damage. That's the big difference here. Bird still able to help confirm kills, still able to help frag, but as well, a ripened Gourd Maldamba. Typically we see those with a lot more damage as they're constantly healing their team with just Mending Spirits, throwing the Gourd onto the objective to slow down the point stack. That wasn't occurring for this team. They don't seem to really know how to utilize this strategy and this team composition to the best of its ability.
And again, using the Ripened Gourd, it gives you that area slow, but how much impact does it have when both of your flankers are your tanks? You know, that Ripened Gourd is keeping everyone on point. You would like to see that be utilized with the combination of Fire Lance, where Fernando can just sprint in, start applying the Fire Lance to everybody caught in that AoE slow, and then back up if he needs to with the Aegis shield that he chose to use. So it's just, you know, it's just interesting. This is a little bit sloppier than we typically see from Kanga, and again, it's been happening on maps that have not been theirs. This was the big struggle that we saw them with against D69 in their group play. It went all the 5 games. They looked really good on their maps, not so great on the maps of their opponents, especially when they have to do it against the Bomb King.
So we've already talked a little bit about Kanga's box of tricks, which is likely going to be opened here. Pandora's box going to be delve through to find what map of Nightmares which Carbon 6 will have to play on next. But Carbon 6, they have a little bit of a trick up their own sleeve. They have Bird to their team, one of the best number crunches, one of the best just objective-minded players out there who's been within the high-res competitive scene for many, many years now, and is likely going to be trying to draft solutions to the problems which Kanga have been presenting.
Yeah, they bring a lot. You know, this is really, you know, a good strategy on the side of Kanga as far as how they approach the game and how they approach the matchups. They want to find ways that they can find an advantage advantage. If they're not getting as good of competition as Carbon 6 is against D69 or vice versa, we need to find something else to get our rehearsal technique back into the mix where we can continue to be a top 4, top 3 team. And that's been really strong as far as their approach as an organization as a whole. That being said, what do they need to do to get over this hurdle, which is the reigning champions at LAN? And that's a pretty tough voting question.
It certainly is, and there is a lot up in the air for both of these teams right now, and we did just see as well in the first 2 games, point for point, game for game, it's a really swing back in favor of both teams depending on whether they get their map pick of choice, and I feel like that's really what it's going to come down to here. It's going to be the comfort zone. It's going to be the physical location of where all these players are going to play. Familiarity is going to come in so important here, and whilst we aren't actually displaying the map bans on screen, I do have to wonder what they might have been for this set. That all-important Timber Mill pickup could have been very well taken away from Kanga Esports, and they might be forced to delve more deep into their pockets.
You know, the other side of things too, and I think this is a nice matchup for Carbon 6 simply because they do bring a lot of versatility to the damage dealers they can do, so it looks like it will be going to Ice Mines again. Another interesting choice, and Kanga did get the choice here, so they have said time and time again that if you guys don't want to play a certain map, we will happily do so. And you know, listening into some of the things that they have had to say previous to this, and especially considering this map, they seem to have this mindset of it's going to go 3-3, we're going to take offensive base, initiating ults, so that way we can win those point fights.
And Bomb King certainly has one of those. King Bomb being utilized beautifully on this map by many teams throughout the last few days when it has been played. Makoa, drafted by Carbon 6 in response to Kanga Esports, Bomb King, and Drogos as well.
It's going to be interesting to see what Kanga decides to draft to deal with the Drogos. I would anticipate that a Victor could do very well here, especially considering that Drogos is going to have to force himself right on top of the point if he wants to get his big damage done or sit in the windows. Of course, Bomb King can handle those windows with no problem. Shaolin also another great alternative to that. But again, we're seeing Carbon 6 very early on committing to the double front line, now taking the Makoa and Ruckus.
Damage reduction matters right now. With Maldamba online as well, we have that big area denial for barrack turrets and double deployables. Great area denial coming through from Carbon 6 so far. Should be able to shut down Kanga Esports double deployables here, but how will they round out their draft? Will it be the Victor again for the counter point break or another frontline? Well, they're going to rely on the tracking.
Yeah, I like the choice a lot, especially when you're considering the fact that Drogos previously had a hard time against Jules' Victor. We saw it happen, I believe, against D69, but I like the response of picking up the Lex. Those are all health pools that Lex can chip away very quickly, again, if able to go off for free. So that's going to be the big response as far as how does Kanga best adjust their play style. They need to keep tabs on everybody. Their comms need to get more aware from left to right and what could possibly be behind them, and they need to be able to turn at least as quickly as we've seen the reaction from Carbon 6.
And we should be heading through into the match very shortly. Up on your screen, let's run through the scoreboard. Alan, the team on the left, it's Kanga Esports.
It's Josh Kent playing Ying with focusing lens. Joels will be using Victor's gunnery. It will be Chronix on Shaolin with the recurve. Hades will be playing Barrack with Fortify, and Diggy Dog, of course, on the Bomb King.
Their opponents, Carbon 6, currently up 2-1 in this set, are led by Bonka on Ruckus with Flux Generator. Spirits chosen Maldamba for Bird, Northernberg on Drogos with Fusillade, Lazy on Lex with Death Hastens, and Theo Makoa with Half Shell. Again, these direct hits from Drogos are going to be so important here, but Kanga Esports, what's their positioning going to do for them in this first initial engagement?
Look to play a little more passively, trying to respond again to see where Carbon decides to go, but still a nice early pull going out as First Blood does go the way of Kanga Esports, and as we start to see things moving, Carbon 6 now trying to sustain themselves on this platform. Northernberg able to get a big kill onto Diggy Dog, but still, Chronix is here and he's finding a nice fence to get these Impaler arrows off. He is not able to have planted as it's still on cooldown, but at the meantime, you can see Hades setting up shop right on top of the point.
And that barricade at this stage of the game, a little bit too tanky for Drogos to take down early. In the backline, Bonka will fall to the planted coming out of Chronix, and Chronix finding the angles for these stuns. The Impaler arrow setups coming through are a little bit too strong. You can see the emote from Thiel around the corner. Diggy Dog. Oh my goodness, through the gates. That was rude.
My goodness, and that's such a big projectile to fit through such a tiny area. You literally have to hit that one straight on. He absolutely does it. Now looking for more. Speaking of hitting things straight on, Diggy Dog finding two, looking for more. He's got a line on the back row, is forcing back the rest of Carbon 6, and as overtime expires, now we're seeing Kanga once again showing their practice on these awkward maps go up 1-0.
Oh my goodness, the Maldamba Serpent just bombs flying through the air. They're not setting up anything with their stun as it did not connect, but still, Kanga Esports looking to push through, looking to convert. So far, Carbon 6 are finding kills in return, but with 300 additional credits in the pockets of Kanga Esports, mid-round buys here are just going to make this push a little bit easier.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot again. When we talk about the choke points of this map, this first little corridor is the biggest one to really get through, especially when it comes to establishing what your pace is. You can see a couple of picks has allowed Carbon 6 now to play aggressively and actually push through the payload since there's no risk of a backdoor. All 4 members are right here to do the damage. Actually, all 5. You see Maldamba is right there just off to the side of Northernburg. So this is a big committal for Carbon 6. And again, as they start to get to a point where they could be flanked from the right, they back up. Very wise calls coming out for Carbon 6.
So Northernburg has to get out of here. The bombs are flying through. Everybody from Carbon 6 reactively peeling, backing back to safety. A bit of an interesting position taken by this Lex here, looking to try and duel out versus Bomb King. Could be the opener, which Kanga Esports needs, but does manage to escape to safety for the time being.
Yeah, a very big escape. That would have been a huge kill. And ooh, this is interesting. Digidog looking to get in there. He is able to find a stun and able to take down Thiel. So a big opportunity here as they continue to try to find damage. Does the blue team of Kanga Esports right into the window. A nice little poppy bomb. Will he win the duel though? No, Lazy will get away with it just before falling to Hades. But still, the numbers do provide Kanga an opportunity to get this payload going down that path.
With 53 seconds left, they need to cover as much distance as possible. On Ice Mines, when it reaches close to conversion, you really have one push opportunity because the respawn proxy advantage is so heavily in favor of the defending team. Kanga Esports need to find momentum here, and they need to maintain momentum so importantly, and a lot of that is going to come off the zone from Digidog's Bomb King here with the sticky bombs and the kill confirmations as well as the Grumpy Bomb setup.
Illusionary Rift also used just at that moment to get his team healthy, and what a good call as again Joel's able, who was at low HP, to continue to fight on the background, and you can see Lex just through the eyes of this the map at the moment. Digidog able to lock in to where he believes he is.
Around the corner before they even saw Lex. Misplay coming through there from Lazy, but down goes Bonkar and Hexify. Invisible Shaolin though, what are you going to do to that in the face of a dome shield? Maldamba ult will be used to break that out, and Hades has fallen, but kills are being traded. Carbon 6 defends successfully. Overtime tick down, and Chronix just unable to withstand the pressure.
Northernburg able to find 3, and again, the big thing was the fact that Digidog could not commit to being with his team because he knew Lazy was in the back. That's absolutely huge. Even though Lazy had to get back to that fight late, he kept the big damage dealer of Digidog away, and of course, the Grumpy Bomb was not able to be there if the Bomb King's not there.
Certainly not the case, and Kanga Esports now sitting on a point capture. At least they have 300 additional credits in their pockets. Josh Kent so far going into a Cauterize 2, but the only player with which to do so. Not too worried about the sustain coming through from Bird is Kanga Esports rather. Carbon 6 though, they're already sitting on 2 Cauterize 2s looking to shut down Josh Kent in their path, and Josh Kent not playing maybe the same style of frag-orientated Ying that we're used to seeing out of Bird. I do wonder if this is going to be a deficit for the team in blue.
It very well could be, but the fact of the matter is they still have that 300 credit bonus. You see them going into Master right and just before the round starts to get them into point first. That's really big as far as the advantage goes. You can see how much of this chip damage is coming in straight into Ruckus. Makoa looking to contest for Carbon 6 as Northernburg able to get a nice salvo off and channels the Dragon Punch looking for a target. Who will he find? He decides to, go for the low Shaolin, but right back in your face says Chronix, and is able to convert on Northernburg. Bird able to find 1 kill, but still, it's Kanga Esports who have an advantage in numbers.
I feel like we've only seen one team so far in this entire tournament actually manage to convert a Dragon Punch onto Shaolin, and that was District 69 against Cube back when they played. And it was just a little bit too much for them to be able to deal with. Shaolin deals 1,000 damage per shot. If they hit 1 and go into planted, that is a very dead Drogoz and a big ultimate wasted.
Yeah, that being said though, Thiel before he died was able to get 1 kill, and that's actually really big because it came on to Chronix, who would not be there to dismount or get anything through. Joel's didn't want to risk the position either, so has stayed in the windows the entire time. 96%, it is being contested. Ruckus falling very low. The tracking so good from Joel's and the help from Chronix to secure the kill. And now, not sure where to look as there's people all over the map left to right. A lot of low health pools. Can they find the focus? Digidog is cleaning up the trash, able to find 2. Will he get a 3rd? He is able to get the 3rd. Can he find 4 of the 5? He's right here on Maldamba. Josh Kent will take it with what looked to be a shatter. Well, regardless of the way it happens, it's still the same result, 2-1 on the scoreboard.
And Kanga Esports this time, they're sitting pretty on a lot more ultimates. Forcing out the front line is Diggy with their Grumpy Bomb a little bit too far potentially, but buying time for the team. This time around, Carbon 6 can't establish their forward front line quite so quickly, and already through the primary choke point are Kanga.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Again, I've been really trying to pay attention to Chronix on Shaolin. He's not been traditionally playing damage dealers throughout all of their games. He likes to play the Maldamba role. He does fall here, and he had missed a number of shots previously. And again, what does it mean to not have a Shaolin who can convert shots as much as possible? Joel's able to take out Lazy, who once again continues to find a backdoor open and get for free into the back line.
Oh, Salvo as well coming through those gates, but Lazy, as you were saying, always looking for the flank pressure. We've seen a lot of Lex plays as a mid-range damage dealer so far here, but a lot less Lex played as a true flanker, with the exception maybe of Crimson on Nocturnes yesterday. And now Lazy is really starting to take that playstyle in hand, maybe actually picking up a little bit of Crimson's playstyle there after they took a defeat on Stone Keep.
Yeah, I mean, these players will learn from each other. I mean, they're all very smart about watching VODs. All the teams almost immediately following their matches go and watch their own VODs, and they're seeing perspectives that they don't normally get a chance to see as they look at previous casts from this tournament specifically. So, of course, they're going to pick something up as they go through the tournament, but as we get back into this one in particular, Bonker able to find 2 kills to once again keep this defense established at this nasty choke point. In Northernburg, you could hear the rockets just continuing to go off as if he was a Sam, just absolutely shredding all of these aerial missiles and able to continue to find shots left and right.
And the damage just keeps on rolling. The respawns keep on coming through. 45 seconds left this time, and Carbon 6 actually defending better than they did previously. Kanga Esports have met their match, and the ultimates are all available across the board with such a long payload push. I can't expect to see any ultimates expended unless Kanga Esports maybe gain such an advantage here. They are able to break the base just through gunplay alone.
Yeah, that's going to be key, I think, Fox, when you think about it, is they need to get the picks without using ultimates, so then they maybe get the chance to go up 3-1. But again, as we get to under 20 seconds, the path is still very long until they get to that point. Lazy again in the background, but this time punished as that call came a little bit late as Hades did fall. So no frontliner right now for the side of Kanga as Hades is still on his way back. You see Diggy Dog, though, kind of flanking around the outside, trying to find damage where he can, but with the time clicking down and with kills still being traded out, I can't anticipate this one going any way besides an elongated overtime into eventual defense. But again, I've eaten my words before. Oh, what a pull as Lazy able to convert the kill, and you can see he's even freaking out about that pull from Thiel. No 10 cents needed there, Thiel. You hit that one, dog.
No, certainly not. That's incredible play from Makoa, demonstrating why this is one of Thiel's favorite picks. And an elongated overtime it will be. Back with Barak now established. It's real trench warfare coming through between these two teams, headed by their frontliners, but Lazy is finding the poke pressure. The Dredge Anchors keep on coming through, and that will be enough to pick up 3 quick kills in the favor of Carbon 6. Kanga Esports unable to confirm. Northernburg finds a fire spit double kill. That's a dirty double if I've ever seen one, and Carbon 6 to well, they defend successfully.
No more nonsense, says Northernburg. I don't like seeing this overtime on my screen. Get off.
No.
My goodness, what a great fire spit when we are stuck at the 2-2. So again, credits should start to even out the longer we go, just as they have evened out as far as ultimates go. So some choices, actually. Bird is sitting on 1,200 at the moment and still considering what does he want to go into. Does he decide to go with Chronos 2, or does he help his team out by getting something that might let him sustain a little bit more?
It's tricky there. If anything comes through from Bird, I do expect it to be damage reduction, but it will be the Chronos 2, which is just on the already established Chronos there. More cooldown reduction, more Gourds, more Mending Spirits, especially if they're not going into cooldown reduction on missed Mending Spirits there, and as a result, able to keep the team a little bit more sustained, but we're still seeing all 5 ultimates from both teams go head-to-head.
And Cauterizers and Wreckers are all the way at level 3 for both teams, so again, very even as the scoreboard does read. Dragon Punch is going to be channeled very early on in this fight. Maldaba ultimate as well, a very good combination, because you cannot avoid something when you're feared, and as more damage continues to come into these rafters up top, this is all going Carbon 6 way as Lazy finds himself 2 more and continues to put the pressure on as they try to chase down Ying.
Looking for a third is Lazy, cleaning them up with In Pursuit right there at the end before combat sliding back to safety. No health left, and now it's Kanga who are on the back foot. So much zone coming out of Bonker as well, so much dismount potential, but can Carbon 6 withdraw, or are they overextending? 96, 99, Hexafire.
Oh, wow.
That's a capture rolling through for the team in red.
Not sure if it was really all that necessary, and you could see Joel's and Diggy Dog were right there to punish the stationary ruckus, but still it bought just enough time and just enough space. You don't want to risk it. You don't want to go on the defense again, so why not put the ball in your own court, use the ultimate, get it recharged up, and give this a shot to possibly be a win.
And that will be exactly what Carbon 6 will be following through with now. Bonker straight to the back line here. Going to meet their match a little bit with Victor as Joel's tracks them down, not able to confirm a kill on their Hades. Joels is able to answer back in a trade, as is Diggy here, sitting on Bomb King, barely escaping, but likely going to be chewed through by Theo. If Theo lands a single shot, no! Diggy able to escape. Carbon6, they are meeting their match.
Serpentine. You saw him dancing, going left and right, trying to anticipate to see if that hook would be used to try to convert the kill. Regardless, he dodges everything and continues back towards his team. But still, the big thing here, Fox, is Carbon6 has made it through that first elongated part of the payload path. That choke point no longer a factor for Kanga. They need to find a way to set up in this high ground and get the kills. That's a big one as Lazy goes down.
That seemed to be, again, just positioning not coming through for Lazy exactly as anticipated. Combat sliding through into a wall rather than background behind cover leaves them very exposed to Victor, and the quick cleanup comes through. Chronics on Charlene pulling out a double to finish, and now looking to forward zone as Bird is by themselves.
I was about to say they didn't really have a chance at that point to really stagger anybody out because, again, Maldama was on his way back, so it's good to get the kill on the Ruckus. They maybe could have staggered him a couple extra seconds, but it's marginal at this point. Everybody is back. Nothing has really been gained nor lost from the end of that team fight for Carbon6. So as they continue to reform up, they still have 45 seconds until overtime to try to get something to go. They do have a couple of ultimates that they could use at this point and still find a time to recharge most of it, but will they take the risk as we get down closer to 30 seconds?
There's a huge amount of execute potential coming through from the Law on this map from Lazy if they can find high ground advantage, and that looks to be exactly where Lazy is going, but stunned out. My goodness, shut down. Joels is the one to claim that kill, saying bye-bye. Barrage quickly activated, then cancelled. Not much pressure being found from that ultimate, and still Carbon6 continue to advance, but look at Joels. Look at the headshots fly.
He used just about all of it, went down to 0%. He's already back to 26. That's really nice when it comes down to, again, how much is he really connecting with these shots. Not a bad choice to use just to, again, keep that defense established, but still, Lazy again for free, finds a nice route to flank, able to get one kill and continue to have his position be dealt with.
Bird on the objective, trying to lock things down. Big fire spit comes through. Northernberg finding kill confirmation, got a retreat, but back is Bonkar, and their repulsor field and emitter are gonna do work here. Northernberg has to regenerate out of combat as Bonkar slays Hades. This overtime push could keep on rolling, but somebody's got to get back on there. It's been reset so many times now. 1 second off should be all that is needed to stop this push. Kanga Esports, can they provide the pressure?
This is a really nice setup and defense successful. Somebody stepped off.
Bonko stepped off and then advanced through the payload a little bit too late, but it's a very dangerous corner there as the payload rolls through into that choke point. It's a big funnel, and with the amount of area damage from Kanga Esports coming through from Grenade and from Bomb King Stickies, you can see why there's a reluctance and a hesitance to push through. That may be a half shell in that gap. No half shell available, and all of a sudden it's up, I go and I die. If we don't go in, we lose the payload push.
Yeah, that was just really interesting to see. There was one moment just previous to that where the overtime almost expired as well, and Carbon6 maybe not having the full communication as far as what do they want to try to gain. It would have been really beneficial for them just to commit everything as far as their health pools and abilities outside of ultimates to see if they could bait out one of Kanga's ultimates on their end. But again, 15.5 minutes now in, 3-3, 5 ultimates for each team. It comes down to this.
It's a relatively fast Ice Mines game as well. The point contest hasn't been long for both teams. Forcing out forwards is going to be half shell, but Dragon Punch is channeled. Feared is Diggy Dog. Can somebody find the kill onto Bomb King? My goodness, no, the Poppy Bomb as well, and the spacing just about saves their life. Can Diggy Dog force out this Ancient Rage Makar? They can! The turnaround comes through, and King Bomb is ready.
Mistakes from Carbon6, but where's Diggy Dog going?
Hexafire on the objective.
He had a Hexafire,
into that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, but Dome Shield was ready, and that's what I was going to get at, was can he get it? Oh, Lazy shut down by Joel's right before the eliminations come out. Joel's finding a double. He's here for his team as Josh Kent picks up one as well, and ultimates have essentially all been expended except for the channeled Lex ultimate, which still retains its possession, but still, speaking of possession, Kanga Esports regains the point and looks to zone.
All they have to do is dismount Carbon6. It's 66-66 here. Kanga Esports so close to closing this one out, and there's no one better to dismount than Victor. A salvo comes through from Drogos, but nobody is able to claim close the gap. Northernberg gets shut down, and Theo barely touching the objective. No longer. Kanga Esports, they pull things back. We're all tied up 2-2.
Huge mistakes from Carbon 6. Very uncharacteristic ultimate mistakes from Carbon 6. The fear goes off to allow a free Dragon Punch to come in. He gets caught on the wall or something and couldn't find the Bomb King and then gets immediately punished. And you saw it. Thiel, Ancient Rage immediately after that. Diggy Dog is just doing fadeaways. Left, right, stack them all up, explode them, takes down Thiel, and gives Kanga the chance to get that retake. What a turn of events. I thought for sure with that early initiation, Carbon 6 was going to come up on top.
And I'm not sure if it's just the sheer reaction time from some players on the side of Kanga, as with that Poppy Bomb to try and get away, allowing Thiel to pull Diggy Dog into a wall rather than straight down the corridor, or whether it was just simply maybe misuse of ultimates or positioning from Carbon 6, not understanding their kill priority, but regardless, it was Kanga Esports that came out on top.
Yeah, and the scoreboard is reading just as even as the game was. 38 eliminations for Joel's with 134,000 damage. So much higher than anybody else, almost a full 40,000 damage above the next closest, which is really almost a tie between Diggy Dog and Chronix. And then past that, Northernberg on the opposite side, it gets close to 100,000, but still the big storyline continues to be the fact that Joel's is an absolutely incredible Victor player.
And was just very unpressured that game. We had flank pressure coming through from Lazy, looking to try and take people down with Thiel as well, especially early into the initial point fights. But there was nobody like an Eevee to take advantage of the low mobility coming through from this Victor. Nobody to chase them down, nobody to follow and confirm kills. So even if we saw Poke coming onto Joel's, if they run around a corner, Josh Kent has them back to full health very quickly with Ying, and they continue firing.
Yeah, I mean, in his tracking, his headshots, again, at distance, at close range, it doesn't seem to make a difference. He's able to do so much. And again, one of the big keys in that last game came down to, can the ultimates be executed? Thiel going for an Ancient Rage in a very aggressive spot, had really nobody to swing at except for Bomb King, who again continued to kite him. So ends up with a 22-11, a pretty decent shielding number and damage number for that matter for Makoa. But the fact of the matter was, someone who usually is a big factor was kind of a non-issue this time through for Kanga to deal with.
I feel like we've seen this twice in a row now, and Kanga's map pick of choice. They just understand how to beat Makoa on these specific maps, and they simply outplay them, as well as when they get Barrack. The barricade stops the Dredge Anchor. That really takes away so much from Thiel's kit here, that without that kill confirmation coming through from that successful crowd control displacement, he's just overall less impactful.
Yeah, I mean, but still, you can't take Thiel away from his Makoa. He hit that an absolutely incredible hook mid on that payload push. You even saw the perspective of Lazy. He's like, whoa, didn't really expect that, as he celebrates by shaking the mouse a little bit after they converted that kill. And that just goes to show that if you do get hooked by Thiel, it's usually going to result in a very nasty death.
So denial of that was incredible coming through, but Kanga Esports, they pull out the performance right there at the end. The combination of ultimates right towards the finish was fantastic, and you can see that they've now tied things all up. We're getting a repeat of the HRX group stages here, where Kanga Esports were eliminated by, at the time, the Burrito squad. This time they are back for revenge.
We'll see if we go to this is the same. We casted that one too. We'll see if we end up going to Fish Market one more time, and Josh Kent was the issue there, as he was one of the last left alive in that 3-3 matchup way back in HRX to possibly secure it. This time through, though, not nearly as much Eevee play coming out of Josh. He's been taking on more of this hybrid. He can play support, he can play the second tank, he can play damage. And as we go to Josh Kent, let's learn more about the air traffic controller from down under.
I'm Josh Kent. I'm a professional Paladins player from Oceania, from the Australian team Kanga Esports. Here to wreck some noobs at Paladins Masters LAN. I started playing competitive Counter-Strike back in 2009-ish, playing in the top teams in Australia there. Had a few years off for uni and did some military training. Then I came back Overwatch in June 2016. Joined an Overwatch team called what we call Aftermind. Then we changed to Paladins, changed to Abyss, came to Hi-Res Expo, did pretty well there, and now we're back as Kanga. So a few brands, lots of games. So our main playstyle change would have to be, we replaced our support player, Alston. So now we have 3 support players. So essentially, I play support, so does Diggy Dog, so does Chronix, so does Joel sometimes, and Hades even. We have 5 support players now. So our main change would be is we have 3 people that play every champion in the game. Our 6th player is my girlfriend, so she's sort of come as our sub / team morale. She's mumming the rest of the team. We've got a few underage players, so she's doing really well on that sort of side of things. Outside of video games, well, I don't really have that much time for too much stuff. I work as an air traffic controller in the Air Force, so that is my 9 to 5. And outside of that, not too much. Well, firstly, we just want to have a good performance here at this LAN. Come top 4 is the baseline goal. If anything less than that, we'll be really disappointed. But obviously, win. For the rest of the year, we want to go to Spain for DreamHack in July and then back for Hyros Expo. We've prepared for every team, like pretty equally. District 69 is probably going to be the biggest competition in our group. We don't really foresee any troubles against the other teams, but we don't sleep on any team. We've prepared for every single team in the tournament.
And there you have it. Josh Kent himself, now seen sat in a different chair, a DX Racer, sitting here ready to frag in map number 5 of this set.
I think the coin phrase was, "I'm ready to frag some noobs." Was
maybe
was the key. Regardless of the fact, I mean, Josh Kent, such a versatile player. Again, the background that we just got in him really goes to show that he is able to go to a Makoa and use that skill shot and really be trusted to hit and lock down and get those confirmed kills. We've seen him play Makoa a number of times, and even throwing back to days of old where we saw him play, especially in those frag montages, some pretty decent EV play. The big key here, as you look at Kanga Esports, it goes down to just the last map, and as we take a look at what it possibly could be here in the future, the big story will be what can Josh and the Kanga boys do to go up against Burrito's choice, Carbon 6 choice, with the possible Bomb King.
You've got to wonder what it's going to be as well. You've got to wonder what's been taken off the table. So far, we've seen Serpent Beach, we've seen Frozen Guard, we've seen Ice Mines, and we've also seen, well, we haven't seen Stone Keep, notably, as well. I've got to wonder if that's been banned out, potentially, by this Oceanic squad. Maybe they recognize how strong that we've seen Carbon 6 on it previously, but then again, Carbon 6 did fall on that map previously.
I was going to say Stone Keep was one of those weird maps, I think, for a lot of teams, just simply because it provides a very different dynamic of team play than a lot of the other maps, because it is so close between payload point and then, of course, the both spawns. So it doesn't allow teams to get very aggressive, and it will be a repeat. I could not be more happy to see Fish Market right now.
That is,
man.
That's a little bit spicy there, Fish Market. We're heading off to the Enchanted Forest. We're heading off to the swamp here with the docks out and into the ocean. We're heading through to the old abandoned town. It's going to be interesting to see how this repeat goes. This is a phenomenal way to end a grudge match. And I've got to ask you, this would have been Carbon 6's map draft. Do you think there's some thought gone into the psychological effects of this as well as the playstyle?
I think it would be more psychological for Kanga than for Carbon. This is their game. They have the ball in their court, and they decide to take the King's court. Now with the Bomb King first pick back to Fish Market. Ooh, and an early Kinessa pick. This is the same setup we saw Kanga try to run way back at HRX with an early Kinessa pick, and now with Makoa teamed up with it. What is Carbon 6 going to do as far as a flanker? Kanga's essentially saying, bring it on.
Bring the EV potentially, or bring the counter snipe. It's going to be Charlene locked in for Carbon 6, maybe a Drogas as well, but that would give double frontline through to Kanga, and now Kanga have the opportunity to run that Drogas. They got a very strong kill potential draft here, with Makoa setting up a lot of shots from potentially a Drogas and the Kinessa, but we're going to see a Lex hovered and a Lex potentially locked in. That will be a very devastating pick if the lore comes out to full effect on this map with a little bit of elevation.
Yeah, this is Kanga saying, I dare you to take Drogos. I dare you to take Drogos against Joel's on Kinessa. And I love it. It's really bold. Able to pick the Ying as their 4th choice out of 5. And it looks like with hovered currently, it might just be Drogos Carbon 6, considering the fact that there is so much damage coming out of the Airborne Lizard. Fernando, it's a decision. Do they go double frontline? Do they go with the Drogos? I like the Fernando as well.
I really like this. Carbon 6 need flank pressure because that's a last pick spot open for Kanga Esports. We've seen how devastating Victor has been so far. A big body in the backline is more difficult for that Victor to deal with, but double frontline, that baits out the perfect pick. We haven't seen it in this set at all yet so far, but it's going to be pip locked in, double support, but I can guarantee that this one is going damage.
Without a doubt, and as we jump into game, we'll have to see who is playing what with which legendaries, as Carbon 6 will be sporting the blue with Recurve on Northernberg, Shaolin, Lazy on Bob King with the Accelerant, and will be Bonker playing Fortified Barrack, and down just below, Theon is cabled Fernando with Aegis, and Bird playing Maldamba with Spirits Chosen.
On the other side of things, it's the Thunder from Down Under, led by Josh Kent on Lex with Death Hastens. We have Joel's on Kinessa with Steady Aim, Chronix on Ying with Lifelike, Diggy Dog on Pip this time with Catalyst, and Hades on Makoa with Half Shell.
A lot of utility and a couple master ridings off the bat. As far as itemization, Carbon 6 allowed to take the point very early on. As you can see, Kanga is positioned on the top middle part of the map, surrounding themselves, allowing Joels to get some nice damage very early on, but Lazy is tuning into this. A nice Grumpy Bomb to split everybody around from left to right, and as we get to above 50%, still nobody from Kanga has died, and Digidog actually gets first blood.
But Bonka quickly responds with a kill onto Hades, and that's the only frontliner available for Kanga Esports, but Digidog picks up a second. Catalyst Pip coming through, looking ready with explosive flash to contest any second now. The sniper shots keep on rolling.
Until Lazy is able to neutralize, but still, Kanga has the advantage. Nobody stepped on point whatsoever for the red team for Kanga. They're trying to find the kills, they continue to get them, but at what point do they say, okay, we got it, let's get some point capture? It looks like that moment is now as they get to 18%, and with Northernberg playing Shaolin right in front as the barrack, they're looking to set themselves up with some damage of their own, is the side for Carbon 6.
A little bit of poke pressure out into Makoa, but back at full health very quickly, and now contesting with Half Shell down. It's going to be a lot of pressure coming into the back line this time of Kanga Esports. Lazy heads straight on over, transported by Kinessa, takes her into the mix, but she's revealed around the corner. Lazy shuts them down, and this time Pip isn't around to respond, but what's that? Evil Mojo already charged and ready. Even if this goes to 99, there's still a win condition here for Kanga.
He needs to find a way to utilize some kind of control early on, and there it is, the Evil Mojo, but absolutely denied by Northernberg. Josh Kent trying to follow up with damage of his own on this Lex, is dancing and using the combat slide all around, but still, Heat Haze is on the table for Shaolin, getting damage done, and as Headhunter comes out, Fox, it's really close. Overtime's on the board, 99% though in favor of Carbon.
Joel's just trying to find the shots onto Maldama, lands the headshot kill confirmation. It's 99-63, but overtime is ticking, forced off the objective. It's going to be Thiel, but they're finding kills and trades, and the respawns come through for Carbon 6. Overtime is ticking down, but still, we're seeing Lex close the gap, close the distance. Can they hold on to this? The law comes out as well, but the barricade and shield will block it and deny, but still, no, Dread Serpent comes back through. Carbon 6, they're not done yet.
What an incredible first point fight. It does go the way of Carbon 6. 84% was totaled up for Kanga though, and that law was so close to punishing 2 and sending him to the imprisonment of what would be the spawn in the near future after that death timer, but still Carbon 6 able to get those deployable shields up, which mitigates out all of that effect, and now looking for pressure. As you can see, Fernando way up in the front, already on top of the hill as Lazy looks to support.
And this is just allowing the payload to roll through so swiftly, all the way through to the corner already, over halfway at this point. Kanga Esports, they've not found a defense yet, but it's this corner on which they should elect to hold. There are line of sight breaks here and some defensive cover for Kinessa, which will allow her to better escape the Fernando if necessary.
Oh, King Bomb also being channeled right behind Thiel's shield. It does get the stun off on one, but Digidog able to go off on Lazy just before his teammate fell. Still low health pulse. Chronix does eventually fall, but still able to convert Lazy is absolutely huge. What a clutch play by Digidog to weightless into the air to get back, and still finding more. He gets Northernberg. The payload's so close to conversion though, Fox, and still the kills coming out as Digidog is doing such a great job of refocusing his efforts.
The setup and damage from this Catalyst Pip is just a little bit too much for everybody to deal with on the side of Carbon 6. 1 minute and 13 seconds left on this push. Carbon 6 are so close to conversion. Dread Serpent may be the key here. 76% charge could be used to try and convert, but Kanga Esports, they've got ultimates of their own and are ready to meet them head on.
This is a really tough spot for Carbon 6 to kind of move through. We would think it would be a good thing that the payload is so far, but not having anything to block any projectile whatsoever is really dangerous in the face of not only Digidog's lob shots from the potion launcher, but also, of course, all of those shots coming in for Joels as he takes out Lazy, and Digidog with the aggressive weightless looking for more kills on the perspective left side for them in that little village area will not be able to find more than that as Carbon 6 backs up and gives themselves one more chance to get this push.
A regroup and a retreat, but everybody is poised and waiting. Kanga Esports looking for a peek here. It's going to come from Joels on Kinessa, but they recognize the danger coming through on the left flank. Spot out, Bonka on Barrack this time around. and retreat to a safe location.
Headhunter queued up from the backside looking for damage. It's only finding the shield of Thiel though. And of course now the Dread Serpent also coming down as Maldamba is able to help get 3 kills on the table for Carbon 6. It's a 2-on-5. Make that a 1-on-5. It's just Lazy getting all these kills. It's Tronics trying to stay alive but unable to do so. But this whole time, Vox, that payload was inching back. They have a chance to respawn, but can they get there in time? Not the case. Carbon 6 goes up 2-0.
And that's such a snowball for this veteran team. They have the credits, they have the kill streaks. And whilst those might put a pretty penny in the pocket of Lex, Josh Kent, unable to find a great deal of groundwork there at the end, was just sent straight back to base, allowing that payload to glide on through. Notably though as well, whilst we did see Dread Serpent used at the end there, it was the only ultimate really expended to try and force that one through. Northenberg is still sitting on Heat Haze. Lazy is going to be sitting on a King Bomb, and they're sitting on the itemization advantage, and Bonka already having Cauterize 3 online is huge here.
Yeah, Digidog sitting on over 1,000 credits with just Master Riding 1 in his kit. It makes you wonder if he's holding on just to the last second, and in fact he does go straight into double Cauterize, maybe trying to kind of get some mind games going as far as, you know, obviously everyone's hitting tab to take a look at what they're fighting up against itemization-wise, trying to hold on as long as possible. We'll take a look as Evil Mojo comes out very early over on the very far left side of the flank for them, and there is 2 kills coming out for the red side of Kanga Esports.
Just straight off the bat, but not really finding anything. Lex in the backline, though, is finding massive headshots. Josh Ken hitting for huge amounts of damage. Bert, though, trying to find the out-trade. Actually could be holding this down. Gord nearly gets the slay on a Josh Kent. Can the stun be confirmed? It is, but Josh Kent has the faster damage with their hit scan weapons and the big projectiles, and I love this Impursuit used from range just to dismount.
Yep.
Fantastic tactic.
Very, very good to utilize that and be smart as a character to know that that's what that's going to do. And of course, just before that, that low health pull that Josh had was sustained up by Digidog's healing potion. Lazy looking for an ultimate. Can he find anybody? No, it's absolutely mitigated out by Dimensional Link being able to escape. Lazy now in a very bad spot. The team is turning back onto him, but again, the burst damage is so high. Chronix falls. Dome Shield on the point for Barrack as Carbon 6 continues to gain advantage. Lazy with a double before he falls to Joel, but there's no frontliner here for Kanga.
And the damage coming through from Joel's on Canessa is too much to deal with. Northenberg forced into Heat Haze, trying to lock things down, but out comes Headhunter. Can Northenberg secure this for their team? Straight onto the objective dives Thiel, and at 99%, Kanga Esports have been forced back. Carbon 6 trying to keep themselves in this capture are now in control with 78% and rising.
Digidog with no healing potion in the middle of that fight could not keep himself alive and sustain in the fight, so he had to back up. Another Evil Mojo comes out at the very right moment, but Lazy converts it for 1 kill on Digidog. Make that 2. Lazy coming big for his team. It's at 96, 99%. Overtime in effect. Maldamba able to use the Dread Serpent. Can it be enough to get this all zoned away? Nobody from Kanga can stay in the face of all that damage and crowd control, and it will go now 3-0 to Carbon 6.
Lazy on Bomb King, and whilst we say their name because that's what pops up in the kill feed, and that's the player that goes home with all of the credits for all of those kill confirmations, Carbon 6 as a whole has been performing phenomenally on this map. 3 points up so far. The cohesion between this team as a unit is what is allowing Lazy the freedom to be able to go into the backline and frag. Bird's support, the frontline pressure splitting focus from everybody on Kanga Esports just lets him do whatever he wants to here. This is a team playing together as a unit you wouldn't expect to be holding a substitute in their roster.
You sure wouldn't expect that based on how he's been performing himself as well. And on top of this again keeps going back to the fact that Kanga has yet to find any sort of a response to Lazy, whether it's on Bomb King or not. Lazy's been able to dictate the own pace of his own game, and it's allotted him a lot of kills. And as this payload continues to slowly move, as we get to the minute 30 mark, it starts to stall out finally, right about 75% of the way done.
1 minute and 25 seconds left. As you were saying, up and over comes the King Bomb, looking for the big damage. Lazy behind Thiel's shield, but he rolls a little bit too quickly, and Thiel can't keep him safe. Now Josh Kent is looking for more. Dives straight on into Barrack. The lifesteal coming out, the Impursuit healing as well. Josh Kent cancels early, finds the execution. Bonka goes down, and Kanga Esports have managed to hold. A couple more attempts for Carbon 6 left in the tank, but Kanga Esports not going down without a fight.
Yeah, really good response to that Bomb King ultimate being channeled, like you mentioned, right behind Thiel's shield. Lex able to find that finishing blow, and then of course, while Thiel was moving up with that Bomb King, he's taken down next. Very good awareness of conversion for Kanga as they continue this defense, and of course, they did not have to spend any ultimates to do so in that face of that King Bomb.
No, they're sitting on only Evil Mojo not available, although that might be the crux of the matter if it comes to it on a defense. Double frontline pressure from Carbon 6 last time around was a little bit too much to deal with. The Impaler arrows coming through. Diggy Dog so very low. That's going to be Ying activating Dimensional Link, Illusory Rift there just to keep everybody healed up. And Makoa and Ancient Rage too, trying to battle it out. It all comes down to this. The Headhunter is here, and the damage is coming through for Hades.
Yeah, and Hades able to stay alive, finding himself too. Diggy Dog right there with him to keep him alive and get some extra damage at distance. Planted up will be Northernberg, but that's just a formality at this point as everybody turned and focused on him. This would be big. Bomb King out by himself. You see him running the fadeaways. The Akeem Olajuwon over there in the corner, not able to get any of those post hooks though. So as things move through, 3-1 goes the successful defense as Kanga tries to come back.
And they hold themselves in the game. It came at a cost. It came at the cost of Headhunter and Ancient Rage, two key ultimates, which they need to be able to win these objective fights, potentially with the gunplay being so stacked heavily in favor of Carbon 6 just because of this Bomb King. But at the same time, they keep themselves in the game. They gain some more items as a result, and maybe now we're going to start seeing the tides turn. Double Wrecker online for Joels and Chronix, but that is the only shield kill capability here, and the double frontline from Carbon 6 is so tanky.
Oh, without a doubt. Evil Mojo, though, is still there, so possible conversion if you can get the Evil Mojo into what would be the ideal execution at that point. Take down both shield dealers, get a free execution if you can, but that being said, easier said than done, especially when there is a Dread Serpent, a potential Immortal, and of course Dome Shield able to be used in this fight.
Initial poke going to be coming through. Northernberg looking to lock off an angle. Lex trying to hold the right-hand side is in a great deal of danger here. The Evil Mojo comes through. All of Kanga Esports surging forwards. Grumpy Bomb not enough to zone, and Josh Kent picks up Thiel immediately, but Carbon 6.
Yeah, stay alive for the most part and still have control of the point. Dome Shield also there as Barrack, played by Bonker, is still right on top. The capture percentage is at 51%, and the damage continues to come out onto Hades. This Makoa is also very low and looking for more damage. Can they find any way? It's a very aggressive Dread Serpent. Nobody's contesting the point. 87%. Deal with the double kill. Bonker with the kill of his own. 96, 99, and with the finishing blows, Carbon 6 take it 4-1 and move into rematch against D69 in the finals.
Oh my goodness, look at the looks of elation on their faces, the happiness, the surprise. Once again meeting face to face on Fish Market, but without the surprise of Grover around this time. Maybe they found a way to beat this squad. Kanga Esports, they took them to 5 games. They gave them the good fight, but it is ultimately Carbon 6, as you said, who do advance. And all players getting up at this point are ready to, I think, greet each other in congratulations. Yeah. After all, Kanga, they did make top 4.
Yeah, once again, 2 times in a row, and as you take a look at the scoreboard again, with the pick that was coming out of Carbon 6 pocket, again, they just showed how strong they are when they have the preference, not only of map, but also the Bomb King on first pick. Kanga was not able to bring a response to it this LAN, and I think that they tried something different by bringing in these different maps that a lot of teams would consider strange or weird as far as being able to play competitively, but on something a little bit more neutral. We don't see a lot of Fish Market. Both teams kind of coming into this one, knocking heads against heads. It was Carbon 6, as you can see, the numbers just in their favor. Damage-wise, 81,000 for Lazy, but on top of that, Northernberg, who continues to be the X Factor, goes to 79,000 on Shaolin.
The X Factor no more. They have done so much work for this squad since joining them as a substitute. Carbon 6, they're developing a bit of a reputation for this. First Bonker, and now Northernberg as well. Lights out play coming through from the newest player on their team, the substitute, previously coming from maybe some lower tier teams and a lot of competitive play in sort of mid-tier European scene, showing that there really are some diamonds in the rough within this scene. But my goodness, Carbon 6, they advance. You came into this saying that the team that's going to win today is going to be the team that knows how to beat Bomb King. We have our grand finals up ahead of us, and so far, Kanga Esports unable to find a response, but it's going to be District 69 versus Carbon 6, and one of these has a few tricks up their sleeve.
Oh my goodness, and it's going to be a best-of-7 match, and if history says anything, we may just go the full 7 maps, and I'm sure if we get to a point where those matchups on every single map is hotly contested, we're likely going to see the case where we are going to see an elongated set. That being said, and this is the interesting dynamic coming into this Carbon 6, some of their own players are saying we're not really expecting all that much. They didn't feel as good previous to this tournament as they had in their qualifying rounds getting into HRX. I think they have plenty to be confident about now as they have survived and made a statement jumping into what is going to be the grand finals.
And that grand final will be coming up a little bit later today. Myself and my co-caster and partner in crime, I Hold Shift, he'll be taking a dip for that, but it's been a phenomenal journey so far. We've had 9 teams from around the world join us today, with the 3rd seed wildcard first of all, which came in Group B. Group A fought out on the Friday as well. So many incredible displays of Paladins prowess, not just in terms of drafting in map picks, as well as individual gunplay, but also the teamwork required to be able to adapt mid-tournament, to be able to make adjustments, just as we saw yesterday in the end of the losers bracket there, allowing Astral Authority to advance through at least to the semi-finals today, and your bracket is now on screen for the grand finals themselves.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing here as far as how close competition has been, even through the group stages, we've seen a lot of maps being taken off of favorite teams. A lot of these sets have gone to 4 and sometimes all the way to 5. So earlier in the day, as you may have saw, District 69 3-1 against Astral Authority in a set that was close throughout all 4 of those maps. And then, of course, as we see the full set, all 5 maps being played between Kanga and Carbon 6. You said it, 9 were there. 2 more remain. Maybe we'll see another MVP coming out of Carbon 6. Of course, Bonker is here, and if you want to be like Bonker in game, you could pick up the Shaolin Burrito skin, and of course, those hot aviator shades.
My goodness, those sunglasses, I can't get away from them there. That's the ultimate there. That's the ultimate personal BM. As you get the kill, you have the shades in the kill cam, you're able to fire off your spray as well. It's a little bit too perfect there, but no, it's a lovely little bundle available for you in-game right now. Go check that out in-game in the items store and pick it up and show us if you too are worthy of that MVP trophy and maybe that MVP outfit as well.
I could really use the shades now. I'm catching a really strange glare off your head right now.
I'm gonna need to, if I go
lotion that up a little bit.
I'm gonna get some stage lighting going on there. I'm gonna go, guys, the makeup just doesn't end right. Where does it finish off? My goodness, not quite used to it. But regardless, folks, that brings us to the end of the semi-finals today. Up next, then, the grand finals themselves between District 69 and Carbon 6. Don't go anywhere. This one is gonna be one for the books.
Hello, I am Alvin Path and I play for Team District 69 in Europe, and I fill a role of the tank. I have pretty huge competitive background actually. I think I've been gaming competitively since I was about 16 years old, I believe. I'm 25 now, and my first game ever was Enemy Territory Quake Wars, and that's when it all started, and then it just grew. Since Hi-Res Expo Invitational, I'm sure I've learned to be more passive and more cautious about what's going on around, because it's extremely important as a tank to be aware and to be alive, because it's like a backbone, and if you die, the team dies basically. So we've been playing a lot, and we've been training to play more cautiously. So that's it. I think that's a pretty big improvement. My mouse stance is 3 in the game, and I run DPI, separate DPI for X and Y axis. My X DPI, I believe, is 1.1K, and the Y is 900. I just like it way so that my mouse, like when I move it horizontally and vertically, it's a bit different because it helps to lock a little bit better, so that hand doesn't flick and it doesn't go too far. like it stays around the same. It's because it's an old habit starting from enemy territory, which was an extremely aim-based game, and you had to keep your your aim locked on the head, basically. That's why I just got stick since then. I just feel like it's better. I'm sure it's a personal preference, obviously, for everyone. It's just something that I got stick with. Honestly, I believe all of us are actually worried about facing the exhibits, current Kanga esports, because these guys are from Australia and they did show us something. They did impress everyone on the Hi-Res Expo. So we're really looking forward to seeing what they brought for this event, and I think they're going to be very interesting games.
This is my domain. Time to hunt. Behold the dragon's fury! Here comes the pace! Woohoo! Bring it on!
Come watch the great Eevee take down all the people she hates! Poof! Time's ticking. I will make this a horrific scene of bloodshed.
Death awaits you all!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the final set of the day. It's the finals, and we've all been looking forward to this. All the teams, all the players have as well. My name is Randy, and I'm joined by High-Res Pretty Hair today to get things started, Nick. This is one for the ages.
Absolutely. This is the tale as old as time. For those of you that may be new to the scene, these two teams go way back, all the way to DreamHack. These were the HRX finalists. Now it's time for them to clash once again. This is the best 2 out of 3 for big lands for these two teams.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot going on, man. And, we got a couple of good things going on in the realm as well, from some promos for you guys to be able to get an extra advantage while you're playing and get the most out of your games. And, of course, if you're going to go ahead and get the most out of your games and keep watching the esports, that's where you want to be in the summer. It is DreamHack Valencia. You've already heard it. The announcements have been here, Nick, but this is the first time we've actually been able to tell them about the path to get there.
Yep, so this is the last day of the Masters LAN here, but it's not going to stop right there. We got 4 weeks of open bracket qualifiers into 3 weeks of round robin. So similar to the qualifying path for the Masters LAN here, we're kicking things off right quick.
Oh, man, and a $100,000 prize pool taking place 13th, 14th, 15th, mid-July, essentially. 8 teams there. International competition for the remaining 4 spots. 2 NA, 2 EU. It's going to be an exciting thing. Most likely we'll see some of those things are still being worked out, but largely, if you're going to be involved, this is how you're going to get there. And, Nick, that's not all that we have coming up, which is exciting.
Yep, so Paladins has just launched into its closed beta phase on both Xbox and PS4, both platforms which will be represented at DreamHack Valencia. For the first time, both platforms will clash against each other to determine not only the superior region, but the superior console as well.
And that's the exciting thing about this, to reward the early adopters for getting into the Paladins console scene early. We wanted to put this on and really showcase what console has to offer. We know that this community has just loved Paladins from the very beginning, so this is your thanks from us. And DreamHack, it's going to be exciting, bro. I can't wait to go to Spain.
Yeah, me neither. 6 weeks of open bracket qualifiers to get yourself a trip over to across the pond. I mean, I've never been there. I'm excited.
Well, I mean, looking at it all, it's been an incredible weekend. And talking about across the pond, we've got 2 European teams in the finals. But how did they get there? Let's take a look at Group A here. And this is the first day. You remember Cube Team, Rukia made a big statement there, and District 69, although having a couple moments, were able to make it through to Kanga Esports and have a close set to get them out as the #1 team. Kanga having to face off against Eager twice, and that 3-2 set at the very end, pushing Kanga ahead in Group A.
Very close, very good games, but it was Kanga coming out on top. Group B, which you saw yesterday, had Carbon 6 and Astral Authority coming out, but narrowly. WASD with a very long stay here in the Masters LAN, playing the most sets of any team coming in from the wild card, almost making a Cinderella story coming out of Group B.
Yeah, just weren't able to make it happen through Astral Authority. The real crazy twist to that, some great sets yesterday, was that WASD beat them the first time around. Astral Authority made some adjustments and were able to take authority, and so they got themselves in the semis today. But D69, despite losing a game to Astral Authority, the #1 NA seed really did show up and gave them a run for their money.
The skill gap that has closed, it's insane since HRX. Astral Authority really kind of getting stomped and swept aside by some of the higher seeded EU teams, but really putting up a really strong fight today in every single one of those 4 games. And Kanga Esports surprised everyone when they were Abyss at HRX, and they've just continued to do nothing but improve.
Less of a surprise, I think, for Carbon 6. They took them the distance, 3-2, and it was a really, really close one. Of course, these are best of 5s, and that last game on Fish Market served to be the determining factor that allowed Carbon 6 to move forward and now face their European counterparts. A lot of history between both of these teams.
Absolutely. They go all the way back to DreamHack of the summer of 2016, where District 69 was able to come away with the win at that tournament. They're no stranger to the best of 7 finale, though. They also clashed in the HRX finals, where it looked good for District 69. They were up 2 games to nothing, and then Burrito just battled their way back and took it the distance.
And Paladins at the Invitational HRX, where in January most of the competition that these players have experienced in a LAN perspective happened. These 2 teams faced off again in the finals, like you mentioned. Best of 7, went the distance, and Burrito at that time, now Carbon 6, had a sub that made a little bit of a name for himself. His name's Bonker, and he's now a big part of this roster, helping him to get back to this, but they're missing Eliminate, another big player for them, and D69, they don't have a sub. They've got the full squad here.
You can see him sitting on the end there. Earned himself the MVP at the HRX Invitational when D69 was down a man. The man in the middle there, the myth, the legend, Bugsy, the captain for District 69, couldn't make it over here to America, but he's here now, and they're ready to win. They are strong as 5, and they've never been more confident in their ability to take the first place.
It's just such an interesting story. Both these teams back and forth fighting against each other to reign supreme in a region that largely dominates Paladins esports. And though that's changing, it hasn't changed this time around. And these 2 teams, again, fighting for supremacy. Bugsy there, smile on his face. He's got his friends and family welcoming him, warming him up in between games, and really, I think he's feeling confident about this one.
The notable thing here, as you can notice on his player card, while with this team, Bugsy hasn't lost a major event. DreamHack 2016 first place finish, and then when he got back with the roster after HRX, taking first place and kind of flipping the script in the EU Masters qualifiers. Burrito, or now Carbon 6, was kind of their kryptonite for a long time, losing pretty handily to them during the online qualification, but they always show up at LAN.
The thing is, they've been known as the North American crushers, even taking a Kangarna bottle and stomping on it as they won the first DreamHack. But will they be the EU crushers at this point? They haven't done it yet, but they need to do it here this year. It's time for Carbon 6 now to get their shot at winning a title. Yet again, this would be 2 in a row for basically the same squad.
And a very important key component to this composition, to this team, to this roster, this guy right here, Kevin Jensen from Denmark, had an absolutely lights out performance on Bomb King in that last game to put Kanga back on the plane to Australia here, and you can see his record, 3rd, a little bit of a choke there at LAN, and that was something we talked a lot about. Would they be able to push through that at HRX with a lot of expectations on them? They had another stellar online stage of qualifying, just sweeping the competition, but at LAN, they were able to come out on top.
It is good to note that the last time these guys faced Bugsy at LAN, actually, the captain of D69, is about a year ago at that DreamHack when they just pulled out some very interesting strats, 3-0'd them, and sent them home packing after they were the favorite.
What a different game it was all the way back then. It's crazy to see how far Paladins has come in a year.
And these players have stayed with it every step of the way. That's why you know they're the real deal. Some teams, some people have fallen out and not been able to adjust to the style that has been introduced as this game changed and grew and developed, even past OB30 when we saw the TTK, the time to kill changes.
Look at that map graphic,
but they're
baby.
Still here, ready to go, man. That's commitment.
Best of 7 here, guys. The long haul, Frozen Guard, the first map selection between these 2 teams. And frankly, you know, as strong as both of these teams are, notably a little bit weak on these Glacial Keep variants.
Yeah, and I think now, because Kanga has kind of forced Burrito to play against, or excuse me, Carbon 6 to play on them, these weird maps, both of these teams are now really accepting the fact that, you know, we got to get a Frozen Guard, we've got to get a Temper Mill, we've got to get an Ice Mines in our pool and be able to win on those maps, which D69 admittedly has had some trouble with.
So first pick Bomb King, immediately into the Drogos here. So something was
nice
that was avoided a little bit because on this map, Drogos can struggle a little bit. It is very open air. So drafting into an early Kinessa could be something that Carbon 6 looks to do. We saw that a lot in their previous set versus Kangoo. They would take the early Kinessa and just dare the opposing team to take the Drogos.
Yeah, Kinessa's largely very good on this map. So is Shaolin. He's got long lines of sight. This map really benefits champions who have an extended range because they can poke and be safe and escape after that poke is done. So much of your damage is important to do, but also to do and stay alive afterwards to help the fight. Lex and Maldamba likely to be chosen here for D69 and give Carbon 6 a chance to fill out their roster.
So with the one chance to counter pick here, do Carbon 6 go for the Kinessa? Do they feel it's worthwhile taking out of the air? My answer personally would be yes. Bugsy has had such an outstanding impact in every set where he has been allowed to play the Dragon. Waiting, thinking about this last pick, they're hovering it. Do they want it? District 69 are going to have to counter pick it if the Kinessa does get locked in.
Two ways to go here. You could take it, or you could take Eevee, and she would be a counter to it. But now it's going to leave D69 the opportunity to pick up potentially the Eevee or the Buck, which Perdo, Elven Path, this entire roster have loved and gone with, but they instead go for more of a point stack, something a little bit heavier, and maybe just better zoning, considering they've got Ying and Barrack to bounce the shock bolts
And this
off
is
of.
likely to go to Sheepa, which is interesting because he used to be just such a great Eevee player, but really has fallen out with the character, hasn't wanted to take it. This would have been a good time for that, but it's difficult also with the Bomb King on Carbon 6. Very good at defending, babysitting this sniper. And we'll get into game number 1 here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Masters LAN here between Carbon 6 and District 69. Northernberg on his Shaolin with Recurve. Moving right along, Focusing Lens for Birds Ying, Architectonics for Thiel's Barrack, Accelerant for Lazy's Bomb King, and Eagle Eye for Bonkers Kinessa.
And Bugsy's going to run Fusillade Drogos. Perdo will be on Death Hastens for Lex. Maelstrom Grok, Jera on Ripened Gordon, Elven Path running Pluck.
So 3 cauterizes right off the bat here. Maybe wanting to look at Elven Path to try and get that early pick. Nice stun out on Elven Path. A lot of damage coming in. District 69 in control of the zone around the point, but nobody taking first blood just yet.
Bugsy on Drogos is always a dangerous prospect, but doesn't hit the fire spit there. Maybe a little bit of land nerves in the finals. It's been a close set. Hasn't been as warmed up as Carbon 6, but guess who is? Lazy, Bonker, and Thiel all get kills here, and it seems like a pause will be taking place. But already you're just seeing maybe just the fact that they play that best of 5 and just got finished playing coming into effect here at the start of this game.
Really quick kills coming out, and you can see the big notable things here is the pluck on Elven Pass Makoa, mostly been that half shell just for the extra defense thus far. Bonker going for the Eagle Eye, actually got first blood on Elven Path. Huge headshot onto the Ancient Turtle, ripping through a lot of that HP. And then the 1v1 between Lazy and Bugsy. Lazy didn't even take a point of damage.
No, really weird, and maybe something was going on at the beginning because, you know, Bugsy hit a little bit of a weird fire spit. Maybe something's going on in the comms. He said, hold on, wait, and really wasn't following up on that. But either way, it seems Carbon 6 have the advantage, 33% on the objective now.
Another kill for Gera. He's going to have to walk the long haul back from spawn here. 6 seconds till he even comes back. A nice trap set up for Lazy. 63% are already on the point and climbing. District 69 is going to be very tough to work their way back in here safely. Elven Path just takes so much damage and immediately put in the dirt by Bonker.
Nice stuff. Headshot coming through for the Kinessa. The capture objective is already taken, though, by Carbon 6. They're going to put their name on it to start this finals off. They're going to take the lead and maybe just head nod over to D69 saying, yeah, you may be the favorite. Sure, we're playing with a sub Northernberg, but we've been through the toughest of competition, and we are ready to face you.
Puts big damage into Perdo as well. Lazy just going suicide bomb into the back line. None able to find any kills. Perdo still very poked out. Thiel tried to follow up, tried to get to Lazy, tried to protect him and bail him out. Not going to work out. Not going to be the case here for Carbon 6.
This is good for Sheepa just to get the long-range zone, but again, I wonder about this Grok getting picked up. They don't have anything to actively get to the Kinessa. The Lex, relatively short range. The Drogos midair, super exposed while he's flying into the back line, and as a sniper, you're not worried about Grok shock pulses.
Big damage, big fire spit, long-range precision strike from Bugsy. Able to put 2 members of Carbon 6 extremely low. One pickup, though. Perdo did fall to Bonkers Kinessa, but not a lot of ground gained off the back of the pick.
They're going with the pluck as well. Very interesting stuff for Elven Path on Makoa. Seems like he may just be trying to really capitalize off of getting the right hook, the right pull, and making it all count. But so far, minute 18, slow push. Both teams taking it easy, taking it steady. Don't want to
Gotta feel each other out. These guys very much so respect each other. Want to definitely be careful when fighting each other. Can't give anyone an inch or they will take a mile. Northernberg first pick in this engagement. Perdo shut down at the start once again.
Still throwing mines out, just zoning them largely. The Headhunter is available for Knessa. She has the opportunity to increase that damage, and the Dragon Punch just might get things started. Bugsy picks up Lazy. Fire Spit could do a lot of damage, but will he get a kill? He needs one more, and Knessa's finding him now, and he will. Bonker gets the kill onto the Dragon.
Could be a good opportunity to drop the law here. Perdo is just going to continue to surge forward, left clicking. Bonker needs to hit a big headshot here. Lands one onto Perdo, forces him back for the time being. Elven Path cleans up Bird, and 35 seconds remain for Carbon 6 to try and get their feet under them once again.
Dangerous spot there for Perdo. He's got to not stick his head out too hard, but look at this, the Bomb King. Pluck maybe looking to be the answer. They're going to finish him off. Enough damage means just one shot from Maldamba. That 450 poison coming out of that snake, which Nick likes to call Olong Johnson for some reason. Just enough to finish him off and put him back to base.
Pretty aggressive move there from Lazy. I don't know if his team's going to be happy with him giving up that life. And now with Theo going down as well, 6 seconds on the clock, Carbon 6 likely to just back off this one.
Aren't we noticing such a different style of play between both these teams? Now look at the respect they have for each other. Nobody's going in. This is a totally different feel than when Carbon 6 were playing against Kanga.
Yeah, Lazy on this Bomb King kind of just has that one style of play, just that full aggro. You could see him getting picked off pretty early in that engagement. D69 looking like they want to just try and abuse that. They themselves aren't getting super aggressive. They're waiting for Lazy to come in, kind of put himself out of position, and you saw him collapse and make him the sole proprietary pick to start a lot of these fights. However, Carbon 6 with that payload, they're going to be ahead in the credit department. You see their level 2 offensive items already ready to go. Bird going for that morale boost too, actually wants to have that illusory rift. The AoE raid heals up as much as possible. Cauterized 3s across the board. Northernberg just with the record too, because there's not a lot of shield presence on District 69.
4 ultimates apiece for D69 and Carbon 6. Which ones will make the difference? Lacy has the King Bomb. Just going to throw one in the air, try to detonate, misses 2, gets pulled in, plus damage. He's up in the air, he's going to die. No way he's getting out of that one. Perdo, the law, trying to find justice, hits Knessa in the head, looking for more, but he's so far away, can't quite get to the sniper.
And frankly, that's the way I want to see District 69 play with the Pluck. Just play it slow. Every single time the Dredge anchors up, you have the kill potential. That legendary card offers so much extra burst damage.
And that's what they're going to do, but what can you do when the Pluck legendary you're talking about gets taken down with a Knessa snipe? And there is the Dread Serpent coming through. It's going to set some stuff up, but Rampage for Bonker doesn't need any setup. Lazy picks up another. Dome Shield comes out, and Carbon 6 have retaken the point.
Great movement here from Bonker to get into a position to clean up some of these kills. Bugsy and Perdo, the only 2 left. Nice shot from Northernberg, looking for Bugsy. Pops the heat haze, going to put some hurt onto Elven Path. Lazy gets aggressive into the backline, cleans up both of those kills, and that is likely to be this second payload captured again for Carbon 6.
Northernberg had some great moments. Elven Path trying to get back. He's going to use the Ancient Rage.
This is aggressive.
It is very aggressive, but will it pay off? Planet comes through. Who's going to win, the Turtle or the Bowmaster? Northernberg will fall the sub for Carbon 6. Will it end up being enough? But Elven Path, despite all that health and damage, is not able to do it by himself. Carbon 6 take the lead one more time.
So he drops that ultimate there, and while it is very aggressive, while we weren't quite expecting that, better late than never. Better there, but just to give himself a chance. He will have plenty of time to get that charged up before this payload pushes into his base. We hope, we think. Obviously, Carbon 6, if they keep their momentum high, they could be able to punish that.
The other thing we don't really mention so much about Makoa is the fact that when you go half shell, you lose some of the charge potential for your ultimate, because it's based off sometimes the damage that you're doing, and that means that you can be that much more effective in those clutch moments if you've got that Ancient Rage to turn to. 20% now. The Pluck gets pulled 5 extra percent. He's going to get 10 more, and Sheepa picks up 2 kills off of that.
Very important for those to come through. Lazy looking for more. Nice Fire Spit. One more rocket will do it. Lazy does go down. So much crowd control. You can see the Ripe and Gourd really starting to pay off for Gara.
I love the Dragon Punch being available here, but he doesn't have to use it. That's the benefit. Bugsy, you know, talking about switching between a more aggressive Drogoz or a more laid-back Drogoz. Seems, Nick, like he's picked more of the laid-back version for this match.
Sheepa cleaning up 4 kills total in that engagement, just continuing to search for this Grok. Can get a lot of momentum, a lot of potential dismounts here. With that Ying, you can see the shock pulse just ding, 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 ping-ponging around in the backline. Every time it hits one of those enemy heroes on Carbon 6, it will dismount them and give them a very long walk back to the payload.
And that's where Grok is not necessarily better, but a little bit more plug and play. There's a lot Evie has to do, a lot of things that can go wrong. One misstep and she's dead, even though she's very good at dismounting and zoning and staying alive. But Grok hits the shock pulse, it can hit 5 others and completely throw away away a potential retake.
Especially against two deployable characters, Ying and Barrick. It gives him a guaranteed target to bounce his shock pulse off. 44 seconds remaining here. Lazy getting aggressive now, looking for it. He's going to land one. Sheepa has the healing totem down, so it's going to be very difficult to win this duel for Lazy.
He's got the King Bomb too. Does he use it here? They've got 2-1. The momentum could be big, but he's falling real low. Perdo, one more shot, one more headshot could put him at about 100 health, and that's not a place Lazy wants to be. He knows he needs to hit these big shots, but right now he is not winning this poke battle, even though D69 will back off for now.
Just to head back to that point we made earlier, Elvenpath only at 65% and is also struggling to get that charge, and if this fight goes south for them, it could be something that District 69 look to point to in the future and say, look, Elvin, you got to be careful about when you pop that ultimate if you're not going to get a charge back up. Here comes Sheepa once again, though. A lot of good targets for us. Shock Pulse, a lot of burst damage coming out from the planet. 2 kills for 1, 2 kills for 2. D69, 3v3.
The confidence there from Sheepa. He knows he's got his immunity, got the Ghost Walk available for him. Could have not taken any damage there, but instead doesn't need to do it for the planet, and he feels that he has the confidence, the damage, and the just spray, apparently, to be able to handle any
9
situation.
ultimates ready to go for Carbon 6 and District 69. Elvenpath just 10% off the mark, but immediately into that Resilience 3. It's going to do a couple of things for him. Obviously, Northernberg, the big part of Shaolin's kit is the Impaler Arrow Stun immediately down into the planet. This is largely negated now by Resilience, as well as 2 stuns available for Lazy. One off the King Bomb, which is ultimate, which he does have, and his Grumpy Bomb, which is going to provide big area control after 3 seconds.
5 ultimates for Carbon 6, 4 for D69, but Elvenpath's Ancient Rage is really close. Talked about Resilience just now. Could be the tide turner, especially since Makoa no longer CC immune during his ultimate, so he will be counting on that card to get him out of a big King Bomb or a big Grumpy Bomb stun he doesn't intend to take. All of a sudden, Bugsy firing in the air, trying to get this party started.
Looking for some kind of damage there. Resilience immediately having an effect. Elvenpath stunned out, but it let go early. Bonker's got a good angle on this fight. Gara, though, first blood on the Lazy. That's a big pick for D69.
Oh, that's big. Sheepa goes down in Tempest, and that ultimate is largely negated. He's trying to find the Kinesis. Bugsy does. Can he 2v1 here? Northernberg has the sights, and he will not be failed by them. He goes ahead and picks up a kill onto the Dragon, and now Perdo trying to find one more. A shot misses yet again, but the right click will clean it up. Double kill for Perdo. Justice is served.
Coming in guns blazing. Resilience having another impact for Elvenpath. Gets him out of the stun. He survives. That's why we see players picking up this item. Immediate crowd control reduction. So impactful. Lazy gets nothing for his ultimate. Headhunter got nothing. Carbon 6 whiffing on a lot of their ultimates. And D69 total control of the point.
And this is where things get serious. This is what they're looking for. Right now, you see the Law available for him. Just going to heal up with Fortitude 4. 650 health back after just using his right click. And that in pursuit, Nick, it just cleaned up 2 kills. I mean, that's about as good as it gets.
2 minutes remain on the payload push here. Law available, doesn't need it. Elvenpath and Perdo come on top of Lazy here. Now surging forward under the shell, under the protection of Elvenpath.
When you think about it, when you're plucking, you're using the 80% damage. I mean, he's hitting for so high, 1100. You add another headshot from Perdo, that's 2K. Maybe you add, just a body shot, that's still 900 that you're doing onto the Bomb King, and that's almost enough to get him out of the fight immediately. I like the pluck direction, whereas we mostly see Half Shell coming up from a defensive approach. D69 say, we're playing aggressive, we're just gonna kill you. We're not gonna try and survive you.
Perdo on this Lex with the bounty mechanic is actually helping keep his team in the game. Did manage to get his offensive cauterized to level 3 before this round, whereas the rest of his offensive items for his teammates are only level 2.
Elvenpath in trouble, 8 streak, and that will go down, and that will feed a few credits to Bird, and in fact, a little bit of an ultimate charge to him as well, and he's just going to use it, make sure everybody stays nice and healthy, and Carbon 6 finally found an answer to this push.
2 kills coming through now. A minute remain. D69 have plenty of time to get this one pushed, and they can get their feet under them once again. Have maybe 1, 2 if they're lucky, if they're quick attempts at pushing this through to conversion. They really could like to put the game away here. Carbon 6, if they can hold, if they can defend, will benefit from a defense point and tie the game up 3-3.
Bugsy largely been a little silent here. Perdo maybe had a little bit more of the highlight reel, and Elvenpath's pluck so clutch to setting up the pace, setting up the plays for this team. Jera still casually just doing what he needs to do, but Bugsy, just as I mentioned him, starts to speak up real loud. Direct shot takes down Lazy in the back.
This could him close here. Big kill on the Northernberg, potentially. Nice Dread Serpent from Jera, still sitting on that Dredge Anchor. Bird manages to find the angle and shut down Bugsy. Elven Path does clean up Theo on the front side. Elven Path now with 2, almost charged on his Ancient Rage as well.
Elven Path cleans up Northernberg, which Bugsy missed, and then helps to clean up Bird for Perdo, and Bonker could be in trouble here. He's got the Retribution target on, so he's going to be able to win the peak battle, but he's so low, he's missing every shot. Bonker doing a great job of stalling him out, and Lazy will clean up and help his friend to stay alive.
12 seconds remain here. Perdo dropping down. Elven Path coming roaring in on that horse. You can see on the right side of Northernberg's screen here. Going to try to make it out of the mine, but a nice Kinessa mine placement shuts him down immediately, and that's probably going to be the full retreat here from D69. Tied it all up, 3-3.
Now Half Shell is going to be probably more consistent and staying in the fight, sustaining for your team and having these elongated types of engagements. But now, honestly, it could be that one pluck makes the big difference in this fight.
Pretty much all tied up here in terms of offensive items. Perdo and Sheepa with the Cauterized 3s, and Theo only at the Cauterized 2 mark, but Lazy and Bonker both going to be able to bring that level 3 to the table here. Notable ultimates up. The Dome Shield. The Illusory Rift is nearly there. He'll have that relevant in this fight. Heat Haze for Northernberg and a big King Bomb. It's the big question mark for Carbon 6. Can Lazy, with all this pressure on him in the grand finals of the Masters land his dreaded ultimate?
Yeah, that's right. He's had his moments where he hasn't, and it's always difficult for you knowing you're getting watched by thousands of people in your community and who don't even know you commenting on it, but that's what LAN's about. You got to make the big plays. Who's going to make them now? Northernberg the sub. Will he pull a Bonker and finish one off? Lazy gets Sheepa. Northernberg still alive, firing in as Shaolin, and Lazy given the freedom to roam ahead and try to pressure Elven Path.
Oh, unfortunately doesn't get pulled all the way up onto the high ground here. Big clumping from D69 could look to be punished by King Bomb.
Nice Grumpy Bomb out there to zone. This is going to do a lot. It's just going to stave off D69 for now, and Perdo, if he goes down, that's a lot of damage. They're counting on Perdo. Going to get taken down by Lazy. King Bomb still available, and he might be looking to use it soon.
30% on the point for D69. Wrapping around. Lazy finds 2 more kills. Bugsy doesn't connect with the Dragon Punch. Northernberg full and healthy. Got Grok stuck in the corner here. Headhunter is popped.
Very good stuff there. The Ghost walking away. Bonker looking to find some, getting some damage on though. But 96%, 99 Dome Shield out here. Carbon 6 look pretty ready to clean this up, but Elven Path's got one last thing to say about it. Ancient Rage gets popped.
Pops the Ancient Rage, but burned through all of that HP so quickly. Bomb King doesn't care how much health you have. He's got the burst damage to punch it through, and Carbon 6 find the victory in game number 1.
Nice fade away, Dread Serpent there, but nobody on the point to contest, and that will prove to be Carbon 6's victory. To me, these guys look ready. They look like they've gone through everything that they would need to go through to be prepared for this type of a set. I mean, how much of that how much of that first set with Kanga plays into the fact that they're warmed up and ready to go here against D69?
I think the biggest thing is they've just played each other so much. These two teams, it's just week in and week out, both of them in the grand finals of community tournaments, of the qualifying tournaments. I just feel like they know the rosters inside and out. It all comes down to just the performance of the individuals on the given day. These sets pretty much go 50-50 throughout the qualification process.
And, you know, if you're looking at the history between Kanga and Carbon 6, the player who had the Bomb King, his team won every single match, and now we do see the Bomb King start off with Carbon 6, which means it would end up there if it all came down to it. Largely, this set is going to be about D69 finding an answer to Bomb King, getting a win when they don't have them.
So Elven Path, I think, right out of the gate, trying something different, going for the pluck instead of the half shell.
Yeah.
The most defensive option for Makoa this time. Didn't seem as though it really panned out. Only 36k damage. Pretty much the lowest on his team, but Bugsy as well, largely shut down by the Kinessa. Bonker, 97,000 damage, only 66 for the Dragon.
And I think to me what comes down to the weird pick here, the one that I would have done differently if I had a chance to go back, was the Grok. I don't think the Grok was what they needed in this lineup. Despite Grok being typically just a good pick on paper against Barrack and against Bird, I just didn't see the impact that he was going to have in this game being more or better than what an Eevee would have done to pressure Bonker out of these fights.
Playing Kinessa there, Bonker had a big task at hand to shut down Bugsy on the Drogos. It's the primary counter that Carbon 6 had to the infamous Drogos player. And a couple of things that could have gone different. I mean, the early Shaolin instead of the Drogos. Could have come through. You put Sheepa on that. He has already probably the most outstanding impact on the character throughout this tournament. And then you have a lot of flexibility on Bugsy. You could have gone for the Eevee.
Yeah.
You could have gone for the he can even do Grok. I mean, he's got a lot of flexibility.
Bugsy plays every single champion in this game, and that's the point of having a guy like Bugsy on your roster. You could just flex your draft a little bit more, but, you know, Bonker, he's one of the better guys on Burrito and, Carbon 6 that really feels passion about winning this set. He's always yelling. Bugsy, another guy, feels passion, maybe hides a little bit outside, but he really cares about this.
It's a really tough map, and this might even come back to we talked about the stubbornness back in the day of D69. Despite it really not being the right pick for the situation, this guy is just so good at the character. A lot of times he can pull it off, but Bonker showing that he is, when he's on the counter, he's got the caliber to fight just about anyone.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's not even that Bugsy is had a bad game. It wasn't a superstar game, and that's what we expect out of this guy. When you have a Kobe, you have a LeBron, you have a Peyton Manning on your team, you expect them to make the big throws, the big plays.
I think they're trying something different, which I don't mind for game number one, right? Because there are going to be games where they have Bomb King, there are going to be games without it, and the sooner they can figure out how to play around it better, they should come out on top of this set, and having a good performance despite not having Makoa is going to be very important for Thiel here.
I agree, and largely you can look at it like this, right? Kanga, Carbon 6, I keep harping back to this, but even look at Astral Authority and D69. So many of these games, look at Eager and Kanga, so many of these games came down to 3-3. Whoever had Bomb King, whatever. You have 1 point fight to win, and if you can execute, that's great. And it doesn't really matter which side the king is on. If you can execute, you can win. And we just haven't seen I just think what Bomb King allows is less mistakes for the enemy team. If they make one mistake, he could just take advantage of it so big.
Margin for error.
Yep.
Sheepa playing the Grok in that last game has had an immense impact when he's on characters like Shaolin, doing his best on the Grok. Mostly picked up just to punish all the deployables, all the free targets to bounce that shock pulse off of. And it can be very impactful on a map like this if the momentum's on your side. Those dismounts that come off the back of the Grok pulse is going to be very important.
It can. Like, I think that, just my opinion here is just that you're doing something that the map maybe isn't intended to be good at. There's not a lot happening in that point fight except for very specific moments. A lot of it's happening at range around the point fight where you see a lot of the snipers like the Shaolin, the Kness are really having an impact. And people trying to get picks, trying to get a pull. Nobody wants to go into the Igloo. They only do it when they have to or when they have a clear-cut advantage. So basing it off of that, I think they were just hoping that they would snowball this a little bit more with that Pluck Legendary Elven Path.
Snowballing, very important in this series for this guy in particular. Lazy known to be pretty nervous dude, tilt every now and again if he gets first blooded or if he misses an ult or something like that. So having a strong performance right out of the gate bodes very well for Carbon 6.
Oh yeah, no, these teams, like you mentioned, like we've mentioned all day, very even. It's going to be the plays that really separate them here in this upcoming game. The draft, it's important too, and we're going to go into that right now.
So D69 out with first pick. The notable thing here is the Drogos. Going to be much stronger on Serpent Beach than it was on Frozen Guard. There's a lot of high ground you can look to hold. Very strong picks for Carbon 6. Thiel on Makoa, it's synonymous just like Bugsy is with Drogos. Northernberg, the substitute player for Carbon 6.
Oh yeah.
Going to be very important to keep him comfortable throughout this series. But most of the time he's getting either Drogos or Shaolin. It's going to be very difficult for District 69 to get both of those picks. So the sub, not going to be a hindrance this series.
Absolutely. And you have the opportunity whenever you want, either with it's after your first pick or in your top two, to grab one of those. And they're so good right now in this meta, it's totally fine if you prioritize it. But right now, this makes sense. Sheepa, he had a game-changing performance against Astral Authority earlier on in the first set of the day with Shaolin. He's looking to do that one more time.
It's a big, strong draft here from District 69 thus far. Carbon 6, what healer will they take? Maldamba, pretty strong on this map. I think a little bit stronger than Ying for his ability to heal people on the high ground, hovering the Torvald, actually. And they're not going to lock him in, hovering a Victor here. Just looking for a couple of hit scan answers, whether it be Victor, whether it be a Lex, but this time it's going to be the Lex.
I wonder what that's really for. I mean, Victor does well on these maps, but not a lot of aerial threats. Maybe just to burst down the Bomb King at this point and provide a little bit of extra coverage. There are a lot of nooks and crannies he can hide, get around certain rooms, and stay safe, especially since he doesn't have to worry about the Drogos fire spitting and ruining his day while he's hiding away. Lex, though, looking to be hovered by D69. And Purdue, the way he played, I'm feeling it.
And Droxus, not something we've seen a lot of throughout this tournament as a result of Lex, so it's going to be the Buck this time. Perdue, I haven't seen him play this. I think he's played it maybe once in the tournament, maybe on day one.
Yeah, no, not a lot. And I think Perdue, the only guy who in this tournament has really felt fine going into Buck. We had Shady Shades on Eager, who was phenomenal Buck, but just didn't feel comfortable in this tournament playing him. Ruckus selected last for Carbon 6. And, you know, Nick, who do you give the edge to here?
I really like District 69's grab. It feels like they got almost everything they wanted. The Victor and the Ruckus, they're pretty big switch-ups here for Burrito. It's not something we really associate Lazy with or something we really associate Bonker with a lot of the times, but it's going to be accelerant for Bugsy's Bomb King. Sheepa taking the recurve on his Shaolin. Bounce House for Perdue's Buck. Ripen Gourd for Gara's Maldamba and Architectonics for Barrick.
Bird's going to be running Focusing Lens. It will be Half Shell for Makoa. It's going to be Fusillade for Drogos, Flux Generator for Ruckus, and Gunnery for Victor. 15% more damage. And boy, Bugsy doesn't seem to need it here. He's doing plenty of damage. Going to Poppy Bomb into the back line. He's finding a few, but he's getting picked by Thiel. He's not going to pay 10 cents for that one. Thiel right on the money, and Northernburg gets the first kill.
Nice peel provided for Carbon 6 is going to be exactly the type of play that they need. It's so important to get that Bomb King down early, and that's, you know, the patient play, so I like the adjustment because we're seeing a lot of Bomb King players get super aggressive into backlines and not expect to be taken down, not expect to be challenged.
At this point, you can't be the Bomb King and expect for people to ignore you, but largely that's what Perdue's there for. Buck, he takes so much attention. He's in your face, jumping in and around, and he's the guy who's supposed to clear up a little bit of this front line rather than having him a Fernando running up front like Thiel would do and really make it easy for Bomb King to do the deed.
So difficult to keep this backline safe, however, from both Lazy and from Perdue. A dynamic duo that's going to be able to dive
96.
very deep and be very dangerous in the backline. 99 now for Carbon 6. D69, though, starting to swing the fight a little bit in their favor. Pushed into overtime, however. Someone's got to step a foot on here. It's got to be Bugsy.
They have him in the backside. They don't really see him yet. Ruckus, if he goes down, could be in trouble, but Thiel is going to clean up one, and Carbon 6 are going to take the lead over D69 in game 2 again. And now it seems that they are ready to push. 2 minutes, 19 seconds on the clock, and they just got to kill on a Bugsy.
So a good start here for Carbon 6. They need to win these early points with the double tank composition. Their damage isn't going to be as high. Their mitigation, their staying power on these two frontliners isn't going to be as much as it is ever right now. So these early points are extremely important.
Perdue on this Buck largely was one of the best Buck performers we've ever seen on this map, but that was in tandem with the Torvald. Now with the Granddaddy, the tank having fallen out of this current meta for most of these teams, at least for now, Buck doesn't just seem to have the type of impact that he's had before.
Now these two tanks pretty caught out here from Carbon 6. Might actually go down. Bugsy's got the free angle. Beautiful shell shield from Thiel to keep Bonker safe for the time being. Now it's District 69. Unable to capitalize on those picks. Long range hook onto Elven Path. Can they clean him up? And they do. King Bomb up in the air. Comes down immediately onto Bonker, but it's not enough damage. Northernburg keeping his backline safe.
Huge plays by the sub for Carbon 6 coming through. They've just had a history of subs playing big when it matters. Northernburg following suit with that rhetoric and able to finish off Bugsy after a great King Bomb. 320 because of the focusing lens, burst damage from Bird, and now they're moving forward. They've kept this move and this push steamrolling, and Bugsy could fall. He does.
Clutch hooks, need the Hexifier, need nice value from the HRAs. There's a barrage as well. Carbon 6 just trying to keep the momentum going, and they do. 2-0.
Lazy maybe lucks out there. Don't know if he gets all of his ultimate or any of it off. He gets 42%. He was going to use it for no reason. He already had the point, and now he's got half of it ready to go at the next spawn.
Nice job canceling it out. So going to be able to hit the mark, the level 2 for their offensive items. And the big thing here is that was quick enough to where District 69 haven't been able to get enough credits to get their offensive items to level 2. You can see Bugsy Sheepa still on the level 1 cauterizes, Perdue and Elven Path still on the level 1, or the level 1 records and cauterizes, excuse me. So not going to have the same type of pressure. You look at Northernburg with the record 2s, as well as both Lazy and Bonker with the cauterized 2, and as well as a master riding. So Bonker going to have very favorable positioning heading into this fight.
How can Perdue impact this game? He has often been the playmaker for this team when things aren't going well. Bugsy largely kind of having one of those performances where he's not necessarily stealing the show, which is unusual for him, despite being, you know, such a great player in so many different roles. But Perdue's going to have to carry a lot of this weight when things don't seem to be going well. It's 2-0. If it gets 3-0, could be trouble for D69.
A lot of members of D69 split up right now. Perdue actually hitting his head, trying to stay safe from this Victor pressure, winding up the Dragon Punch, looking for for someone, looking for anyone. It's going to be Elvenpath taken down, and just no pressure on this Drogos. No hit scan to take it out.
Northernberg doing a great job of just doing what he needs to do, and Perdo comes in. Only 36% for Carbon 6, and if they have found an answer to Bonker, they certainly haven't showed it. This guy's on a 15 streak, make it 16, and they just can't get this Goblin and Mech off the point.
These tanks are just being shut down. Double kill for Bonker. Carbon 6, 80% and climbing on the point, looking to go up 3-0. The tanks are shredding D69.
And I love this adaptation that D69 have yet to really do their own, but really Carbon 6 to be able to carbon copy what they've seen Astral Authority work with extremely well. The Ruckus, largely not played the first day, and now being a huge component, 20 streak for him as to why they're beating Bomb King.
Theo is nailing these hooks. He has the Chronos 2 online, so just 5-6 seconds every time somebody's getting dragged out of position from District 69. Lazy getting extremely aggressive here. Comes out with 100 HP, needs to be safe here. Gets around the corner, could get healed up. Bugsy though, double kill.
Lazy running school over there. Victor 101 left with 101 health and able to still survive, but it does seem like D69 will survive another day. Theo's gonna jump down into the drink and regroup with his teammates, find another opportunity to move forward and see if they can push this payload. They are on the precipice of winning game 2, 4-0.
Bugsy looking to set up a big trap here. They surrender a lot of ultimate charge with those streaks going down. Lazy just bombarding with grenades from a distance. I think he spots out this trap. If he goes through this door and not sees those 6 bombs there, he'll just get insta-gibbed.
That's incredibly important too. Kanga, largely some of the teams we've seen that set the bombs up so well, but they don't have the Makoa to pull them in. So it's up to Lazy and Carbon 6 to be aware of their surroundings so they don't fall into it. Damage coming through. Theo misses a hook, 10 cents for that, but he's still largely being a huge impact for his team.
1 minute remains here on the payload push. Carbon 6 just looking for some type of angle. Probably going to play off the dredge anchor. Perdo very deep into the back line. Bugsy's coming in to try and follow it up there. Need to take out Lazy, and they do.
Good movement there. Bugsy comes in over the top. Can't see him until it's too late. Bomb King's burst too strong. Bird here trying to burst Buck out. Actually doing the job here. Bugsy doesn't understand. Bird focusing lands. He knows how to play. He's going to get some healing too. Bugsy could be in trouble here. The hunter becomes the hunted. Don't send a rabbit to kill a fox.
No, just because he's a support doesn't mean he doesn't have aim. Bird, largely known for being good at everything, basically, in this game. Big kill there from Sheepa onto Lazy, down into Planet, shreds through the shell shield. Another nice stun from Gara comes through.
And it feels like, you know, you could say Ying, maybe a little bit of Paladins royalty there. You could also coin that as don't send a king to kill a queen. We all know the women really run things out here, man, and we're just trying to survive. King Bomb rolling through. He has the opportunity, but why does he need to use it? He's already got the defense coming strong, and Bomb King, despite losing out the 1v1, largely will probably be able to zone out and give D69 their first point of the day.
So Carbon 6 have all 5 of their ultimates, but so do District 69, as well as their later game offensive options here. Bugsy with the Wrecker 3 as well as Sheepa. But the cauterized pressure, being on Perdo and being on Elvenpath, it's not going to be super heavy. Perdo has to be in the fight. Buck is a very in and out character. Elvenpath just doesn't have the range to reach some of these characters like Northernberg, like Lazy. And a big part of why District 69, I think, is behind right now is they don't have a strong answer for Northernberg.
And we saw everyone on D69 firing on all cylinders, and it feels like they've fallen flat here. Jera was hitting Drogos is out of the sky. He hasn't done that to Northernberg, it feels like, all game. Perdo couldn't miss a shot. Bugsy was unstoppable. Sheepa changing, winning 2v1s. We've got to see that here if they have a chance of beating Carbon 6.
All 5 ultimates, all 10 ultimates in the game. Grumpy Bomb coming out to zone on the point. High ground salvo coming out of Northernberg. Long range poke. Theo immediately landing one of his hooks. King Bomb not going to get up onto the high ground, not going to spot out Lazy. There it is, big trade.
Big stuff. There's the Ying ultimate though. She's trying to get her heals off, and there's the CC Immune ultimate from Buck doing double damage, trying to land in on Northernberg. He will find the kill. Will he stay alive? He will not, but lovely, lovely play and positioning there by D69, using those ultimates to save each other, but it has worked.
Trading out kill for kill, but 2 frontliners still alive for Carbon 6, so they're going to be the ones that are free to push out onto this point. Hexafire still available. Ancient Rage and Dragon Punch is going to be very good, as District 69 is going to be forced to push their way back. Here comes the Hexafire in combination with the Dome Shield. Elvenpath just has to peace out.
Couldn't believe Jarrett survived out of that one, but he did not at the end, able to finish him off with that incredible damage coming out from Ruckus, and he's been the answer that they've been looking for to the Bomb King pressure. And and now he seems like that Bugsy here being totally countered a lot of this game is on a 5 streak, able to just give D69 a bit of respite. They're 66%. They might be able to start tying this thing back up.
Dragon Punch still on the table for Northernberg. Lazy and Bonker looking to push this one back in. Here comes Bonker. He gets countered out by the Impaler arrow. It's winded up. It's coming through. It's going to find Perdo, but too little, too late. D69 come away with the payload.
Salvo's going to connect to a lot. Nice shot by Northernberg. Still playing lights out is the sub for Carbon 6, but Bugsy is going to try and find him through the window. The detonates aren't on point, but he's going to poppy bomb away. Northernberg now trying and figure out if he can finish off Bugsy or if he's got to let him go back to base and just reset, and he will. 2 minutes, 3 seconds on the payload push.
This is a big pickup for District 69. They stay alive in this round, but they guarantee themselves another chance. Carbon 6, even if they hold here, will not benefit off the defense point. Paladins, you cannot win on the defense. You have to capture a payload to win the game. So this one is going to be forced into the next round.
Jipa playing lights out right now. He's trying to finish Bonker off. He can do it. He might be the star, but he can't. Perdo, though, is going to do a lot of work. Bird finishing him off yet again, and Bugsy on a 7 streak, cleaning up, picking up where Sheepa left off. It seems like when Sheepa and Bugsy start playing, this set gets a lot closer, and King Bomb ready to maybe push this into conversion.
Poppy Bomb up onto the high ground. 1:23 remaining here. 2 ultimates, almost 3 for District 69, but Carbon 6, the respawns have come through. They've got 2 ultimates of their own. They're looking to make a stand.
That's a lot of damage. Lazy could be in trouble. If he falls here, they're going to lose a lot of pressure. He's got Barrage, though, and he's counting on that, but they need a little bit of setup. Jera with the stun and with the heals, keeping his teams ready to go. He's still at the front of the payload. He's got the slither to avoid the damage if need be, but it doesn't seem like he will. Northernberg forced to jump down, but that won't be enough. The Dragon can't get there in time. Sheepa back on a 6 streak. Things have changed. The game is tied. D69, Carbon 6 going into the final round.
I give all the credit for that conversion over to Perdo. Keeping Lazy distracted alongside Bonker in the back line. You could see it was just Bird out contesting the payload. I could just hear his voice in my head just screaming at his teammates, get out, guys. We have a payload to defend, and it was too little too late. He died first and was unable to keep Bonker alive from there on out. Big damage coming through from Sheepa once again. 22,000 ahead of the King. Sheepa showing up every time he gets Shaolin.
And I'm going to guarantee that before that last round, that damage was probably tied near around where Lazy and Northernberg were. I think Sheepa now has turned on full gear, and he is 100% ready to keep on continuing this level of play. And if he is, D69 might be able to tie this up.
3-3 here. 4 ultimates for D69. Only 2 for Carbon 6. Here comes the barrage out on a Sheepa. 2 big shells are going to land, but they're not going to be able to find the kill.
That's a huge miss by Lazy. Finds no kills off the barrage. Oh, man. They were counting off of that, and now they don't have that big ult. But guess what Northernberg does? He's got the Dragon Punch, but it's going to miss 2. 2 huge ults, and they can't get kills. In fact, Perdo's the one to do the deed.
Lazy needs to find this kill. 10 streak for Bugsy, but he's going to be safe. He's going to come over the top. District 69 winning this fight in spades.
How did he stay alive? Bugsy didn't fall. Dragon Punch didn't hit. Barrage didn't hit. This is a lack of execution by Carbon 6. They played this game almost perfectly and now are at the precipice of falling and losing after such a great performance.
Falling apart. This would have been a big win for them as they do have first pick next game. They've got one last chance to get this up, but the King Bomb, there's so much going the way of D69. Dome Shield on the point. Overtime is started. However, Bonker throws his dead corpse onto the point, but D69 have all the cards.
And this is not a surprise to anybody watching. D69 tie things up with Carbon 6, formerly Burrito.
That's a big drop for C6.
And you know what? It is a big drop for C6, but it was a must-win for D69. The fact that they had Bomb King and the fact that they were almost about to lose that game, that could have been set over.
Sheepa on his Shaolin having a really big impact performance as well, and just not able to execute down the stretch was Carbon 6. A lot of ultimates that just barely off the mark. The Dragon Punch just short with that jet fuel, and the last shell from Barrage not connecting with Sheepa. This could have been a very different tale.
Those hurt more than other ones. The close ones sting. They stay with you. Lazy, and you mentioned him kind of sometimes falling to tilt, falling to disappointment.
That was their game to win. I feel as though D69 didn't have a great answer for Northernberg. We really needed to see him go off this game. 63,000 damage, beat out just by Lazy on the Victor. And Perdo, having a decent game on his buck, despite us not really agreeing with it. They did a nice job, dynamic duo in the back line, Bugsy and Perdo. When Carbon 6 were able to slow play it and kind of deal with those two in the aggression, not the case in the last point fight, though. It was just all on the back foot, and that's when Perdo and Bugsy were able to shine.
I mean, for a damage dealer to only have 5 deaths, that's pretty impressive. Look at the other damage dealers and their death count.
That's been Shaolin this whole tournament. Just top damage, least deaths. He's just not feeling any pressure.
Yeah, and that's why I think Perdo's buck pick was better than it looked on paper. I think the fact that when you take Eevees, when you take Perdos, they attract so much attention. And then you have a Bomb King. You compound on that. You've got to pay attention to both of those. You can't let a buck run wild or go buck wild, and you can't let a Bomb King just stay in your face. You got to deal with him. Sheepa's the last one you have to worry about, but he's the most damaging.
108k there, the silent assassin. Sheepa playing a wide variety of roles. Goes to the Grok in game 1, but back on the Shaolin, his impact performance in this tournament. In the last set, absolutely lights out performance. Continuing that is going to be key against Carbon 6.
That's really what they want to find out of their leaders in the damage dealer category. And largely what was interesting to see is that Northernberg, although having these great moments to start out the game, just kind of fell off in terms of his effectiveness, in terms of his special moments that he had less and less of as the game went on, and Sheepa and Bugsy started to get their rhythm.
The Drogos, the Dragon Punch. I thought they really had it, honestly, because Carbon 6 were in control of the zone around the point, and the Dragon Punch, that's exactly when you want to have it. When it's likely to land is when your enemies have to come into you, and you're chasing people out with a Dragon Punch, and you leave yourself very vulnerable, and you saw just that happen. He was trying to chase down the Bomb King with it, didn't have enough fuel to get there, and punished almost immediately.
And that's what I love about Drogo specifically. You know, largely we say he's a champion that a lot of times, you know, he got the same cries for nerfs. He's so good from people just like Bomb King is now, maybe not at this high degree in terms of having an impact at this land, but throughout the scene, he has been largely just as impactful as first pick and a must-have to win your games. But he's got such a high-risk, high-reward ult. And we've seen in the Eager Games Bitey, he dropped 2 of those Drogo's ults, and that changed the game. This one in the last fight, I think, could have changed this for Carbon 6.
Yeah, a big part of that, I think, is also Torvald falling out of the meta. He was a good character to not only amplify what Drogo's already does well and just huge amounts of direct damage, but keeping him safe. Dragon Punch can leave you very vulnerable if you're chasing people down with it, and that 2,000 HP protection shield is a way to keep him safe. Pulling out something we really haven't seen much of. I think he's really been the only one to play it. Perdo on this Buck. Personally, I think the Lex probably could have been a better option for him to shut down Northernberg.
But you know, Buck, just the big health pool, I think that's a big thing a lot of people don't realize. It's that no matter what, Buck is not a guy, unless you are Shaolin typically, that you could just deal with right away. It usually takes a couple shots, 1 extra than you would normally have to do, maybe even 2 extra onto a certain champion if he's building Haven or Blast Shields. And that just means that's time freed up for your other damage dealers. And when you're running 3, when you're not in the 2-tank meta that we aren't in or didn't see D69 pick up last game, that means everything to a Shaolin or a Bomb King on your side.
High ground control so important in that previous map, Serpent Beach, and Buck just a little bit better at that. That could be the reason that tilted them towards the Buck instead of the Lex. On top of the fact that Perdo is just really, really good, not only at that character, but on that map with the Buck. And going deep into this series when some of the less common maps start coming out, it's really going to push these teams to their limits in terms of experience and practice and who can come out on top and what.
That's going to be exciting. I mean, D69 going to face off against Fish Market here, and Carbon 6 is most likely Bomb King, played by Lazy. Fish Market, one of the maps that I think players are maybe warming up to now, seeing how much of an impact it has been in the international games they've been playing, and probably going up to DreamHack in the summer. We'll need to learn all of these maps and more, but not been the favorite unless they're really forced onto it.
It's pretty been good to see the snowball on Fish Market as well. Kind of hard to defend here. When you give up the point, you really have to fall back almost to your spawn, because there's not a lot of great spots to defend out on the map, and just naturally giving up 80% of that payload push. And with the Bomb King on their side, I mean, Carbon 6 just found the win over Kanga with this pick on this map. Lazy had an absolute lights out performance with the character.
Here's the real thing. Would you bet basically 3 times, maybe 4 times out of 7 that Bugsy's going to have enough of a good game on Drogos to be better than a lineup with Bomb King? I mean, largely, I would. I think he's shown enough. If he just has 1 lights out game, he's getting Drogos, and he can carry this. that just changes everything for D69.
Yeah, how good can he do on Fish Market? Will they take any Knessa? Will they look towards that? Something that Kanga leaned on a little bit when it came to shutting it down. And Peridot back to the buck.
What's this about?
Probably trying to counter out this Shaolin, but Shaolin does a good job looking out for himself. And I think this might be like testing Lazy's ability to change his play style as well, because he might have to play babysitter a little bit for this Shaolin. D69 do flash the Knessa and then pick the Ying, so showing that they aren't afraid to take it. Do Carbon 6 go for it? They pick up the Maldamba, and this is the big question mark. What will they go with last? They need something hit scanned maybe to try and deal with this Drogoz, but they're just going to go straight into the Fernando here, putting all of that weight on Shaolin to deal with Bugsy.
Pretty interesting stuff, too. I was talking to some of the healers, actually. One of the members of Carbon 6, Bees, he coached them in the background. He loves Ying on Fish Market, actually, because he feels there's a lot of nooks and crannies to hide some of those illusions. Maybe that's why D69, who Jera's been playing lights out on Maldamba, elect to go with her. Rounding things out with Victor, though, into a Fernando.
So no hit scan to deal with the Drogoz from Carbon 6. It's a risk that they are willing to take the buck as well as the Victor. So some strange picks from District 69. It's going to be Sheepa this time on the buck. Northernberg taking Shaolin, recurve for him, Architectonics for Bonkers, Barrack, Spirits Chosen for Birds, Maldamba, Aegis for Thiel's Fernando, and Accelerant for Lazy's Bomb King.
And it's going to be the usual. You could drop the scoreboard. Bugsy, he's going to be running a Fuselage. Sheepa on Bounce House. We'll see focusing lens on Ying, Gunnery for Victor, and the half shell for Thiel, or Elven Path, excuse me, as he already gets going with that one. Northernberg in the back line uses a planet. Now trying to find a little bit more damage. Peridot rounding out, seeing if he could get a grenade. He can. Bonker could be down. First blood to D69.
24% on the point for D69. Lots of bombs raining around the corner. Peridot, very important first pickup here. Thiel on the point, just trying to contest. Doesn't want to let this capture point get out of control, but another kill for Peridot. So much damage pumping out of the Lone Wolf.
This is scary. Victor's had basically 3 kills here that he's been putting the finishing touches on, and now Lazy decides to shut him down, but is it too little, too late? And that will be the deciding factor here. 69% for D69.
Bonker blocking that hook from Elven Path, forcing D69 and the boys to fall back. 72% on the point, however, so one more small win will result in the payload for D69.
Sheepa being a good distraction point for the Bomb King, and Buck just jumping around back wild. Something he's got to pay attention to. Bugsy, though, almost gets slayed. He does by Northernberg, and now Lazy looking to find more.
Not a single one of those planet shots did land on Buck, coming over the top. Thiel and Bonker on the point for Carbon 6, clawing their way back, now ahead of District 69. Bugsy falling on the Drogoz has seemed to dismantle their team fight.
And that was a huge pickup by Northernberg and Lazy combining to take down Bugsy. But again, how long can you put him down? This guy's got such a strong history of performing well with Drogoz. There's another fire spit, and just speak of the devil, Peridot and Bugsy come to combine and finish him off. Peridot with another kill. That barrage hits, and he's got one more. Bugsy's going to get the final one, and overtime will take away. D69 will win it.
The counter aggression from Peridot has been absolutely phenomenal, going immediately without hesitation into his barrage to keep Bugsy safe. May have been the clutch factor, the nail in the coffin for District 69 capturing this first payload.
This unbelievable play between both of these teams. It's like we're watching the Lakers and the Celtics back in the olden days. These two teams just so even, so good, so skilled, and just bringing out the best of the best right now. And guess what, Bugsy? He decides it's time to get that one punch going on. He will hit it. The Bomb King, Grumpy Bomb, lovely to not actually stun him, though he will fall.
The trade out here probably going to be worth it for Carbon 6 as the spawn proximity so much more in their favor. You can see Thiel coming back out in 3 seconds. He'll be right here ready to hop back into the fight. Sheepa narrowly escapes with his life. A big burst heal comes through from Ying. Lazy hooked in and killed.
That is big time. Sheepa staying alive there could mean the difference in this push going through. They got to keep the momentum up, and they need to find a pick. As they're moving forward, it's not easy to just go and take all this poke damage, but as Fernando's shield pops, this is the chance they need, and Sheepa's trying to take it.
Pushing him back, has the Heat Haze available as well. No withdrawal, so no more cooldowns. Northernberg has to play this very carefully now. Needs to wait for his health to be pulled back up. He has the Impaler arrow, but doesn't have the planet. Peridot's got a good angle on him, and Sheepa's moving in.
There's the withdrawal, going to be stealth for just a moment. The Desert Wind trying to hide amongst all this damage coming out from Buck, and this big beefy man going to jump back on him and say, hello, my friend, and he will be finished off. The two will go down in sweet poetry, and it will likely result in Carbon 6 getting the better end of that trade.
Huge trade. Ultimate's coming out from Elven Path on the Ancient Rage, looking for it on the point. Lazy dives into the background, takes out Peridot. So much of that damage now gone. Can't miss these shots at close range. Bonker credited with that kill. 47 seconds. Lazy moving out, getting very aggressive. Does find Jera.
Really nice bouncing back and forth with Lazy in that 1v1, but Sheep is going to jump on him one more time. And Lazy will have to be out for 9 whole seconds now. It's a 5v4 for that period of time. D69 have to make it count. A grenade comes through for Purdue. Bugsy looking to get rid of the clones and just destroy the shield. He's got another Dragon Punch, Nick, and he may just need to use it.
25 seconds here. Elven Path looking for a hook. Bonker trying to hold down this corner. Lazy snagged out of the air. Can he be taken out? Immortal pop, but Lazy goes down.
Fire spit able to be popped one more time. Could get over the shield. Is he going to need it though? Northernberg, he's going to stay alive. What a withdrawal is going to take him down the hill, but he will fall thanks to Purdue. D69 now with overtime ticking have dropped one member of Carbon 6, and will it be another?
Bonker still sitting in the back line here, trying to hold down Thiel and him, the only ones left alive. The Wrecker 2s are shredding these tank shields, and the health pools will start to fall soon after overtime for D69.
We've seen Barrage be a huge game changer for Purdue, the way he's used it. Lazy now trying to change the game by getting some kills, but will he be the one taken down? He's hunting down Victor, but he can't find it yet. Grumpy Bomb comes in, and that's going to make for a happy Bomb King. He's going to look to hunt Bugsy, and he will find the ultimate prize, and they will defend.
Boinks him on the head there just for good measure. Shuts down the streak. Has his ultimate available to him. Almost four ultimates for Carbon 6, whereas District 69 are sitting on 4 guaranteed. Elven Path a little bit off the mark. Resilience is starting to come through. We saw the impact that had earlier on in the set when Elven Path on the Makoa able to get out of the crowd control. The stuns from Bomb King just a little bit sooner means everything to him, and as a result, we're seeing 5 resiliences come through. District 69 is sold on the item.
No, it's Elven Path's doing right here. We talked to him. He said if he would have had resilience in a couple other games he'd been watching, they would have won. That fight would have gone differently. He's not taking the chance. Grumpy Bomb, King Bomb, we're not going to worry about it too much. You have to beat us straight up. And if you can't do that, Lazy, we're going to put you at a serious disadvantage. And they've got the damage to do so. 2,700 health, 200 from the card. It's going to make sure that Bomb King doesn't go down quickly, though.
Here comes the Dragon Punch, looking for a Bugsy, needs to find something, looking for something,
Got
anything, will find Bonker. Taking him down, Lazy's got a good angle, 1 rocket, 2 rocket, 3 rocket, double kill for Bugsy.
And that's the Bugsy we need to see here at LAN for D69. He's largely been hiding here in the finals, although he's done so much to get his team here. He needs to get these double, these triple kills like we've been used to seeing him on Drogo's, his main, his favorite, though he's a flex. Get out of here with that ideology. He's the best Drogo's in Europe so far as we've seen, and he continues to impress here. 63% for D69.
Long range zone going to be available to come out. Perdue on this hit scan. Victor can dismount all of these champions from Carbon 6 from a very long distance, forcing them to walk. Lazy has to poppy bomb himself to get back on the point. There's the counter barrage. The King Bomb coming through. Lazy narrowly escapes with his life.
Gets him to half health though, and that means Sheepa can clean him up. Purdue leaves a little bit of a gift for Buck, and he's able to take full advantage of it. 108 health by Thiel, but he's getting healed up by Bird, and that's huge for Maldamba, the support player on Carbon 6, coming in big.
Perdue trying to put the pressure on Bird. D69 gonna secure this fight as Sheepa cleans up Northernberg. Bonker did fall to Elven Path as well. Sheepa trying to keep this momentum high for the district, but Bird not afraid to bounce out with him in the gourd, however, gonna lose his life.
Bird's such an excellent player. I mean, the fact that Maldamba even came close to threatening Sheepa's life there was impressive, and you can see he's such a key part of keeping this team under wraps. They're now down 2-1 yet again, 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the push.
Big ultimates here for District 69. Nothing available for Carbon 6. We're looking at the Buckwild, the Ancient Rage, as well as the Dragon Punch here. So a lot of potential burst damage and swing factors coming through on District 69.
And if you're going to swing, Buck's going to help you swing more. He might spot out Lazy, just force him away, turn the eyes away from the 1275 Fusillade rocket that Bugsy's firing at him. He fell, so he's not on a kill streak, but he's looking to get one started. The Immortal might have to come out, but no, it can. He's going to get taken down before anything can be responded to. Bugsy gets 2 there with the fire spin, and now Perdue's able to clean things up. This could be a 3-1 for D69.
Surging forward, the payload, mere inches from conversion. Lazy hits his head with the poppy bomb, just getting onto the payload, trying to do something, anything. No one from Carbon 6 able to respond. D69 go up 3-1.
These players are so damn good at this game. The aim is something that is just not a game. It's serious stuff. And Purdue, especially when you're not paying attention to him and you're worried about Bugsy's Drogo, Sheepa's Buck, he's just going to be able to aim down sights.
3-1 here, District 69. This is a big win for them because they will get first pick if they can close this game out. Carbon 6, the first team to lose with a Bomb King selection could prove very difficult for them to bring the series back. Cauterize 3 now online for Lazy to rejuvenate. The deft hands coming through for Bird, as well as a master riding for Bonker on their last legs. Can Carbon 6 find the payload in this round?
So much of that came down to Purdo's barrage, leaving a little bit of a remnant for Sheepa to pick up the pieces on and put all back together. A couple of metaphors there combined to make sure that these two players keep combining in the way they've been effective. And now Lazy is going to make sure that one of the dynamic duo is down, and that is going to be Purdo. Lazy looking to find more. It's largely up to him, but Bugsy shuts him down.
Immortal going to keep everyone from Carbon 6 alive for the next 4 seconds. Isn't going to be enough time. Trading out 1 for 1. Northernberg on the Shaolin does find Sheep, but Bird needs to be careful here. Can't afford to get pushed. Can't afford to give up his life. 21% on the point for D69.
Bird's not missing any of these mending spirits. He immunes a Fusillade Drogo's rocket, gets the healing gourd on himself. The fact that he's alive is just masterclass play, but he's not going to be the answer if they lose Theo. They've got to keep him healthy. 19% now for Carbon 6. They've finally retaken the advantage on the point.
Lazy with a bad angle here, narrowly escapes with his life. He needed to come out on top there. Actually does pick up Sheepa on his way out. Elven Path does find Theo, shutting down one of the frontliners from Carbon 6.
Bugsy's still alive and hasn't missed a dragon punch yet, it seems. And Purdo, whenever you take your eyes off him, he's ready to fire on. But look at that Shaolin trying to do the work, but he can't. Carbon 6 going to miss out on that kill, and Bugsy, he won't miss out on the other. Elven Path going to slide away, and that means the tank will stay alive for them.
Still sitting on the dragon punch, winding it up. Immortal check. Theo just laughing because he knows there's nothing he can do. D69 looking like they're ready to take game number 3.
You need the Bomb King. We don't need the Bomb King. We're going to take Drogos. We're going to put him on our star player here, and we are going to beat you even if you have first pick. This is something that not even Kanga, how good that they played, were able to do against Carbon 6 and ultimately fell in the series. But now D69 upset the Giants and the King.
Is Bugsy the X factor in this LAN? Drogos being the closest character that can contend with Bomb King in terms of burst damage. If Bugsy can be the closest one to the King, shutting down the King, getting the victory over the King, they can find themselves in the throne.
That's right, just crowning themselves champions here by winning these difficult games where they don't even have the advantage to start, or at least shouldn't, in comparison to all of the other teams here. That's why people were saying D69, they've got their captain back, they've got their full roster, which is every single player you look at here, deadly and a master in his own right.
2 frontliners there for Carbon 6 not working out. Not having any hit scan to deal with Bugsy may not have been the wisest decision. He had 86,000 damage, top damage in the game, and that's what happens when you let the dog off the leash, or in this case, the dragon.
I mean, you know what? I'd say that Lazy had a decent game as Bomb King. He kind of did what he needed to do, but it just wasn't enough. Northernberg 10-9 there, not able to really put up those big Shaolin numbers like we've seen Sheepa do. And Sheepa largely with the 20-8, just being involved, not dying too much, I think was key for him, and still putting up 42K. I think this is a great combo here to just distract and allow Bugsy and Purdo to really go off.
Yeah, keeping the cap on the enemy Shaolin has been another big factor. We talked a lot about, all eyes are on the Bomb King, but meanwhile, Shaolin players have just kind of had free reign in this tournament. So being able to whip out the buck, and not just 1, but 2 players, and now I feel as though Purdo almost filled the role of the unbothered Shaolin, this time on the Victor, pulling 76,000 damage. Just kind of had free reign in the backline when Lazy wasn't on his case.
It was such a good Victor pick. I mean, sometimes you see Victor come in and he's kind of meh and not the real impact that you would expect. Jules from Kanga just made it an absolute nightmare for anyone playing against him. And now Purdo doing the same thing, but largely, I've harped on this again. I think it's just the draft. I think they just had a great draft, bringing in Buck when Carbon 6 were not used to seeing it.
Only 6 deaths for him as well, so maintaining relative safety. The Fernando pick for Theo, a little bit of a stretch that game. The Immortal obviously pretty good against the Dragon Punch, but a difficult ultimate that gets charged. 2 eliminations there across that whole game, only 10 deaths on top of it, unable to break 20k damage. Pretty difficult game for Theo.
He was just bullied, essentially, out on the point. He had so much to be able to counter him. Purdo, and Bugsy together wailing on those shields. I mean, that's just too much DPS for Fernando to stand, and largely we've seen him not be the most effective tank by himself, and it just didn't work to combo out with what Carbon 6 were hoping for, Nick. But going into this, it's looking to be the game that they need to now show they can upset Bomb King. And Theo hitting the B at BM, I don't know, does that mean they've started to tilt? Have they started to shift in their mentality here?
Not necessarily. He just knows he had no answer for it. He saw the Dragon Punch coming. He was the last one on the point. No Immortal available. He kind of knew the outcome of the game at that point. All the chips were on the table, and he had nothing to call D69. Gera, the support player there, having a really strong game, always either on Maldamba or on Ying. He knows what he needs to be doing.
Well, you know, it's cool to see it. We could see that Ying was prioritized on Serpent Beach for Carbon 6, so they largely, I remember having a conversation with Bird, and he was saying certain healers on certain maps, Maldamba, Ying, they're basically both as good as each other, but certain maps, I like different ones. Ying, he seems to like on Fish Market, and probably would have liked it, but he wasn't able to pick it up. D69 steal that away, and her healing, her team ends up winning. So that could be another storyline that we haven't really paid attention to. And Bonker, he's just trying to keep things rolling. He doesn't want to lose.
Almost kind of high drop body syndrome here with Bonker on his. I don't like seeing him on tanks as much because I just know what he's capable of.
He can't play the Shaolin.
Yeah,
that's what Northernberg's got to play.
Northernberg has either been on Shaolin or on Drogoz. Bonker more often than not forced into that off-tank role, whether it be the Ruckus, whether it be the Barrack. He's had to step up and kind of do that for his team. Elvenpath not afraid to step up and be that frontliner, not afraid to frag out on those characters either.
And you know, it's important to note if you're watching, which I'm sure you are if you're hearing my voice, it's the fact that D69 were actually 2-0 up against formerly Burrito at that point, but now Carbon 6 at the Paladins Invitational in January. That set got brought all the way back, went to 7. So just because D69 take the lead here does not mean that this is over by a large shot.
So taking a look at the maps here, D69 now with the lead going into Frog Isle. Can Carbon 6 look to bring it back? Frog Isle, we say it every time, momentum, momentum, momentum is the name of the game on this map. Whoever kind of takes that first point and finds conversion oftentimes will win 4-0. Carbon 6 very good at doing that, but so is District 69. Carbon 6, having lost that game, will have first pick.
And they will take Bomb King. And this is very, very important here. They didn't win against Bomb King, and D69, they're very, very happy to go ahead and take the Makoa yet again. And you have to talk how important it is to get Theo off of his best tank on his best map with this tank.
Absolutely. Shaolin selection for Carbon 6. Do they go for the Barrack here? Going to be the likely choice. They still need their frontliner, still need the healer, still need a hit scan answer for the Drogoz. I feel it would be a mistake to let Bugsy go uncontested in the skies once again.
I think Damba will be the prioritized healer here for D69. And I think now they're going to look to maybe pick up the buck yet again. But Ying hovered over. This could be it, and Ying will be taken. So maybe it's just that Jared's feeling it. Hey, let's keep it moving. We've been doing well with Ying. I like the way she's been playing with this lineup. It's not going to change, so why change your healer?
One thing you can do well with Ying that you can't really do with Maldamba is keep a clone in the backline, keep one of those safety slots locked in for your dimensional link, and just stay safe, just stay alive. Maldamba, all he's got is his Slither, which is just going to buy him mere seconds against the King, whereas Ying, we saw in the last game, Lazy tried to pick off Gera in the backline. Gera links away, and Bugsy just had free reign to clean him up, but this time around, Carbon 6 will have a strong hit scan answer to be able to shoot the dragon out of the sky.
That is important. You've got to be able to deal with Drogoz. If you're not going to pick Andro, Lex seems to be the next best bet, the newest flank and champion in the realm before, of course, this upcoming Friday. But you got to stay tuned for the patch notes. Last pick here, going to be Grok. I would not like this, but actually on this map, it's a lot better than Frozen Guard, to be honest.
This way, Ying can, probably played by Gera, can just sit on the point. And Grok, there will be some type of heals out in the field for not only Buck, but for Makoa as well. As we know, Elvenpath likes to get hyper aggressive. Going to be interesting to see the matchup here between Lex and Buck in the backline. Lex, a character that does extremely well against characters with big health pools that like to try and stay above that 65% health threshold. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Recurve for Northernberg's Shaolin. Architectonic's fourth deals. Barrack Death Hastens for Bonkers. Lex, Ripened Gourd for Bird's Maldamba. And Accelerant for Lazy's Bomb King.
And it will be Bugsy with Fuselage Drogoz. Sheepa with Maelstrom Grok. Bounce House Buck for Perdo. Jared's running Focusing Lens. Extra bonus damage on the left mouse button. And Elvenpath, half shell for his team. Starting out with Kronos and starting out the point fight.
Exact same item splits here for both teams, just slightly variance on the champions of the rolls. A lot of damage on the Elvenpath right out of the gate. Only 9% captured for D69 down into Planet. Not going to find a whole lot of value out of that one. Big cooldown whiff as well. Dredge Anchor finds nothing but air.
And the Shell Shield going to keep him alive. And the fact that Elmpat didn't die here means a lot of good things for him. Lazy's going to throw a Grumpy Bomb down. Bugsy largely in the corner. These two blasters not fighting each other quite yet. Sheepa could be the first to fall. And in fact, it will be Perdo who takes down the Heat.
Looked like he actually just fell off into the ocean there. Gonna come out big planted damage. Bugsy pinned in a corner, pinned in a rough spot. Sheepa falls as well.
30% now for D69 though, despite losing a few members here, more so than Carbon 6, but they're now just finding a way to retake. Lazy on a 4 streak, Bugsy could go down. The Fire Spit's here, will it find him? Bonker's gonna slay Bugsy. Perdo will take down the Bomb King though.
Escaping with his life. District 69, 36% on the point. Carbon 6 in control of it though. 51 and climbing. A lot of damage coming out from Bonker on this Lex. First to his ultimate by a mile, over 40% in the lead.
That's huge there, but will the Law be able to serve justice today? That's what's going to happen. And look, Lazy coming in to help his buddy set up and keep things civil here in the realm. 93% now for Carbon 6. The Law comes through. Shield popped up, but Bonker will take 2. Elvis Path and Jera get it. Lazy and Theo pick up 2 of their own, but Perdo here grabbing a double, grabbing a triple. Did he just save this?
Perdo saving it
Are
for
you kidding me?
D69. 99 shut down by the big man himself, the big bald man. No wonder Vox wanted to shave his head.
Are you actually kidding me? Perdo triple killed that and saved it for D69, and if they get this capture, they have only 1 man to thank. King Bomb coming through. Lazy's gonna find 1. Will Perdo take him down yet again? A nice hook by Elvin Bath. He will. 99%. The overtime's ticking, but there are just too many members of Carbon 6 here to really contest.
Bonker again, lights out on Lex. They ask for the prayer once and they get it, but they cannot hit the lottery twice. Perdo falls short, unfortunately. 3 members of Carbon 6 there to keep the dream alive. Frankly, that would have been awful for morale and momentum. Like we mentioned, big factor on Frog Isle. So Carbon 6 come away with a huge capture.
D69 now facing their first point that they've been behind in quite a while. Perdo there getting all of Lex's right mouse button there in pursuit of his targets. And now Bonker, he's going to finish one off and sentence them to back to base.
Buck Wild is available here. Perdo very careful about when he pops this ultimate. Bonker finding the first kill in this engagement. Recovery popped, but no real health actually gained from this. Going to be careful. That's a big part of why Perdo can get so aggressive on this Buck.
And I do like the way that Jera's playing very safe, leaves that clone, now going to go aggressive with focusing lens. If things get troublesome, he's going to be able to get out for free here, and he's got the clones ready to just heal up when need be. But Bonker, he's got a sight set on a few. Damn, he is hitting these shots and not missing. Lex just putting out so much damage here.
Nice score. Nice shots from Bonker. Snaps onto Bugsy, and Lazy now could have the opportunity to go big in this backline. Everyone's low. He's got a good angle on it. Shock Pulse going to connect, though.
No healing totem right now for Grok, so Perdo's going to have to do the heavy lifting before Sheepa can get back into this fight and start to make an impact with those shock pulses. But largely, Elvin Path and D69 have dissuaded this first push, but will they continue to do it?
A minute remains for Carbon 6 to try and get this one converted up into the air. Coming back down. King Bomb looking for it. Elvin Path tries to pull Bonker off the map, but can't quite get it, and deleted by the Bomb King burst.
Unfortunate there, but Lazy doing everything that he needs to do for his team, and now he might just slay Perdo, but got a little scared. Maybe didn't know the health pool. He had an opportunity to kill him there.
I definitely agree with you there, Bugsy. It's Lazy showing a little bit of signs of maybe being scared of Perdo. Rockets coming through from Bugsy. Great angle, going to connect on the bird, taking him down.
That might have just been the moment they needed to really kind of move forward, get D69 staggered, and be ready to compete here for a very strong push. But largely, without any Kinessa long range, they're relying on the Shaolin to poke and pressure. Lex can do a bit with Death Hastens, but probably not enough to really impact those huge health pools on D69.
Teal trying to get his way back up. Lazy, very aggressive. Grumpy Bomb's going to come out to zone. A lot of pressure. Sheepa separated from his team. No one from Carbon 6 is on the point. They got to get on there if they want to start this overtime, and they do.
I love the way Perdo's jumping in and jumping out. Needs the heals now, but he's going to jump. Bounce House Buck getting the extra damage onto the lead, and it will be Bonker to finally take down this man.
A rare miss on the fire spit as well. Bonker gets another one, thrust back up on the high ground. Bugsy trying to get to safety here. One more shot, and Bonker finds it again. The substitute from HRX going big in that tournament on Frog Isle, going big here as well.
Is it deja vu? Bonker made a huge play there to change things up. Gets Bugsy out of the fight. Now Northernberg and Theo want to have some fun, and it's their turn to make a big impact. Elvin Path in trouble. The Dread Serpent's here. They took Ying, and they lost out on that huge crowd control. full, and it means they lose out on a defense 2-0. Carbon
Big
6.
impact play there. Able to get the conversion despite a big ultimate used from both sides. It's going to be worth it for Carbon 6 to have popped that Dread Serpent. Lazy's almost ready to go on the King Bomb again. District 69 are sitting on all of their ultimates as well as having a couple of resiliences, but Carbon 6 going to be ahead on the net worth chart, not by much. That round took long enough to where District 69 got enough kills, got enough just credits over time naturally to get their cauterizes and their records to the level 2 mark.
And that's 100% value. If you're able to use that Dread Serpent to get an extra point, so hard to get that, and now you put yourself in such a good spot. You're 2-0. If you defend this, even if you lose the capture point, you go up 3-1, and you're able to win next round.
Moving out here, game number 4 between Carbon 6 and D69 in the grand finals. Looking for that first blood. It's elusive. Salvo not going to connect on anyone there. Elven Path lands the hook onto Bird. Dragon Punch at the ready. Carbon 6 relatively spread out.
But this means the left-hand side's not going to get as much healing as they would have liked, and Sheepa has a little bit more free reign, but he's getting pressured out. Has the Ghost Walk, going to use it now. Looking to find one. Bugsy will, but he dies as a result. Bird slays the dragon, and Maldama keeps his teammates alive still. Bonker going in on a rampage, hitting 2, taking down Perdo and Elven Path.
Northernberg narrowly staying alive as well in the heat haze. Had to use that ultimate Bonker, and Sheepa trading out, trying to get the kill. Sheepa, long Ghost Walk duration here, able to get himself out to safety. 54% captured for Carbon 6. D69, all 5 members looking for the takeback.
Bird, Bonker, and a Northernberg on 8 streaks apiece. Either one of them.
Big.
Talk about Shaolin's going to mean a lot of cash and a lot of ultimate charge for the boys of D69. Just getting rid of the turrets for Barrack, and now going to find Bird. Bird will fall thanks to Buck running his Buck Wild ultimate, and now Bonker's forced to retreat, although still on a 10 streak. Bugsy hasn't started to look for him yet, but they've got the point control.
Lazy didn't get a single kill in that fight. Bonker's in a really bad spot. Northernberg's here to defend him, but Perdo, he's faced bigger odds than this before. 87% on Carbon 6 before they lost that fight. They've got to get back on this point, and fast.
Northernberg here, 1 impale, but doesn't go into the wall, so can't follow up. Planet not up for 3 more seconds. And can they hold that long? No, they can't. D69 will capture this next objective, and they will find themselves able to tie it up. But Carbon 6, you're still looking strong if they defend.
Strong use of all their ultimates as well. Bugsy with the huge pickup onto Northernberg. Probably the thing that won that last fight for District 69. Another big kill onto Bird to keep this momentum high, and Carbon 6 completely lose control of the game, and D69 need to look for this conversion here because only 2 points up. Carbon 6 can still benefit from the defense point going up 3-1.
That salvo, that fire spit. The thing about this map, the reason snowballs can happen is because when you get the advantage, it's so easy to zone and stay safe from view from the enemies who are trying to come out of their base. Hard to hit Bugsy when he just peeks his head out, throws a fire spit, and then knucks behind this rock right here. You gotta commit, and if that commit goes wrong, you could be in trouble.
Grumpy Bomb coming out, King Bomb at the ready. D69 sitting on just a Tempest. Carbon 6 have 3 ultimates to spare, almost 4. Lazy, very, very poked out. The law's been dropped, no kills found. Northernberg picking up the slack, does get 2.
60% slow though, and 600 damage. Bonker's gonna find himself a couple assists probably on that kill, and Northernberg, the sub, still playing big, up to the level of competition, not being a, just more of a liability here in this match.
1 minute and 12 remain here. D69 forced all the way back. Carbon 6 looking for some good defensive positioning here. Needs to be careful though. No one should get picked here. This is exactly where things went wrong in the point fight for Carbon 6, eating one of these rockets, 2 of these rockets. There's Northernberg again. You cannot peek this man, Northern.
Is this going to be a rocket that changes the game, that changes the setting? A salvo is primed and ready. Bugsy maybe going to salvo into a fire spit, just throw the bomb away, force them to one side and try and aim at the other. It's just a little bit of head games there coming out from D69.
Big damage coming on to Ship on the backline. Does manage to take out Bonker. Nice couple bombs coming over the top here, but still Carbon 6 unable to find a kill.
Nice hook there. Will he fall? Yes, he will. Elven Path will slay Lazy, and though Elven Path goes down, they don't have the Bomb King stuns. That could be a huge deal. It depends how good Perdo can be on this Buck and how much Sheepa can help zone with these shock pulses. So far, so good. Perdo picks up another one. Bonker takes Jera, though, and now they're only relying on the Grok healing.
Dio goes down. Perdo has to go big. Finds the healer for Carbon 6, but immediately picked up in response. Bugsy does find Bonker on the left side. side here. 6 seconds remain. D69 just Northernberg here to defend. Lazy over in the corner is spotted out.
He's going to run to the backside, but who's going to help the front side? It's Theo, and that fortified dome shield here is going to make a big difference, but not to the Dredge Anchor. Elvin Path going to run away, but he's going to run away a little too late. He will find a kill there on the Lazy. Birdo still alive. Can he get Northernberg? He can get a double kill. This might turn into a triple. He's got to find Bird, though. What's he doing?
Shippa narrowly staying alive on the Grok. Could come back to later have an impact on this fight, but Bonker continues to make a name for himself on Frog Isle. One of the few players in this tournament that is able to consistently land the law and not only land it, but slaughter an ancient raging Makoa.
I think this was just largely, Perdo having to take the team on his back one more time, but he had an opportunity. I think he shot one time to the right, trying to find the target close to the payload, but Bird was really low and might have been able to get killed there. Who knows if the healing went away? What would happen?
So still sitting on his ultimate, Bugsy refusing to use the Dragon Punch there. They have 3 at their disposal. Carbon 6 sitting on Heat Haze as well as a King Bomb. 2 big question marks. Northernberg either goes very big or not at all with the Heat Haze, and a big resilience pickups once again from District 69. Going to do a lot for them. Shaolin Impale Arrow stuns, Dread Serpent, Maldamba Snake reload stuns, both stuns from Bomb King, all negated out. High value pickups.
I like this tree here from Lex. Don't want to stay too far back. You can get a little bit more damage on your poke if you stay closer. And Birdo takes down Lazy. Buck seeming to be the answer to Bomb King right now. Bird picks up Bugsy though, and that's going to mean a lot for Carbon 6.
1 for 1, 1 for 1. 62%, however, D69 fighting while controlling the point the whole time. Theo hooked into a bad spot. Dread Serpent could come out here, and it will. It's going to land on a 2, but Resilience largely negates a lot of that crowd control.
Missed the first Mending Spirits, but won't miss the second. Theo's going to fall, though, and largely negated damage from the salvo thanks to Bird using a great slither at the right time, but he can't avoid all that damage. Elvin Pass, Shippa, and Jera still alive. D69 capture this objective.
D69 is so good at winning the team fight while fighting on the point, so they only need to win one, and they're already coming away with the payload, as well as the Resilience is having such a big impact. So much crowd control on Carbon 6. That's just a non-factor now.
Such good stuff there from Elvin Path, and Shippa there to back him up as well. But look at that. Shippa's going to fall. Great damage there by Lazy. Bonker now playing pretty good this game, applying that hit scan that we haven't seen to the Drogos and putting Bugsy under a lot of pressure.
Looking for the law as well. 91% on that Elvin Path, getting healed up by the Yin Clone. Big peak, big damage coming out from Bugsy around this final corner as District 69 have the chance here with the conversion, could tie the game up 3-3.
The thing about Lex is that if he gets the win condition with that law coming through and no shield up, he could get a pentakill in these types of situations, but it hasn't happened. It doesn't happen often. In fact, we've never seen it happen in this competitive Paladin scene, but the day could be here now. And look at that, Bonker. He finds 3, doesn't need the ultimate there. He's going to do it with his magnums.
Continuing to surge forward here. Still so much time for District 69 to look for conversion, however, so they're not worried just yet. Does see the flank coming out. Shippa all by his lonesome here. Needs to be careful. Poked out, one shot. Lazy looking for a long distance pick.
Oh yeah, can't find it quite yet. And then Pursuit's going to heal up with Fortitude 4, giving him some extra healing when he right clicks. And that will mean that he's able to stay in this fight for a little bit longer. Theo, though, now under pressure. Not sure if he's going to survive. In fact, he won't. Jera gets the first kill of the fight, and Bugsy goes in the ult.
Trying to kickstart this push, tying up the game, looking for it. Bird does go down. Bonker, though, answering every single kill that District 69 is putting on the board, but he's so low. Forced back into spawn. Theo just now respawning, is not going to have the time to get here. It's got to be Bonker. He's got to go big. He's got to stall. Is it going to be there? Theo now comes back. Big Tempest coming out from Grok.
Great stuff to keep Perdo alive, and they just left it on to him. You're going to have to do it, big guy. Shippa goes ahead and gives his life up. Elvin Pat with the half shell. Still, Perdo is alive. Bugsy comes through. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3. Will it find the kill? It doesn't need to. They find the push. 3-3. D69 and Carbon tied up.
D69 doing such a good job. Perdo especially getting in, getting out with his life, and that is what is able to have them win these extended engagements. They keep coming back into the fight, continuing to impact it, be a factor. Look at all the Resilience 3s.
I love it.
On the side of District 69. Your day has come. Resilience having such a big impact for this Carbon 6 lineup, especially looking at Shaolin with the Impale stun, looking at Bird with the Reload stun, the Dread Serpent that had just 0 impact. Not that it was badly placed, but just the counter itemization pickups from District 69 are so clean.
That Dread Serpent's going to last for half a second, then they're going to go right back in, able to fight. It is just unreal how much value this item can have, and it's only 200 credits at each rank. They're going to get all level 3s of it on the side of D69. They think that's their win condition, and so far it has been huge. Fusillade shots from afar. Is Bugsy going to find it? Doesn't hit the actual fire spit, and that saves Lazy's life.
Looking for the kill onto Bugsy as well in the backline. One more bomb's gonna do it. Lazy finds it in a big way. Bonker continuing to find big shots. Makoa here falling lower and lower. 89% on the law. Jera eating a lot of damage here, is under the execute threshold. If he looks to pop it, Resilience, boys. It's here.
What?
It's here to stay.
Oh my god, Jera survives. Bonker goes down. Dimensional leaks right when the right mouse button seems to have sealed the deal. Now Elvin Path here killing Theo. This is a unbelievable turn of events. And now Birdo here chasing down Bird. It's do or die, and D69 right now are looking to live.
Lazy on the Bomb King, looking to make the big name for himself. Has the King Bomb available with the Resilience. It's going to be so impactful here. They're going to need to find kills with it, not look for the stuns.
Elvin Path wants a hook. He might wait
He's
for the
lining
poppy.
it up.
Is he going to get him? No. CC immune, so he's not going to get pulled. Elvin Path, he's actually going to be able to slay Jera, but Chiba kills Lazy, and Elvin Path's ready to fight again.
Another big Dragon Punch coming out from Lazy. Fire Spit over the top, connects on the 2. Double kill for Lazy. Looking for their 3rd win of the set. District 69, clean house over Carbon 6.
And I gotta say, betting on Bomb King or betting on Bugsy's Drogos, it's starting to look like those who paid a little bit more attention could tell that this man was at a caliber, at a ranking, at a level in his own with this champion. He ends up getting the double kill, but largely a team effort there for D69. Just a great point fight, and Jera getting away from Lex's in pursuit was just nuts in my opinion.
Now 2 consecutive losses despite having the first pick, despite picking up the Bomb King. Carbon 6 backs against the wall, their title on the line. The reigning champions from the HRX Invitational now have a very, very strong chance of falling to their rivals in Europe.
Theo gave an honest look at the camera, looked right away. To me, that says something. Says these guys know that, you know, not performing at the highest level, not exactly hyped about the situations with which they went into this LAN for sure, knowing that they were maybe at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of having their ideal roster here. Northernberg's done a great job for them. 111,000 damage. Bonker playing out of his mind. 151 freaking damage, 1,000 damage, and 50 eliminations.
50
unreal
and 11. Nuts performance from Bonker on the Lex. I don't think that's really the issue that they're having. It's frankly the Resiliences, I think, just started to swing those fights so heavily. There were so many just game-changing team fight insta-win ultimates that just had no impact. The Dread Serpents especially, they were so well placed. The King Bombs also were so well placed at the end there, but they just the stun just didn't have the impact. The damage just wasn't enough.
I mean, that's what I, you know, not to, you know, belabor the point, but I think when you look at how to counter a champion like Bomb King, you see that what are his real main strengths? What's his win condition for his team? Largely, you look at not just his burst damage, but you look at the fact that that Grumpy Bomb, that King Bomb, that sets up so many, you know, incredible events for a squad to follow up on. And if you negate that, well, you take a lot of the strengths of the character away.
It's a hard thing to account for going into your draft because these are the strongest picks in the meta right now. It's not like Carbon 6 had a bad draft, but I just don't think it was something that was on their mind like, wow, guys, our comp is really susceptible to Resilience.
I mean, what do you do right now? I mean, that's the thing. Maybe what they say is knowing they're going to get Resilience, they leave the game.
Look at the damage numbers. Lex, the only one that's not relying on the crowd control to find his kills, and he comes away with the most damage.
No, I know, but that just clicked right now. Why did they take the Ying over the Maldamba? Why when that was available? Jared's been playing lights out. It's not because of the map. I really think it is because knowing they're going to get full Resilience, they're going to say, we'll give him the worst ult against Resilience. Ying's ult doesn't get countered by Resilience, but Damba's does, and that's going to make Bird a lot less effective at changing the tide of this game.
Bonker here on the Lex, having the lights out. I mean, Frog Isle's just his map, and despite the 2-0 conversion, we talked a lot about heavy momentum swings on this map, and District 69 just basically getting the reverse sweep. But these teams are so close. It was not the case on Frog Isle. That was a battle tooth and nail to the end, and Bonker just got a lot done, but it wasn't enough.
And, you know, staring elimination in the face has never been a scary task for Carbon 6 or Burrito when they've played at the Paladins LAN against these guys. Again, they weren't playing against Bugsy and the entire roster, but they played against 4 and a great player and Unbelievable, and that's nearly just as good, but maybe not what they needed to really change the dynamic here. This man, we've been talking about him all day long, and man, has he started to warm up. And speaking of warm, he's just getting so hot. Those plays working well for Drogos.
It's been the X factor.
Hot tea as well.
We said whoever can figure out how to beat the Bomb King the fastest is going to come away with this tournament. Drogos, the kind of second in line in terms of burst damage, the only character tanky enough, high damage enough to outrace the King to the kill, and the best in the world at the character seems to be pulling ahead. 2 wins straight over the first pick Bomb King for Carbon 6. Do they switch it up? Do they go to the Makoa?
And he's having fun here too, Nick. I mean, I think they switch it up. Honestly, I think if I'm Carbon 6, give it up. You're not winning with it. It hasn't worked 2 maps in a row. Both a map you're really good at and a map that you don't know as well, considering you don't usually play it. And Kanga's kind of been forcing their hand on it. But I honestly think that Bugsy, there's something about that smile. There's something about the comfortability. You know, Theo, Lazy, these guys have done it forever. Bird here as well. But there's something to be said about being surrounded by good people, by people that support you. He's here seeing his girlfriend around. He's got a lot of support. These guys are finally together. I feel like it's all coming together to really be their moment right now.
Not caving under the pressure as well. We've been talking about him nonstop ever since he didn't make the trip to HRX. How will this impact his future career in Paladins? And he has put his foot down with authority and says it's only going to make me stronger, only make me want to win more.
I mean, it's also like a story of the comeback kid, right? A guy who's almost out and down, wondering, is he going to keep playing? Will he quit? It was a dejected type of time period for Bugsy, just not being able to affect his team and their outcome in the biggest tournament Paladins has ever had. But finally, when he gets a second chance, D69 are really ready to take advantage of it. They're 1 win away from being the champions here at the Masters LAN.
Sheepa playing the Grok in the previous game. Also another big factor, able to step up when his team needs it most, primarily on the Shaolin. The Grok, his impact, it's not as readily apparent, but the crowd control provided by consistent shock pulse, nothing to be snuffed at, and as well as well-timed tempests to keep his team alive. Bird, the captain for Carbon 6, gonna have to figure out, gonna have to pull some strings, dive deep into the pocket picks, the pocket strats, if you want to swing this series back in his team's favor.
This is the big decision he's got to make the call on. Do you first pick Bomb King or not? You know, largely a lot of the viewers have said, oh, this is great. You know, Bomb King comes in and whoever gets him, easy win. But clearly, that is not the case. He just takes a high caliber counter, played at the highest level to do it. And now Bird, knowing that they've got that in D69, are they going to keep giving it to him, especially when Northernberg plays a great Drogos himself?
Do they have hard enough heads? You know, you and I try to tell them, right? Like, it's not the be all end all. The meta always shifts. Guys, you got to realize, you know, the time in the sun, it's limited. It doesn't last forever. You guys got to be the ones to figure out how to beat it first. Every time Bomb King would lose a match, you know, they would kind of scoff at us, be like, you know, it's more the team thing, that this team's just better. But here it is, the best 2 teams in the world, 2 games dropped straight with the Bomb King.
And I think also, you know, not to put anything down on Lazy, because he is one of the best players in the world. There's no doubt about that. I think it's also just looking at Diggs, Bomb King may have won these games. Lazy, you know, he's played a lot of different champions in his history, but it hasn't been Bomb King. He's largely had to learn this champion, and Bugsy is just on his go-to, and maybe that's where some of the performances are really starting to shift.
If they are going to switch up the draft and go for the Makoa first pick, it's got to be here. But can they can't risk giving up Bomb King Drogos on Jaguar Falls. So Carbon 6, with their backs against the wall, big question marks. What will they first pick?
They take it, no doubt about it. Carbon 6, they know that it's not about the draft, it's about the plays. And again, you can win the draft, but you still have to win the game. Carbon 6 been largely winning the draft in the viewers' eyes, but not necessarily winning the games as a result of D69 playing out of this world.
Drogos so strong on this map, and such a good answer counter burst for the King. Barrack Shaolin, it looks like they're just going to continue to run it back.
You know what? I don't think that's a good pick. I think you could lose. Well, you're not gonna, but you could have lost Lex here. And I think Perdo is a fantastic Lex. They've liked the Buck. So they gamble, and maybe it's going to pay off, and it will, but I think Bonker on Lex is just phenomenal.
Northernberg probably going to play that Shaolin. If they don't take it here, they give it up to Sheepa, which is a scary thought as well, and have the chance still to go into the Lex, but they're going to opt for the Ruckus, and they need to get their Ying online, playing straight into the early Grok pickup. Double deployable. Ruckus may as well be a deployable turret as well. Guaranteed targets for Sheepa on the Grok to hit his shock pulse bounces.
And this is where practice, this is where becoming innovators, wanting to be innovators, starts to pay dividends. This is why Astral Authority took a game off of D69, and they were able to bring out the Mega Potion Pip, which, you know what, D69, you talk about EU, NA have bad vibes, whatever it is, they were saying great freaking set, Astral. You guys played phenomenally, and that Mega Potion Pip was legit. I didn't think it would work, but it did, and they're not trusting it because they haven't practiced it, so that's why you always got to be looking to innovate at these big-time stages. It's time for maybe the last game for Burrito. It's Recurve Shaolin for Northernberg, Carbon 6, Lifelike Ying for Bird, Fortify for Barracks, for Thiel's Barrack, Flux Generator for Bonkers, Ruckus, and Accelerant for Lazy's Bomb King.
Fusillade for Bugsy's Drogo, Sheepa taking the Maelstrom, Grok Peridot, Death Hastens for his Lex, and will be Half Shell for Elmpath's Makoa Guerra with the Ripened Gourd on his Maldamba, Salvo primed, Letty, and loose.
Man, ready to go ahead and use the momentum from the horse and actually use the salvo to zone him out, but that's going to do more than a zone. A direct shot from Fusillade will actually take one down.
15% already. D69 taking their team fights from the point. So going to pull themselves ahead with an early advantage. Here's Lazy with the angle on Drogos. Does he continue to push his advantage? Dredge Anchor could be big here. Grumpy Bomb comes out to zone.
Just going to keep him safe there, and he's going to have to work around, but they got to make things happen. They know that one Dredge Anchor could be the end of this Bomb King, and will it be? It is! Lazy goes down yet again. Jera Perdot able to find 2 kills there, and what's new? Perdot doing work on this Lex. He's trying to fight off against Northernberg, the sub for Carbon 6, but he will take down both. Anyone who comes in the law's way will be brought to justice, and Bugsy in the background saying, sure, I'll get into the fun as well.
District 69 smell blood in the water. They are ready for this championship. They are ready to retake the crown from Carbon 6. They are surging forward undeterred. The payload just started to go for it. And District 69 already trying to make a big hold in Carbon 6's base.
Lazy doing a good job, though, of finding 2. That's big, and this will quell this for quite a bit. And D69, you know, we saw even in the comms that they were using the fact that they were able to, you know, say, hey, we're okay. We got a lot of time. Let's pull back. We don't need to rush this and full wipe and then lose another 40 seconds off of our potential time to push.
Minute 50 remaining here, so not a lot of, or plenty of time left in the tank here for D69. They're got a lot of ultimates as well. They got the Law charged up as well as the Dragon Punch. Both very good things to execute and take both of these double tanks off the table for Carbon 6. We'll see if they elect to pop any of them to kickstart this push.
I love Bugsy's prioritization. Just get the turret out. Don't even want to take any poke from that. I want to stay nice and healthy and be a bad target for someone to try to all in. And Bugsy and Sheepa and Perdot going to just move forward as the trio that they are. And Perdot taking away the Lex and proving why this maybe was a mistake in the draft to leave that on the table and not put it in Bonker's hands. They went for a tank comp, but these tanks are melting thanks to the damage on D69.
So much pressure and ultimates starting to come online for both teams. It's going to come down to who's not afraid to pop them, even though the time is right. Poke battle coming out between Lazy and Peridot. Just changing his sights to the Ruckus. Does he pop the Law? Won't even need it.
That's huge, man. Going to use Infortitude to heal up. He's going to use the right mouse button in pursuit to get the kill as well. And now Perdot's going to find one more. The Law is here. The shield is down for Thiel. He knows that. Will he use it to solo ult? Will he even need it? Probably not. Northernberg, see you later. Back to base goes all of Carbon 6.
Backs against the wall. One last round. District 69 with another capture and conversion can crown themselves the Masters LAN champion. Big item pickups coming through. District 69 going to be very far ahead in the net worth charts. You can see Bugsy, not only did he get his record to level 2, but he also got the master riding Sheepa. Same can be said about him. Peridot just going straight for the record 3, wants to save everything up. Actually picks up the Resilience 2 here, so not going to be able to be crowd controlled. 4 ultimates, almost 5 for the D69 boys, and all 5 ready to go for Carbon 6, looking to make their last stand.
The energy in the building is slowly starting to mount here. D69 can feel that they are on the edge of winning this tournament and coming out on top. They're the favorites for a reason. They've got their full lineup, and Carbon 6 doesn't. We wanted to see if OCE could challenge them, but they weren't able to get get here. So it's just the back-to-back games of these great two champion teams playing against one another to see who will find the answer today. And so far, Bugsy and Elvenpath get the better end.
Zero value for that Dome Shield. Elvenpath just easily cleaves through Theo. 45% already on the payload. Lazy, you've got to make a move soon. You are playing the king. Look for Perdo. Perdo could come out of this one on top. Just going to slide away. Nice peel from Jera, keeping his Lex safe and coming out on top of the 1v1. Perdo.
It's the law coming for you, and you cannot run from the law. You cannot hide from the law. And Lex, he sees you when you're naughty or if you're nice, and he is going to make sure that you pay the ultimate price. That's a kill for Lex. That is an objective capture for D69, and it's 3-0. They might just be on the winning drive.
Moving forward now, Elvenpath trying to hook Theo off the high ground. Half Shell is going to come out, trying to hold on for their tournament lives. Carbon 6 with the last chance backs against the wall. Northernberg does find the first kill in the engagement.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight, today, whatever time of afternoon it is. It means that D69 are this close to making themselves a champion. But it is going to take a little bit more than that. A Ghost Walk will catch them outside of a safe zone, and Lazy will punish that. Bonker will as well. And now the turrets coming through, the Ying clone set up. It's going to give Carbon 6 an opportunity to really go forward with this. Another kill on to Northernberg. Actually, Northernberg to get on to Elvenpath. That's going to stall this push a little bit too, because now D69 don't have a tank here.
2 kills for the Shaolin player, fighting desperately for stabilization. It was the substitute player at HRX that stepped up on Shaolin. Can it be so once again? District 69, let's listen into the comms as they look for the first place finish.
Go fast, go fast. Yeah, I'm going video. Go fast. You go fast. That's all. Go. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Go back. Okay, let's do. Bracket. Okay, hold. Destroy shield. Shield down. Barricade down. Bracket. Leading bracket. Bomb one is trigger. I'm low. Bomb kick face. I need to regen. Focus out. Okay, I'm dead. Careful. Wait for me, I've got ult. Window. I'm dead. Window. Okay, wait, relax. I've got ult. Okay. Totem, do you have totem? I'll go with you. Fight. Wait up ult. I'll go with totem. Fine kill. I'll go up. Totem.
Seconds remaining.
I'll go with him.
Okay,
go. We have all ult. Let's go.
Bomb King Mingo, Mexico! Bomb King dead, come on! Bomb King dead!
Dingle. Yep. Okay, go back. Kill medic. Try again. I get up. Sorry. Yeah, you. I didn't even move. Rock's dead. Keep going. Overtime. Yep, good job. Take that 1 HP. We have 1 HP. I'll go Fire.
And that's the victory there. D69 get up. Kagemitsu in the back line, the sub. Ecstatic for him and his team. The Europeans who fell to second place without their captain have now reclaimed the throne and take the first seed, the winning championship game here over Carbon 6 at the Masters LAN.
Just dejected, but still sportsmanlike. Carbon 6 probably not happy with that performance. Only 1 win, dropping a lot of games with the Bomb King, the guy that was, largely regarded to be unbeatable at this tournament. District 69 do it 3 games in a row.
The favorites follow through. It's not always that the number 1 seed goes through and wins it all. In fact, sometimes it seems to be the other way around, because that just means everything has to go perfectly for them. But for this LAN, it did. And honestly, this is just off the back of not just Bugsy, even though we've talked about him a lot. Not just Perdo, even though he stole the show in the last few games. And not just Elvenpath, Sheeper, or Jera with their consistent play. It's D69 as a unit. They are finally together, and this is the result.
65,000 damage for the captain on Drogos, beating out everyone on Carbon 6. A lot of damage from Perdo as well on the Lex. Very, very impressive performance there from everyone on D69, but we talked about a lot of it. It was whoever was going to be able to defeat Bomb King first. Drogos, we thought, was the best answer to it. And it's only fitting that we have the best Drogos player here with us to talk us through a little bit about how he got it done.
Bugsy, you call yourself a flex player, but really, come on, you're just a Drogos man. Let's be honest with everybody. Congratulations, man, on winning the finals. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. Great to be back with my team, especially on the LAN environment. Last time we were as R5, we won the LAN. This time, same thing.
So it seems like you five together in a LAN environment.
Unstoppable.
Yes, sir.
It's great stuff. Nick wasn't there when we first had that opportunity in DreamHack to see you guys play and upset these guys. You have a great history between you two as teams. How does it feel to have such a good competitor? I compared it to the Lakers Celtics in basketball back in the days where they just had the Larry Bird versus Magic Johnson dynamic. You guys have that same type of star power and juggernaut quality in the European scene.
Well, I'm really glad to have my teammates. We've been a team the longest from the entire Paladin scene, for those who don't know. We've been a team for about a year.
Wow.
D69 was formed in March 2016, I think.
And
so
it's starting to show, I think, in your guys' communications, because they're very simple, right? You just call out who's low, who's out of position. Everyone knows what, it seems like every step of the way, every teammate knows exactly what you know. You know where Perdo's going to be, you know where Elvin's going to be. You just got very simple communication. It was awesome to kind of listen to you guys push it through. But the big thing here was you guys beat the Bomb King 3 games in a row. Was it the Drogos? The counter burst?
It was a combination of different things. We know how to counter Bomb King. Lazy plays amazing Bomb King, so it's kind of harder, but we have our drafts, especially on the maps. We're glad they pick Jaguar Falls, because that's the map where a second pick actually dominates. Pretty much, I don't know how many teams won Jaguar Falls today on second pick, but every time we play Jaguar Falls second pick, we won.
Drogo so strong against the King, so strong on Jaguar Falls. The resilience pickups actually were massive for you guys on Frog Isle. It just seemed like Carbon 6 couldn't do anything. They couldn't keep you guys locked down.
The reason Bomb King is strong because you can provide that CC, that area of denial, the Grumpy Bomb, the ultimate. When he comes in, you can just heal right after it, but because it's not gonna stun you, you can escape right after if you're gonna get low and get to cover. The reason the Bomb King will do so strong is because of the CC. The damage it does.
Yeah, I think largely that's some of the things that people don't look at. You see the 2 bombs exploding you, killing you, and that's all you see on your kill feed, but really it's the Grumpy Bombs, the King Bombs that set so much up in a competitive sense for your team. Bugsy, let's talk about you for a second, because you're here. Let's mention about how it feels for you to be in America. You have your girlfriend here, a member of the community, Coral. How does it feel to be in this situation with your full team, with your support system here in America? Was it just a good vibe from the start for you?
I think the biggest thing was actually meeting my girlfriend Carl, as you mentioned. That gave me a boost of confidence. And
is this your first time meeting face to face in real life?
Yes.
Wow, there it is.
First LAN in NA, first LAN meeting together. So
I love it. I love it.
I was wondering where you were Friday night. I was like, what's going on? Bugsy not hanging out with everybody? What's going on? Room's locked. I don't get it.
Little pre-game ritual.
No, I'm kidding. I'm messing around. But that's fantastic, man. And again, that seemed to really show. You've got smiles, even if you're kind of reserved in the way you approach it. You could see that it's not a frown. It's more of a smile that you're hiding.
Yeah.
It's the famous smirk. I mean, we saw the big smile start to crack through when he's getting 2 games, 3 games above Carbon 6. But once again, man, congratulations. Huge win for you here today. I'm very happy to have you here.
Fantastic. Really great stuff, man. Congratulations to D69. And send our thanks to the teams as well. Let's go to the brackets and check things out, how they all ended today and how they shaped up after this incredibly amazing Masters LAN. I'm so proud to be a part of this, and I'm sure Nick seconds my sentiments. Alan, High Old Shift, and Hi-Res Vox as well as all of production, our esports staff, our president and vice presidents, and all of the people who come together to make this this great event so magical, from our admins to even the people here. Shout outs to the family. My family who's here visiting me for the first time. Not the first time I've met my mom and dad, but the first time they've seen my apartment. I will say that.
Awesome, good, awesome stuff. This is not the end of the road for Paladins Esports. We've got a lot of stuff going on. We got a big casting competition going on right now. You can find a lot of details on that. And big $10,000 prize pool actually for that.
You can see my booty right there under the. It's
Bro, you always point to your booty. You can see my face.
Sure, but when you're talking about my booty, your face, I think we know what wins here, man.
Please.
I got the cakes. You can't deny it. Thecaster.tv is where you can find some of the answers for whether you'll be able to be a part of what we do up here. It may not be in the same role, but you'll definitely be able to show off your skills and maybe make a name for yourself in this industry that we all know is kind of hard to get into, but once you're in, it's hard to get them out, no matter what you do, right?
It's a lot of fun to be
No, I'm
here,
kidding.
guys. Like we said, this isn't the road for the end of Paladins Esports, and you might be excited about it. You might want to get involved. We got a lot more coming for you. A lot of Road to DreamHack stuff. Oof. It's going to be one of the biggest esports events that Hyra Studios has ever put on.
Yeah, I think let's take a look at it so you all know what's happening. Just to reiterate, 8 teams, $100,000, July 13th, 14th, and 15th here. The summer premiere at DreamHack Valencia 2017. 4 weeks open bracket qualifier starting May 6th, ending on the 28th. And the top 4 teams advance to a round robin starting June 3rd, ending June 18th. And those 2 teams qualify from each region for DreamHack, and we'll have some international teams joining us as well.
For those of you guys that are nice on the sticks, we've got the console wars also going to happen at DreamHack Valencia. Both Xbox and PS4 will be represented. That'll happen. You will qualify through 6 weeks of grueling open bracket play to determine who's the best. We're going to have 4 teams there from each, or 2 from each region, 4 total, competing for 50 grand.
50K. Can I join? Whew.
I'm pretty nice on the sticks.
I have an Xbox, you know, maybe. I want to do the caster. I want to be a part of the Xbox. I'm just kidding, guys. You know what? I'm so glad being right here, right now. Again, our sincere thank you and appreciation to everyone who was watching, who participated, all the teams. Round of applause at home, round of applause here in the studio if you're around. Everybody who made this event happen, we thank you, and we're so excited to be a part of this in the future. Paladins Esports is only beginning, and of course, this isn't going to be the last LAN in 2 months. We're going to Spain. We'll have some fun there, and we hope that you do join us. As always, this will be the end for today from us, but not the end for a long time. It is going to be my name, Rain Day. High Risk Pretty here. Thank you so much, man. Great cast today.
Always a pleasure.
Pleasure working with you. You'll see us soon. And, of course, remember, just never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you all in the realm.